Beneath the shadow of the great tree called Konoha, one clan has lived under suspicion for generations. Uchiha. Blood and fire. Loyal, yet never submissive. When trust is betrayed. When justice becomes nothing but empty words. Separation. Not born of hatred, but because the path is no longer shared. The Sharingan sees through every lie. The will of Uchiha does not bow to the Hokage. This is a story of choice, and the price paid for freedom. I am Uchiha, the division of Konoha. When a clan steps out of the shadows, the land of rice, now also because of the underground headquarters of Orochimaru's hidden village. In the dimly lit laboratory, Uchiha Yoru and Orochimaru were conducting research on some kind of forbidden jutsu, while Guren and Yakushi Kabuto, along with Karen, were outside getting acquainted. In the original story, Guren and Yakushi Kabuto were characters who disliked each other intensely, but in this life, they both readily expressed their goodwill. Yakushi Kabuto, skilled in medical ninjutsu, now serves as an assistant to Lord Orochimaru, and is also responsible for some management and logistics within the base. Guren, possessing a shimmering bloodline ninja ability skilled in ninjutsu, Lord Yuru's tool, and also another manager of this headquarters. Yakushi Kabuto and Guren exchanged glances, then nodded and smiled amicably. There was no conflict between them. In fact, they would need to work together in the future. Happy cooperation. I'm Karen. I have healing abilities and perception. As the youngest and weakest, Karen stammered. After all, these two look like powerful ninjas, and she was far inferior. Towards Karen, Yakushi Kabuto directly revealed a friendly smile. Although he had only received a brief piece of information, he had already realized the level of importance Lord Yuru placed on this child. Karen, then we'll all be Lord Yuru's tools. As for Karen, this younger sister, upon arriving in Guren, she adopted an older sisterly demeanor, affectionately stroking her red hair. But the glint in her eyes revealed that she was not as simple as she appeared on the surface. In the original story, Guren is in charge of managing a base on his own, so to say he lacks intelligence and cunning would be false. Yakushi Kabuto gently pushed his glasses down into his eye sockets, revealing a shrewd glint in his eyes. He clearly saw that Guren, this newly arrived ninja, had directly exposed his true intentions. She wanted to prove her worth, so she began to win people's hearts. After all, she was an outsider, and the first step was to first unite a segment of the population, using this to integrate into the group. Very intelligent, a woman's mind. Yakushi Kabuto pondered silently, feeling no sense of urgency whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt a sense of relief. The more Lord Yuru looked upon them, the higher their value became. He had even vaguely guessed something. Now, wasn't his ultimate dream to return to Konoha, to the orphanage, in a dignified manner? Furthermore, Lord Uchiha Yoru's methods and magnanimity are evident. Just like Lord Orochimaru, he doesn't fear a lack of ambition, only a lack of strength. Therefore, his most important priority right now is to increase his own value. Now that someone has come to help him share the troublesome task of managing the base, isn't that perfect? While the three people outside were busy with their own calculations, inside the laboratory, Orochimaru and Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but show expressions of disappointment. Haha, Night Lord, your ambition will surely bring a whirlwind to the entire shinobi world. At this moment, Orochimaru showed a thoughtful expression, while Uchiha Yoru made no attempt to conceal his ambition, nodding slightly with a smile and saying, "Just uproot the rotten roots and plant strong saplings in the fertile soil where they were before, and they will grow healthy. Furthermore, if I become Hokage of Konoha, then teacher Orochimaru can legitimately return to Konoha." At this point, Uchiha Knight paused slightly, turning his head to look at the extremely tempting offer his teacher had thrown at him. By then, with the entire Konoha backing you up, the enormous and stable financial resources will no longer be an obstacle. And you'll also have a large research team to assist your research as a teacher. At this moment, Orochimaru was deeply moved. Since leaving Konoha, he had severed all illusions of power. His only goal was to achieve immortality, learn all ninjutsu, and study the truth of this world, the truth of ninjutsu. The two men smiled as they cooperated. Although Orochimaru was somewhat hopeful that he wouldn't have to worry about finances or research materials anymore, and that he would have countless assistants, he remained mostly calm. Therefore, I need teacher Orochimaru to quickly break through the checkpoint. I need Karen's power. Uchiha Yoru's true purpose in coming here this time was, firstly, to establish a mutually beneficial alliance with Orochimaru, and secondly, to get Karen. Karen was also his most important trump card. And even in the future, she would remain so. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru frowned and began to explain his research. He had never been one to make reckless or impulsive decisions. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline is indeed very suitable for sealing Biju, although Karen's body has some difficulty sealing the Nine Tails. With your Mangekyo Sharingan, I think the Mangekyo, one of the bane of Biju, will not disappoint me. The most crucial issue now is sealing the Reaper Death Seal, this forbidden's jutsu. At this point, Orochimaru's expression turned serious. By finding the Shinigami mask in the Uzu no Kuni vortex, I have understood this jutsu. This is a ninja from a previous era, a product of the Onmyoji era, and not from the Shinigami of Yomi. Or rather, it's a Shikigami cultivated through generations of Onmyoji, whose cycle follows the most basic principle of exchanging equal forces. According to the Uchiha clan's intelligence records, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, used this jutsu to seal the Nine Tails. And even half of the Nine Tails was taken into the belly of a Shinigami. At this moment, Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely and said, "Yoru, summoning a Shinigami comes at a great price, your soul. So, what should we do next?" To put it simply, Orochimaru didn't have the spirit to offer his own soul as a sacrifice to the god of death, especially since this was an S-rank forbidden's jutsu. Not something just anyone could learn. Otherwise, how could the Uzumaki clan have fallen into such a state that year? With one person and one corpse demon sealed away, who would dare provoke them? S-rank forbidden's techniques represent a heavy price to pay, along with an extremely rigorous and difficult learning process. Seeing Orochimaru's evil grin, Uchiha Yoru also wore a smile on his face, as if he had been prepared for this all along. "Teacher Orochimaru, I remember your Fushi Tensei technique was almost complete, the only difficulty being the damage to the soul during reincarnation. But now I've discovered something very interesting that perfectly resolves soul damage." At this point, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. He raised his hand, and a black snake slowly crawled out from his palm, finally opening its mouth and spitting out a corpse. Or, to put it another way, his body was sealed away. At this moment, Orochimaru showed a curious expression. This body was completely white, seemingly not human, but there were too many strange creatures in the shinobi world, so Orochimaru wasn't surprised. If it weren't for awakening the wood release ability, I probably wouldn't have discovered that this person was secretly monitoring the Uchiha clan. Although he eventually escaped, he left behind several interesting clones. Shirozetsu. Kaguya cultivated this bioengineered creature using the divine tree, and later, Uchiha Madara's created the Akatsuki organization, Shirozetsu. Kurozetsu, however, was a deception, leading the team to believe he was its creator. This is very meaningful physically, and more importantly, perhaps this can cleverly solve the physical hurdle that teachers have always struggled to overcome. This time, Uchiha Yoru invested all his resources, even going so far as to have Orochimaru leave a little earlier to get used to it. Shirozetsu's physique could be said to be a completely different kind of immortality. According to Uchiha Yoru's explanation, Orochimaru had now approached the sealed body of Shirozetsu, and after a brief examination, he revealed a perverted smile. A very interesting body. At this moment, Orochimaru raised his head and looked at Uchiha Yoru, revealing a meaningful smile, realizing that this disciple was hiding many secrets. Lord Uchiha, the Uchiha clan truly lives up to its reputation as the oldest bloodline clan. Orochimaru attributed all of this to the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan. After all, there were countless secrets and intelligence that even he had never heard of. And Uchiha Yoru was either fighting on the front lines or needing to improve his strength, so these things couldn't be easily uncovered. It requires immense manpower and resources to achieve this, so the best explanation is that all of this is attributed to the ancient family's deep-rooted history. We need to do some research and prepare this jutsu, and Karen needs to keep her mind and body in the best possible condition. Entering the study, Orochimaru revealed a look of fanaticism, while Uchiha Knight smiled and nodded. "Then I await Orochimaru's guidance." Biju, the Jinchuriki, such powerful weapons revered by the shinobi world as village-protecting weapons. is not just an exaggeration, nor is it as ridiculous as depicted in the original story. The Pillar Force, without any prior violence, possessed immense Biju-level chakra, and their response was so unusual, practically an unlimited supply of ninjutsu bombers. An explosion after an attack is still an explosion. In the shinobi world, even cage-level powerhouses don't have many who possess the kind of attack jutsu like Bijudama. One blast and the map is leveled. Therefore, despite their danger, jinchuriki were consistently used as weapons of intimidation by every major ninja village. Knowing full well that it was another half of the Nine Tails, and even knowing how to capture it, plus having an excellent vessel, Uchiha Yoru would be utterly brainless if he didn't consider this idea. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Looking ahead to the future is very interesting. Riding the Ninetails Susanoo, perhaps it will reappear in Konoha once again. As for why he didn't seal it within his own body, Uchiha Yoru had considered it before. After all, he now possessed the wood-release jutsu, the Uchiha bloodline, and the same bloodline vortex he obtained from Nagato's blood, a perfect choice for a jinchuriki. However, he had an even better plan. Uzumaki Naruto relies on half the power of a Biju to create an almost limitless trig, so Karen's vortex shouldn't be much weaker. The ninja world, shrouded in darkness in the underground basement. Obito, in Konoha, is monitoring the disappearance of the Uchiha clones. Wearing Obito's mask, a cold, sinister Sharingan peeked out from beside his eye, staring intently at the half-young figure emerging from the ground, a cold, contemptuous smile playing on his lips. Awakening your Mangekyo Sharingan at night might surprise me a little, but it's not unexpected. Uchiha Yoru, a fellow clan member who awakened a Mangekyo Sharingan, is now the Uchiha clan head. Obito could only offer a sarcastic look at this moment. Yoru, is this your dream to naive? Becoming Hokage is utterly ridiculous. Only creating a different world is truly a world in itself. At this moment, Obito was clearly entering a state of madness. Back then, they were classmates. After Kakashi graduated at the age of 5, they were the only two members of the Uchiha clan in the class, not to mention that Uchiha Yoru had a very good relationship with him. Zetsu, since my old classmate wants to become Hokage, maybe we can give him a push. Whether he ultimately becomes Hokage or not depends on his own abilities. Obito revealed a cruel smile. He had carefully considered how to proceed. Now that their goal is to collect Biju, they naturally won't miss the opportunity to weaken the 5 great ninja villages. The estrangement between Konoha and the Uchiha clan is now clearly evident, but with the Uchiha currently weaker than Konoha, mutual apprehension makes a full-scale war unlikely. Therefore, what he needed was for the Uchiha clan to provide some assistance, causing turmoil in Konoha. Zetsu, sell the intelligence about the divergence between the Konoha Uchiha and the 3rd Hokage to other ninja villages. I think we won't need to take action. Someone will step in to help strengthen the Uchiha police force. At this point, Obito suddenly stopped, then coldly said, there are also the rebellious ninja from the Hidden Mist village, who want to add fuel to the fire by selling intelligence to other ninja villages. I think no one will pass up this opportunity. That village was so filthy. How could anyone let go of such an opportunity? When a rebellious force emerged in their country, they naturally had to secretly support this weaker side. Then sit back and watch the two sides fight tooth and nail. This has always been the tactic of all ninja villages. Furthermore, I am Uchiha Madara. In the darkness of the earthquake, Uchiha Obito revealed an extremely evil Sharingan filled with madness. He wanted to create a world with Lin. In the land of rice, Orochimaru's headquarters are located underground. The demon seal is broken. Snake, pig, no, rabbit, dog, death, rooster, noon, snake. With his hands clasped in front of his chest, Orochimaru, wearing the death mask, trembled and writhed, letting out agonizing screams. The price of an S-rank forbidden's jutsu was immense. In an instant, his hair flew wildly, and a chilling aura of death attacked him. At the same time, a large amount of chakra was drained away. Uchiha Yoru, standing right in front of him, showed a serious expression. His Mangekyo Sharingan opened, and within it, a new cursed seal flickered in and out of view, revealing a shadowy outline. At this moment, Orochimaru, using this jutsu, was drenched in cold sweat, and out of the corner of his eye, he could clearly see the Grim Reaper appearing behind him. The purple-skinned, emotionless death god slowly extended his hand, gripping the death god's blade tightly, and then slowly began to cut into Orochimaru's abdomen. In an instant, wounds appeared all over Orochimaru's body. Fresh blood splattered from his abdomen, and at that moment, Orochimaru let out a painful cry. Not only from the throes of physical pain, but also from the suffering brought about by summoning the Shinigami. In an instant, a stream of souls burst forth from the Grim Reaper's belly, and immediately, facing Uchiha Yoru, he hastily shouted, "Teacher Orochimaru." The master and disciple's coordination was impeccable. Upon hearing Uchiha Yoruichi's loud shout, Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat and hastily removed the mask from his face. Vomit! The sound of his scalp tingling and nauseating chewing subsided, and then Orochimaru removed his mask, revealing the pale face of Shiro Zetsu. The next moment, Shiro Zetsu spat out a large, white, scaled snake from his mouth. But Uchiha Yoru was in a body that was about to be taken over, which was Orochimaru's former body. A large, white-scaled snake suddenly burrowed into it, and in an instant, Orochimaru's body began to tremble. Vomit! A large, limp white unicorn head fell to the ground, while Orochimaru's body slowly rose to his feet, and opposite him, Shiro Zetsu's body slumped down after losing its soul. Ha ha! Breathing heavily, Orochimaru clearly watched as the Shinigami, having done all this, instinctively tried to harvest souls through Shiro Zetsu's body, but after failing to capture anything, not a trace of emotion disappeared. Summoning the Grim Reaper, sealing the enemy, and then capturing the caster's soul, there are rules involved, and the caster itself is devoid of consciousness. Orochimaru, the teacher. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, watching from the side, couldn't help but feel impressed. The snake-like creature was indeed the only one capable of trapping and killing the bug god. First, he reincarnated into Shiro Zetsu's body, then summoned a Shinigami death god, and after using him, he performed a trick like a cicada shedding its skin to return to his own body. Even a Shinigami could be easily defeated. I wonder what the fourth Hokage would think if he knew. Teacher Orochimaru, it seems your Fushi Tensei technique is a little different, and also, although Uchiha Yoru didn't say anything, Orochimaru let out a hoarse, evil laugh. Yes, Lord, as you said, this world has too many secrets, and besides, isn't Shiro Zetsu's body still usable? That's good. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru's eyes widened as he looked at the limp Shiro Zetsu in the distance. It made sense. Without a physical body, Orochimaru cannot reincarnate at will. He can take flight in 6 stages. Furthermore, Night Lord, you're right, there are too many secrets in the soul. Orochimaru's evil smile faded, clearly indicating that Fushi Tensei was somewhat different, or rather, he hadn't gambled everything on this jutsu. In the original story, Orochimaru's soul almost transformed into a white snake, but in this life, under his guidance, Orochimaru maintains a kind of calm restraint. The white snake is merely a temporary vessel for the soul, used to perform conduit jutsu, and does not undergo such an unusual transformation. Perhaps it's because of this jutsu can only be used once every 3 years. Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes, silently pondering. Could it be because of this reason? Just as Uchiha Yoru thought, before the soul completely transformed into the form of a white snake, but instead acted as a conduit. It was indeed possible to use the Fushi Tensei technique at any time. But the same problem is that the protective spirit becomes even weaker. So Orochimaru's reincarnated body can only be a weak being, otherwise he will suffer a severe backlash. And Shiro Zetsu's body was perfectly suited, truly as if it were tailor-made for Orochimaru. Akatsuki is a shadowy organization within the base. Nagato, this is the latest intelligence. Sitting atop a grotesque puppet, the thin, emaciated Nagato slowly opened his eyes. His perpetually gloomy demeanor had completely transformed since he found his life's purpose and goal. Upon receiving the intelligence, Nagato couldn't help but exclaim, although the fire self technique hasn't been fully mastered yet, it truly lives up to its name as a self technique. Seeing this, Conan, whose face had been cold and expressionless, showed a rare hint of softening. Nagato, your leg. Seeing Conan's worried expression, Nagato confidently laughed and said, although I haven't mastered it yet, the chakra sage technique does indeed possess miraculous abilities to nourish the body. At the very least, my legs won't deteriorate again. No one wants to be crippled, let alone possess the earth-shattering power of a ninja. having previously exhausted their bodies under the influence of Sage Mode. They seemed to have a sense of stability. Upon opening the intelligence scroll, Nagato couldn't help but narrow his eyes, his expression becoming serious. Sir, you have begun to pursue your own path in ninjutsu. Intelligence reports clearly documented recent changes in Konoha, particularly the formation of a new political system by Uchiha Yoru, who led the police force. This brought friction with Konoha's previous political system to the forefront. In Nagato's eyes, Uchiha Yoru was his guiding light, the person he admired most in the shinobi world. Nagato, even Mr. Knight doesn't know our true identities, but recently the police department has been in contact with our Akatsuki organization. Conan slowly took out a mission scroll. The Uchiha clan's industries and trade outside the Land of Fire, stemming from friction with the Third Hokage's faction and the village, have been subjected to considerable suppression since the conflict was brought to light. However, the current situation is very strange. Following that, a squad of Uchiha clan ninja guards appeared. According to intelligence, these people are likely from the Hidden Stone Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. It seems Mr. Knight is somewhat uneasy, so he ordered the hiring of an elite ninja squad to intercept and kill these attacking ninjas. Even Conan understood clearly that the other ninja villages had waited so long for Konoha to be shaken up, so how could Konoha possibly be at peace? The Uchiha are evil. The Uchiha want to cause a split. You, the Third Hokage, secretly want to weaken the Uchiha's power base, so they will help from the shadows. To put it simply, if the Uchiha have any problems, they don't need to be told. They'll just step in. It would be best if you Konoha members staged an internal coup. Good, Akatsuki organization has accepted the Uchiha clan's mission. With money in hand and free help available, only a fool wouldn't do it. Also, this is Uchiha Yoru's personal letter, addressed to the location we once left behind. After discussing official matters, Conan took out a letter from her chest. When Nagato saw it, he showed a more serious expression, even more so than when he had just given the intelligence report. Opening the envelope and looking at the contents, including a prescription for adjusting the dosage, Nagato's face lit up with a smile. Yes, sir, you are truly a man of integrity. He hadn't expected Uchiha Yoru to still remember his body, and now, after a period of research, to have combined his identity with a suitable potion. Seeing Nagato so infatuated, Conan frowned slightly with worrying. Nagato, this Mr. Knight will probably be a great enemy of ours in the future. In this kind of situation, the other ninja villages would clearly be secretly assisting the Uchiha, their purpose being purely to weaken Konoha. But similarly, as long as the third generation cannot quell the rebellion with lightning strikes, Uchiha Yoru will only become stronger and stronger. Seeing Conan's worried expression, Nagato revealed a confident smile. Our goals are the same, only the process is slightly different. But who will ultimately succeed? Haha, I believe my eyes can see further. And then I'll let Mr. Knight see it. His thinking is too one-sided, making rules for the shinobi world. Just as Mr. Ya wrote in his book, the human heart is the most difficult thing to fathom. Both of them ultimately aimed for peace. Nagato wanted to create powerful Biju weapons, just like the Senju and Uchiha clans who once dominated the shinobi world, making it impossible for anyone to dare wage war against them. But Uchiha Yoru. Thinking of this, Nagato couldn't help but shake his head and say, perhaps this is a matter of perspective. If Mr. Yoru knew this method, he might change his mind. At this moment, he could only attribute all of this to Uchiha Yoru, who was unaware that the 9 great Biju could create the most powerful weapons. Rock Village. In his office, Noki, the Tsuchikage, looked at the Konoha intelligence report and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Sarutobi, you've been so arrogant your whole life. It seems that in your old age, you're going to bury your reputation. Give my order. Those coming from the Land of Fire to trade goods should prioritize those carrying the Uchiha flag. Yes. Furthermore, let me take a closer look. Any ninja who disrupts trade with the Uchiha, regardless of their identity, will be silenced. Yes. Lord Tsuchikage, is that really the case? Upon hearing this, an assistant in the office couldn't help but show a look of doubt. Noki didn't need to look to know the Akatsuki members' expressions. He just sneered and said, a heaven-sent opportunity. In the 3 wars, Konoha was already severely depleted, and yet a 4th Hokage emerged. Konoha has so many geniuses. It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know how to utilize them. At this point, Noki's face showed even more intense jealousy, and he inwardly cursed, "Never mind the fourth Hokage. Even if someone a rank lower came to me, I would worship them." Konoha has suffered immense losses in the three wars, even enduring the Ninetales rampage, but it's only been a few years. Leaving aside the geniuses Konoha has produced, their military strength alone has far surpassed ours in terms of recovery. Speaking of this place, Noki became even more envious. You Konoha geniuses aren't poor, you even occupy the richest land, and with your powerful economy, Konoha is recovering at an incredibly fast pace. This is a rare opportunity. With Uchiha Yoru's Mangekyo Sharingan awakened, we just need to give the opponent time. At this point, Noki's face showed a sinister, schadenfreude-filled grin. Haha, this time I must seize the opportunity and take advantage of Konoha's heavy losses to fully develop its military strength. At this time, although Noki was old, his eyes revealed intense ambition. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas were embroiled in internal conflict. The Hidden Sand Village ninjas were just pawns, and similarly, there were signs of internal divisions. As for Konoha, not to mention, with so many people in the shinobi world watching closely, at this moment, Noki couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The sage had truly broadened his horizons. He had actually seized the opportunity to rise to power during his lifetime. Of the 5 great ninja villages, only the Hidden Clad Village and his Hidden Stone Village remain. Taking advantage of Konoha's internal conflict, he is fully developing his military strength. The next time the Great Ninja War comes, he will definitely seize a large share of the fertile land of the Land of Fire. National Fields. Ah, gurgle gurgle. A blood-curdling scream followed, almost like the sound of someone drowning. Inside a large container, a young man thrashed about in agony as countless liquids poured into his body, and in a brief moment, he lost all will to live. At the same time, a faint, reddish chakra scent lingered in the air, and upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Yoru chuckled, waving his hand mockingly and saying, "It seems that Daimyo's mansion has quite a few tricks up its sleeve." Haha, what I'm even more curious about is your methods. Night Lord, you've even managed to infiltrate the fire seal. Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly, revealing a strange glint in his eyes. But Uchiha Yoru shrugged dismissively, saying mockingly, "The Uchiha clan has been ostracized and isolated for so long. How could they be so idle as to not seek out some allies? Since there aren't any in the village, naturally they can go to the Land of Fire to find some." However, it's quite obvious that the daimyo's mansion has always been timid, or rather cautious, afraid of causing a backlash, so they've consistently ignored the Uchiha's goodwill. Naturally, it's quite normal for the Fire Clan to have some spies. To Uchiha Yoru's explanation, Orochimaru let out a hoarse laugh. It was reasonable and logical, but what did any of this have to do with him? They were all just living materials for his experiments. Teacher Orochimaru, this child is one of the 12 guardians of the daimyo's mansion, a child who received a Ninetales chakra transplant from a young age. Now he can be considered a simulated Ninetales Jinchuriki. I need this child to mature quickly. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru frowned and said hoarsely, "Nutritional therapy to accelerate growth is possible, but similarly, this child's potential will also be unleashed." Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Yoru immediately displayed a sinister smile on his face. Given the current situation, I have no room for mercy. Moreover, at this point, Uchiha Yoru turned his head, looking at Orochimaru, the smile on his face gradually fading. "Right now, my strength only allows me to protect my family. Moreover, he's not even one of us." From the very beginning, Uchiha Yoru didn't see the other person as one of his own, but merely as a weapon. The opponent was essentially a weapon. It just had a different owner. Haha, Yijun, you're becoming more and more perfect. Without speaking in a proper tone, Orochimaru and Uchiha Yoru exchanged knowing smiles, each seeing ambition in the other's eyes. Yet their ambitions and goals were perfectly aligned for cooperation. These two ambitious individuals have never clashed before. The fire self-imitation Ninetales Jinchuriki, empty, sold the information to Orochimaru early on, and Orochimaru, naturally, took this weapon with him on his way back from the Land of Water. Haha, I'm really looking forward to the future of Lord Yi. For the first time, Orochimaru felt an intense interest in someone, his golden, snake-like eyes gleaming with a desire to see the other person's future. First, there's the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, who possessed half of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails' power is terrifying. If this little girl Karen were to truly control it, its power would be immeasurable. However, all of that is the future, and this fake Nine Tails Jinchuriki is the present. The future needs nurturing and sculpting, while the present can be used immediately. In other words, empty space has always been a weapon in their hands. When necessary, the Uchiha clan's nighttime ritual is directly brought out. Uchiha Yoru, however, did not hide his ambitions and plans from Orochimaru, boldly acting as a fake Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Although he could only unleash 4 tails, he still possessed cage-level destructive power. Konoha, a tavern. Oof, the last few days have been a relief. Who says it isn't true? The smoke of war eventually dissipates? Haha, the Hidden Mist Village has rebelled. And now the Hidden Mist Village ninjas have no time to fight us. The entire water country is a mess. Ninjas gathered in taverns, mostly to release long-suppressed emotions. Bragging, farting, and even getting drunk were all considered ways to unwind and relieve stress. You said the fifth Hokage is nowhere to be seen in the village. The third party is already 60 years old. Didn't they all resign from their positions years ago? How come they're still sitting there now and not thinking about stepping down? Stop sending so many complaints. What does this have to do with us? HMPH, do you remember the mission we signed up for before? Guess what? Sarutobi Ninja Academy Teacher Selection Day. One of them sat at the table, the 2 ninjas outside both showing signs of displeasure on their faces. The other finally sighed helplessly and said, "Wake up, go back and get a good night's sleep, just pretend nothing happened. We don't have that kind of life." HMPH, during the 3 wars, they claimed it was because of supply shortages and price increases for all supplies. But what about now? Peace has clearly been restored. And look at this. These supplies are being monopolized. Shut your mouth. If you think it's too expensive, you can go buy it at the Uchiha clan's territory. You should have waited until I left. The Uchiha clan itself is a supply-oriented business with little demand. Their external sales are practically negligible. In one of the booths, the shadowy figures silently listened to each ninja's complaint, and finally, both of them frowned. Kakashi, a high-ranking Hokage, has a monopoly over the village's food and supplies, and also possesses some precious medical resources. Looking at Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but frown and say in a low voice, "The land of fire is fertile, and even the Konoha ninjas are powerful. But almost half of the money earned from each mission goes towards medical expenses." I hadn't paid much attention to it before, but after brother you reminded me and learned that the hospital's police department only handles internal affairs and is not allowed to profit externally, I finally understood. Clearly, it's a simple wound condition. The actual cost of medical supplies is less than 10,000, but the ninja needs to pay 10 times that amount. The ninja risks their life to complete the mission, almost half of which goes to the medical department, and the rest is used to buy various supplies. After hearing Shisui's investigation, Hada Kakashi let out a sigh. Shisui, the medical department was initially established at the suggestion of Lady Tsunade, but later, due to the village providing a large amount of financial and material resources, and with Lady Tsunade having been gone for so long, the village also needed money. Money. Looking at Kakashi, Shisui gave him a disdainful look, as if to say, "Don't treat me like a fool." Clearly, it's possible to heal the injuries and pain through ninjutsu treatment, and after half a month of recuperation, the pain would have subsided. Instead, the treatment involved a month in the hospital, and they used a lot of expensive potions, though of course these potions wouldn't have any negative effects on the body. At this point, Shisui's face showed a hint of a self-deprecating, sarcastic smile. I almost forgot, the medical department is currently under Sarutobi's control. Furthermore, after the Nine Tails Rebellion, the village was rebuilt. Shimura Danzu and the Ainu Shikacho clans joined forces to divide and rebuild the village. The Uchiha were ostracized to the border, not to mention the countless ordinary ninjas. To put it nicely, they were clearly replanned, their clans occupying the best territories, and these so-called replanned territories were even divided into commercial zones, raising room prices. Now even in this village, room prices are unreasonably high. That's enough. Now it's the high-ranking officials. What does drinking ninja blood mean? A hint of weariness appeared in Shisui's eyes. After experiencing Koto Matsuki, he knew more of the inside story. Ninetales Death Ninja. Where are all these assets? They even embezzled the assets of the fourth Hokage under the pretext of rebuilding Konoha. But what about the assets of the daimyo's mansion? Haha, what a great irony! Kakashi, you know what? Right now, the Sarutobi and Inoshikacho clans are secretly using the pretext of leading teams. Genin who want to learn advanced techniques are now being forced to pay for it. These are things that should be taught by the team leader as ordinary training, but now they've turned it into something else entirely. There are even more shameless ones, such as certain positions in various major departments, like prison guard ninjas, some departmental bureaucrats, or patrol duties. Your ninja rank and mission standards aren't enough. You still need to make deals. After Shisui learned from the inner circle about the so-called wealthy family's methods of accumulating wealth, he almost broke down. The village had become so rotten, and everyone, from top to bottom, was like this. Konoha, the ninja school. You, Iruka, congratulations on successfully being selected by the Ninja Academy. Upon seeing Mizuki's white hair and her teasing greeting, Iruka immediately displayed an unhappy smile. Mizuki, weren't you also hired? The vortex of territory under the battlefield spread to the ninjas, because Uchiha Yoru's slightly push of the recommendation letters led to many people achieving promotions, especially Jonin, with over 10, and Chunin, with 50. Among those promoted to Chunin were Mino, Iruka, and Mizuki. After returning to their village to recuperate for a period, they were promoted to Chunin at the age of 16, becoming qualified to work as assistant teachers at the school. Not bad, given their current qualifications, they don't even have the right to be. Houses in the village are so expensive. I really envy you, Iruka. Mizuki couldn't help but show a look of envy in her eyes. There was nothing she could do about it. Iruka's parents' house happened to be located in the central suburbs. Because of encountering Uchiha Yoru on the front lines, Mizuki's life underwent a bizarre transformation. Although still driven by a desire for power, she increasingly sought loyalty, inheriting everything from Lord Orochimaru. From the original work, it's clear that Mizuki later became a person who revered power and fanatically worshipped Orochimaru. Haha, there's no way around it. This is something you can only dream of but never achieve. Upon seeing Mizuki's blatantly envious gaze, Iruka's smile widened even more. Who would have thought the family's fortune would increase so rapidly? In the village, such a family was practically impossible to find. Many ninjas had practically emptied their entire family's coffers for this one. Sakura's descendants still mortgaged it. My talents are limited, but I will definitely become the best teacher. After successfully registering, Iruka was filled with fighting spirit. Unable to restrain himself, he pulled out the red-covered book My Struggle from his bag, his eyes brimming with fervent enthusiasm. Mizuki, I highly recommend you take a look at this book. It practically reveals the true essence of the will of fire. When this book was mentioned, Iruka's eyes lit up with even more fervor, causing Mizuki to break out in a cold sweat and angrily say, Iruka, you're something else. Although he became a teacher, he never gave up on training. Strength was the foundation. He wasn't like Iruka, who, after realizing his talent was limited, wanted to train as many talented people as possible. Mizuki, this book is so precious that even Lord Uchiha Yoru cherishes it and can't let go of it. What? Mizuki, who had initially ignored it, was instantly stunned upon hearing this. Seeing his friend's expression, Iruka couldn't help but slightly curl his lips into a smile. The feeling of satisfaction from introducing himself as a classic book was truly exhilarating. Haha, Mizuki, I bought 2 copies of this book today. It's true that the genuine will of fire brings good luck. I was planning to give one to someone, but I'll give you one first. Iruka, his spirits high and his face beaming with excitement, handed the brand new book to Mizuki. This time, Mizuki didn't refuse. Instead, his expression turned serious. If even Lord Uchiha Yoru was reading this book, he must thoroughly study it repeatedly. Perhaps it contained the true power within. Yes, Iruka, you bought this book to give to someone. Who are you giving it to? At this point, Mizuki showed a curious expression, while Iruka, after hearing this, scratched his head in embarrassment. Another book I gave to the ninja school for this teacher assessment, because we'll be working under them in the future. Iruka matured through the trials of war, and although he was straightforward, he still understood social dynamics. Seeing Iruka's expression, Mizuki couldn't help but frown, a look of helplessness appearing on her face. She sighed, rubbing her forehead, and said, "Iruka, please investigate the situation before you bring the person in. Although this examination instructor is a commoner ninja, his sister is married to a member of the Sarutobi clan. This person is extremely greedy for money. You're giving him books. You should at least give him something substantial." Upon hearing Mizuki's name mentioned, Iruka was immediately startled, his face suddenly turning pale. "Damn it, Mizuki, why didn't you tell me sooner? When I gave you the bucks, I specifically asked you to take care of the two of us afterward." Suddenly, Mizuki burst into loud laughter. He clutched his stomach, waved his hand, and said, "All right, last night I went to this teacher's house to check on him. I was thinking of calling you, but I found you weren't home. However, this couldn't be delayed, so I went alone. Don't worry, I'll give you the rest too," Mizuki said with a smug expression. He did this partly because of their friendship, but partly out of selfishness. Both of them were just average shonen, neither particularly outstanding. It would be very difficult for them to rise to prominence later on, so the only way was to unite and rally support. Afterward, no matter what happened at school, Iruka would always step in to help them. Fighting alone is very difficult, so he didn't hesitate to spend his own money to make Iruka feel indebted to him, so that later, at the ninja school, Iruka would not only tutor him but also help him at crucial moments. "Mizuki, you." Without enthusiastically patting his friend on the back, Iruka said nothing more, but instead burst out laughing and said, "Come on, I'm treating tonight. Let's go to a barbecue restaurant." Their laughter subsided. Perhaps friendships between men of that caliber are sometimes as simple as that. In the ninja school office, the examiner carefully observes and prepares the ninjas to be included in the examination scope. One file was marked excellent and another was marked preparation. It was clear that these things, even for newly hired teaching assistants, were categorized into different types. Those who meet the qualifications and have sufficient experience can then participate in the examination to see if they can become a ninja class instructor. However, preparation still requires staying at the school for further assessment. Haha, you're lucky. Looking at the prepared handwriting in the file, and seeing the clear but silver-haired, long-haired Mizuki in the photo, the teacher shook his head and chuckled. Then directly pulled out another photo from the list of preferred options, and they exchanged the two. Initially, he wasn't qualified, but Iruka's exam results were completely flawless, placing him directly in the elite category. Therefore, considering the two-money split, he ultimately decided to transfer this lucky young man into the elite group. Of course, he's just an examiner, and these files still need to be forwarded to higher authorities. But under normal circumstances, there won't be any further changes. Hokage's office. Hiruzen, the Uchiha threat is becoming even more serious. Root suffered a huge loss last time, and now, to defend against the Uchiha, we need to further expand our forces. At this moment, Danzo's eyes revealed an intense, burning rage. The previous heavy losses were devastating, and the Uchiha threat hung like a dagger in his heart. He absolutely would not back down from the Uchiha side. "Danzo, Root is asking for too much funding." Before the third Hokage could even speak, Uchiha Kaharu, who was in charge of finances, immediately showed her displeasure upon witnessing this scene. "Because the Uchiha clan's powerful root can expand, but you want to expand, not rebel. You're demanding so much funding. Why don't you just say you're rebelling?" Sitting upright in his Hokage's chair, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Danzo's report thoughtfully for a moment, then, contrary to everyone's expectations, nodded in agreement. "Danzo, your financial request can be supplemented." "What, Sarutobi? You can't just do this recklessly." Uchiha Kaharu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in shock. Doing this would only signal that Root's power was getting out of control. Even Shimura Danzo was astonished, looking at his old friend Sarutobi Hiruzen. Clearly, he should have been happy to receive such a large amount of funding, but he couldn't muster even a hint of joy. Cough cough, Hiruzen, I can understand the difficulty of the village. Knowing that Sarutobi Hiruzen would absolutely not be so kind, Shimura Danzo felt a heavy weight in his heart, and without a word, he seemed to be saying, "You can give me fewer points if you want." Then, in an instant, Saratobi Hiruzen gave him a vivid lesson, showing him what it truly meant to be a Hokage and what real tactics were. The Anbu also need reinforcements, but there have been too many things happening lately, and I suspect there's been infiltration within the Anbu. Therefore, I've decided that Rutsen should use this opportunity to replenish its ranks and simultaneously establish 3 elite Anbu squads. Holy cow! Upon hearing this, Danzo almost burst out cursing, one eye widening in disbelief. You, Saratobi Hiruzen, are so wicked. This is clearly a way for him to use you, the Anbu, to cultivate talent. A squad of 17 people, 3 squads make 51 people, all elites, and they're even from his route. Isn't this just a disguised attempt by you, Saratobi Hiruzen, to plant people in route? Furthermore, despite their ruthlessness, these 3 squads bear the name Root, but in reality, they still obey your orders, Saratobi. In other words, they carry out missions for you, Saratobi, but Root is the one bearing the blame. Cough cough, Hiruzen's consideration is truly thorough. After all, Uchiha Yoru inherited Orochimaru's power, and almost the entire village has his spies. Even the Anbu need to be careful. Uchiha Kaharu, who had initially been the most vehemently opposed upon hearing this, immediately cleared her throat softly and sat down. She was still completely in agreement with the plan. Saratobi Hiruzen, seemingly somewhat at a loss under Danzo's intense, wide-eyed gaze, let out a soft sigh of humanitarian concern. Danzo, rest assured, this time I will arrange for 3 experienced elite Anbu to be in charge, so you can be confident. Just pick a few people from your route candidates. Saratobi, you. Danzo's face turned green with anger at Saratobi Hiruzen's shameless behavior. 3 experienced Anbu assistants. Clearly, they were 3 captains. Furthermore, Root also selects people. This isn't a straightforward process. After he selects a round of elites to join Root, Saratobi then selects again from those elites. Even plucking goat hair isn't done like that. Facing Shimura Danzu's anger, Saratobi Hiruzen was also very ashamed, feeling as if his actions were somewhat shameless. But it was all for the sake of the village. Danzo, this time I'm allowing you Root to choose people from the major clans. The Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, and Inuzuka clans, even my Saratobi clan, are all acceptable. Just don't overdo it. Remember to keep a close eye on the criteria. Knowing that this time he had overstepped his boundaries, Saratobi Hiruzen lowered his head, unable to refuse the offer, and Shimura Danzu's anger immediately subsided upon hearing this. Finally, Danzo, seemingly lost in thought, revealed a sinister glint in his single eye and said in a low voice, Hiruzen, this time might be an opportunity to probe the Uchiha. Danzo, what are you talking about? Seeing Saratobi Hiruzen feigning ignorance, Shimura Danzu snorted in displeasure. Hiruzen, Root is a crucial department protecting Konoha. All the clans of Konoha have the right to cooperate, and even Saratobi, as the Hokage, cannot pass the buck to others. As long as the Uchiha clan remains part of Konoha, they have this obligation. After the imposing and majestic voice faded away, the 3rd Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, acted as if he hadn't heard anything, lowering his head to look at the report in his hand. Then, with a wave of his hand, he signed his name and stamped his own Hokage seal with a loud bang. Koharu, regarding this financial matter, please withdraw the funds from Root's account as quickly as possible. Uchiha Koharu nodded, clearly understanding. Rest assured, Saratobi, the village has ample finances. Within half a month at most, all the funds will arrive. Saratobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Koharu continued their back-and-forth conversation, while Shimura Danzu watched, veins bulging on his forehead. Finally, after a cold snort, he turned and slammed the door shut before leaving. But in the office, the 2 of them had a tacit understanding, clearly indicating that they were unaware of these matters. It was all Danzo Root's doing. Shimura Danzu also understood clearly that Root wasn't just used to take the blame and handle things that couldn't be revealed to the public. If Root did something that offended someone, the benefits would go to the Hokage if it was done successfully. If it wasn't done successfully, the Hokage would naturally step in to resolve the issue. If it's easy to talk things out, it's a peaceful resolution. If it's not, the 3rd Hokage roars down, issuing orders to force Root to do whatever he wants. And if things get any worse, he'll be demoted. Shimura Danzu rose 5 times in 5 years. Wasn't he still in the position of Root leader? Everyone knew perfectly well that, given the third Hokage's favoritism towards Danzo, even the most important matters wouldn't be resolved quickly, and he would soon be reinstated to his original position. The original story doesn't mention any assassination attempt. Simply knowing about Danzo's obsession and desire for the Hokage, yet Sarutobi Hiruzen still trusted him, demonstrates the depth of their relationship. After Danzo left, Uchiha Kaharu showed a worried expression. Hiruzen, Danzo's ambition could easily manifest in provocative behavior. What if he provokes these clans? As his body gradually began to weaken with age, the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen became even more conservative. At this moment, he raised his head, revealing a resolute gaze. What the village needs is stability, and this time it's also a test of opportunity, even for other families. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed the lingering aura of the former ninja hero, coldly and indifferently saying, "The only clans capable of posing a threat to the village are the Uchiha and Hyuga, but now that the Hyuga have split, they no longer possess that ability. The combined strength of the clan poses a threat to the village, demonstrating the Uchiha's power. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been the idea of an armed coup in the original story. The Hyuga clan has split, ultimately lacking the ability to pose a threat, while the Uchiha clan has become even stronger. Especially now that Aburame and the Hyuga have been separated and tied to a warship, their threat has increased significantly. The ninja guarding the village were even more powerful, their presence even increasing several times stronger than that of the Hokage's office, thus demonstrating the threat posed by the Uchiha's transformation. This time, I'm preparing an Anbu position for the Uchiha clan." Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his deep-seated calculations, revealed a confident smile. He had always used the tactic of delivering a sweet apple with a single blow, and this particular move could even become his ultimate weapon. Uchiha Kaharu looked back and immediately smiled and nodded. They had immense trust in Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha were powerful, but the most powerful enemy was often one who could be defeated from within. Konoha, Inuzuka clan. What? That's going too far. The Inuzuka clan has always been neutral. Even their investments have been merely to curry favor, and they don't offend anyone. Furthermore, the clan's power isn't particularly strong. The Inuzuka clan's overall strength is considered the weakest among Konoha's secret techniques, but their advantage lies in cultivating their dog-like abilities, leading to extremely rapid development. It was simply a difficult time on the battlefield. On the battlefield, ninjas, who were indispensable for tracking, were also targets for enemy ninjas. Therefore, before each great ninja war, the Inuzuka clan's strength rapidly increased, but ultimately, it wasn't just a secret technique at the bottom of the clan's hierarchy. As a result, the war ended with heavy casualties. Having the indispensable ability to track but lacking a powerful protective force, this has been a constant headache for the Inuzuka clan. They originally wanted to contact the Aburame clan to see if their relationship could develop further in the future. Similar to the Ino Shikacho clans, their alliance of iron rods throughout the year further developed secret techniques and supplementary tactics. He understood the principle of uniting to warm each other's hearts, but the difficult relationship with Aburame had reached a critical point. And then the Aburame clan and the Uchiha alliance came up, which was so embarrassing that they had to abandon their plans. But for now, in the Inuzuka clan's living room, a beautiful, wild aura emanated from Inuzuka Tsume. She angrily slammed her hand on the table and declared, "How much loss did the Inuzuka clan suffer in the 3 great wars? Doesn't the Hokage know that? And now Root is acting so recklessly." With the deepest experience and the most mature middle-aged jonin, Inuzuka calmly looked at the family members, fewer than 10, gathered in the living room, and couldn't help but shake his head. Root has explained everything. The Yamanaka, Akimichi, Nara, and even the Sarutobi clans have all withdrawn their personnel. We, the Inuzuka clan, cannot use this as an excuse. Even so, the relatively hot-tempered Inuzuka Tsume couldn't help but angrily say, "For the sake of the village, if it weren't for the third Hokage's erroneous command in the 3 battles, our clan wouldn't have suffered such serious losses." Inuzuka Tsume. Upon seeing Inuzuka Tsume bring up the 3 mistaken battles again, Inuzuka's expression turned serious, and he slammed his hand on the table to stop the topic. The fact that the third Hokage could take responsibility and resign after 3 battles shows just how serious the mistakes were. Otherwise, how could a Hokage voluntarily step down? Knowing she was getting emotional, Inuzuka Tsume took a deep breath, but she still couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. My family suffered serious injuries in 3 battles, and they didn't survive the Ninetales Night in the 2nd year. Now I only have 2 children, and I absolutely will not agree to send them to Root. At this point, Inuzuka Tsume revealed a fierce, protective aura towards her children. She is the mother of Inuzuka Hina and Inatsuka Ga. Meanwhile, the rest of the Inuzuka family also showed displeased expressions. The Inuzuka clan was different from other clans. Although they were known as a clan of secret techniques, they were actually still a ninja family. Each person had their own family, and when a problem arose, the strongest ninja family would be the first to come forward to negotiate. After all, even at its peak, the Inuzuka clan only had a little over 50 families, and the number of ninjas had just exceeded 100. For now, there are only 9 families. In other words, the so-called Inuzuka clan combined probably only numbers 2 or 3 dozen people who are lighting incense and praying. Inuzuka glanced at everyone. Each of them had an extremely grim expression. After all, every family's child was their own flesh and blood, especially in a family already facing a shortage of people. Who could possibly abandon their child? Well, I have 2 illegitimate children outside, both with ninja talent. I could choose one to join Root, but before that, they must return to the Inuzuka family. Inuzuka finally sighed and offered a solution. Powerful members of large families often have extramarital affairs or illegitimate children. However, in the shinobi world, with its long-standing traditions, especially among the rigid aristocratic families, illegitimate children are not acknowledged, let alone allowed to inherit the family business. Allowing you to inherit the family lineage to a maximum extent is already a great favor. The vast majority of families turn a blind eye to this, as long as you don't cross the bottom line. Following Inuzuka's opening remarks, everyone's mind started working. The matter of illegitimate children was something that couldn't be brought up openly, let alone inheriting the family's secret techniques. If you dared to teach them, you'd be kicked out of the house the next day, or even, in a stricter family, they might even execute you internally. Unless acknowledged, and this time Inuzuka's actions were also a way of exchanging opportunities. The 2 illegitimate children returned to the Inuzuka clan, receiving the same treatment as ordinary clan members, and even being able to cultivate the clan's secret techniques, but absolutely the ordinary kind. Only when the next generation felt a sense of belonging would they gain the qualification to learn deeper levels of secret techniques. Root is asking for 3 slots this time. That's going too far. Some people couldn't help but complain, saying, "What kind of place is Root?" To put it bluntly, once you're in, don't even think about getting out. The main reason is that this generation of the Inuzuka clan lacks a truly outstanding genius. Otherwise, Root wouldn't want those 3 insignificant individuals and would directly request a genius. Let's draw lots. Everyone knows the situation with the Inuzuka clan, and we all know what secrets each of us has. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I suggest we bring everyone from outside back. After all, the Inuzuka clan is currently in its most dire straits ever. Inuzuka, being an experienced individual, understood even more clearly that the Chu clan needed a large population to grow, and given Inuzuka's current situation, it was extremely precarious. Although the Inuzuka clan currently has regulations prohibiting even women from marrying outside the clan and only allowing them to live with their husbands' families, having daughters from previous relationships is the fastest way to increase the population. Bringing these people back with the Inuzuka clan, even if they possess ninja talent, they can at most learn common Inuzuka clan secret techniques. This is the fastest way to restore the clan's strength. Furthermore, innate ninja talent is very selective. As for ordinary secret techniques, even at the ordinary level, they are enough to reach the Chunin rank. Chunin! That's the ultimate achievement for most ninjas. I agree. Approved. Approved. After receiving nods of agreement from each family, Inuzuka Tsume couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Although she was dissatisfied that these so-called illegitimate daughters could openly bear the noble Inuzuka surname, there was nothing she could do about it. This situation wasn't just causing headaches for the Inuzuka clan. Other major clans were also scrambling to deal with it. Root wanted to hand over important figures, or geniuses. No one wanted that, but they also didn't want to offend Root, so they could only reluctantly hand over a few talented ninjas. who weren't bad at all. These are all future families, but they have no other choice. But these things are still good. At least there's some negotiation involved. Ordinary ninjas are in a miserable situation. They have no choice. As long as you're selected, regardless of how many children you have in your household, a single order is issued. The Root family, however, was quite pleased, excitedly celebrating their child's arrival, believing it to be a high-level, confidential departmental order from the village. Even the child was blushing with excitement, eagerly anticipating becoming a legendary ninja. When the parents of the ninja in the house heard about Root, each of them had a gloomy expression, but they couldn't refuse Root's orders. They could only prepare one last lavish feast, and in the final few days, shower their child with all their love. There was no way to refuse them. They could only helplessly take their own child to Root. With 2 or more ninja children, the family was doing well, and they could only shift their comfort to the remaining children. Some are happy, some are sad. Those unaware of this situation are probably happy. At least they won't despair. But those who know can only accept it all. Police Department, Meeting Room. This time, in the meeting room, there were about 100 jonin sitting cross-legged on the floor, while seated upright above them were Hyuga Hizashi, Aburang Shibi, and their leader, Uchiha Yoru. Below, the Uchiha clan makes up half the population. The remaining half consists of Hyuga ninjas with maximum power, and the second half are ordinary ninjas and Aburang clan members. But this time, even the weakest among those who came here were at least Jonin level, meaning that this gathering of forces was centered around Uchiha Yoru, representing 80% of the top-tier combatants in the system. The entire Hidden Leaf village, including the fighting force of Jonin, numbers around 600 or 700, with more than half of them being special Jonin. This shows the high value of Jonin. Of course, besides these, the 5 greatest ninja villages also have a portion of Jonin who, due to injuries or old age, have retired from combat. Although their fighting power is no longer at its peak, their rich experience allows them to pass on everything they know to the next generation. Their responsibility is to pass on new blood to the next generation, and this is also the biggest reason why the 5 great ninja villages have been able to stand strong for so many years. Gentlemen, you've all heard about what happened at Root, haven't you? At this moment, Uchiha Yoru looked at the power he had acquired, and a feeling of pride welled up in his heart. This power was what allowed him to intimidate those old geezers of Konoha. Although a genuine civil war has broken out, and there will likely be those who are constantly wavering and hesitating, with nearly 100 Jonin as his forces, he now has enough power to threaten Konoha, and even the Sannin at their peak had only this many supporters. Although he shamelessly relied on his family's power, this was still a part of his strength. Lord Yoru, Root is preparing to send 3 Byakugan youths from the Hyuga clan. The first to speak was Hyuga Hizashi, a member of the Hyuga clan who had split from the main clan, his face serious and devoid of any discernible emotion. But the Hyuga clan's separated Jonin each clearly showed their anger. Ever since the Kago no Torai incident, what they hated most was being controlled by this kind of cursed seal. Root's actions were essentially rubbing salt in their wounds. Following closely behind, Aburang Shibi, whose presence was at its lowest, slightly bowed his head and said in a low voice, "Root's deployment has caused 3 young ninja from the Aburang clan to withdraw as well." However, Uchiha Yoru showed no reaction upon hearing this. Instead, he looked towards the Uchiha clan, where Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath and reported in a low voice, "Clan head. The clan has also received orders to withdraw 2 young ninja from the Uchiha clan. This is because the chieftain has been busy guarding the place lately, so he's only informing us now." Shisui's so-called excuse was obvious to everyone. Uchiha Yoru, as the clan head, would never allow himself to be the first to know the news. Seeing the strange smile on everyone's faces, Uchiha Yoru slowly took out a document from his chest and jokingly said to everyone, "Coincidentally, the police department also received a Root order, which, in a cold tone, wants the police department to withdraw 5 civilian young ninjas." In an instant, the common ninja and Jonin below all had their expressions change drastically. They were ordinary ninjas, and only a small number of them had ever reached the Jonin rank. They had thought this was a matter concerning each of the major ninja clans, but they hadn't expected it to involve them as well. It's important to understand that a large portion of them joined the police force because of their connection with Orochimaru. But it was also for their own benefit. they brought their families and loved ones with them. Furthermore, their joining the police force also led to the division of power. For example, each small clan or small group of commoners, if they don't pay attention this time, then their so-called leader won't be able to hold his position, and people's hearts will fall apart. Seeing everyone's transformation, even the most arrogant Uchiha clan members, despite their anger, outwardly displayed a sense of resentment. Uchiha Yoru, witnessing this scene, shook his head, feeling a little disappointed. Looking back at the years of prestige and authority of the Hokage's high-ranking officials, everyone's initial reaction, while anger, was mostly one of resentment. This also indirectly confirmed one thing. Despite their resentment, they would ultimately accept it without much reason. But Uchiha Yoru didn't think so. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, thought he wanted to use this to test them. If they held back this time, they would only be able to pinpoint their weaknesses, just like the Uchiha clan before, slowly beginning their own step-by-step invasion. Painless, Unichi, slow-moving silkworms eat their way up. One water boy's green frogs wasn't the original timeline of the Uchiha clan disrupted in this very way by the third Hokage. Moreover, he wasn't Uchiha Fugaku, who only thought about compromising with the village to find a way to reconcile. From the very beginning, his goal was very clear: the entirety of Konoha. Ha ha! After glancing at everyone with a similar expression, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a self-deprecating smile, and the command token in his hand slowly began to burn in the astonished eyes of everyone present. When did Root ever have such courage? Looking at everyone, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a relaxed yet intensely sarcastic smile. The Konoha Police Department was established during the second Hokage's reign, and it's strictly ordered that the police department's primary responsibility is protecting Konoha and Root. Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but scoff. If I remember correctly, Root was established by the third Hokage when he had just taken over, and because he was unable to control the overall situation, he was forced to create this department. Uchiha Yoru's words were still conservative. According to government records, because Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon succeeding as Hokage, was unable to effectively continue the basic principles of the Uchiha clan's governance established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, Danzo was forced to shoulder the burden of the village's darkness. As a result, Danzo obtained the right to establish an independent organization called Root under the guise of training the Anbu. Just Root. When did he ever have the right to come to the police department and bark like a dog? Is he taking responsibility for firing the third Hokage again? Uchiha Yoru perfectly embodied the arrogance and contempt of the Uchiha clan. The first half of his sentence directly revealed his disdain for Root, stating that Root was a department established during the third Hokage's era, while their police department was founded by the second Hokage. The latter half of the sentence was even more vicious, directly exposing the scar, completely and utterly revealing the current Hokage without any attempt at concealment. Pangolin. Upon hearing these words, the Jonin group's expressions changed, and many even gasped in shock as they stared at Uchiha Yoru. This is truly something that the Hokage village now doubts and looks down upon. Clearly, you, the third Hokage, took responsibility for abdicating, which was a grave mistake. Now that you're on the throne, aren't you prepared to step down? However, Uchiha Yoru's similar attitude also caused many people to show burning eyes. These people were all martial arts practitioners, which at the very least proved one thing: Uchiha Yoru's ambition. He was aiming for the Hokage position. Since the third Hokage is unwilling to step down, then I will make it clear that my sword points to the position of Hokage. Among the crowd, Shisui's expression changed drastically as he looked at the arrogant Yi-san, secretly sighing to himself. Yi-san knew it was impossible, yet he still wanted to give the village one more chance, forcing the village to nominate the fifth Hokage. At this point, regardless of who returned, Tsunade or Jiraiya would have the potential to become the fifth Hokage, while Uchiha Yoru's chances were the slimmest. Konoha, Hokage's meeting room. Since the Nine-Tails Rebellion, the third Hokage once again ventured outside of Konoha, and it was the first time that all the clan heads or representatives from various clans had gathered. There was even a famous group called the Jonin, which also granted them the status of powerful individuals, and was also the third Hokage's method of winning people's hearts. The term special Jonin probably contains a lot of meaning. After all, the word special has many connotations. It refers to an outstanding commander, someone who has accomplished great deeds, or someone who is knowledgeable in a particular area. Therefore, to put it bluntly, the word special means that this ninja has at least one skill that surpasses the Chunin level, but their hardcore strength does not reach the Jonin level. But the title of Jonin, and the significance of it in the 5 great ninja villages, is real. The higher the Jonin strength, the more powerful the village's fighting force, and naturally, they deserve special treatment. Those in high positions only need to make a small sacrifice to win people's hearts and make a fortune without losing anything. Sitting tall and upright in their chairs were the 4 aged faces of Konoha's F4, who had changed considerably since the meeting during the Ninetales Rebellion. Aside from the bandages and the similar rice dumplings, Shimura Danzu couldn't tell anything was wrong, but the other 3 looked even older. After all, they were over 60 years old, and it would be impossible to say they weren't old. Especially the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, at the Ninetales Rebellion's council meeting, still had the appearance of a middle-aged man with only a few strands of white hair. Now, in just a few short years, not only is his head full of white hair, but his face also shows signs of age spots. Although only a few years have passed, so much has happened. The 4th Hokage died in battle, Orochimaru was banished, his son's death is unclear. And so many other things have happened in the shinobi world. Gentlemen, the 3rd Hokage, though aged, still possessed the imposing aura of a former ninja hero. A single sentence from him instantly brought everyone back to their senses, filling them with solemnity. The reason I've summoned you all here this time is for the development of the village. Speaking first after Sarutobi Hiruzen, he said in a low, hoarse voice, the forces within the land of fire have mysteriously vanished without a trace. This alone shows that we have been lax, and this lesson has also inflicted serious losses en route. Therefore, the reason for summoning everyone here this time is twofold. Firstly, to discuss Root's restoration of its strength, and secondly, to assess the level of surveillance of foreign ninjas within the land of fire. At this point, Midokado Homura, one of the Konoha F4 who had just returned from another country, still showed signs of fatigue on his face, but he still stood up and, in front of everyone, unfolded the topographical map of the land of fire behind him. This is a map of the fire country's territory. Because of its vast size, we can't possibly monitor everything accurately, but some important towns and cities have strategic locations. Although we have a portion of our ninja station there, our main focus is still intelligence gathering. This time, however, we've dispatched ninja from within the villages. During extended periods of station duty, report any foreign ninja groups or suspected ninjas, and maintain vigilance to prevent another fire temple tragedy from occurring. As Midokado Homura slowly explained, everyone suddenly understood. It was impossible to keep a close watch on everyone. It was simply to protect the safety of an important town. In this way, carrying out ninja missions, especially ensuring the safety of merchants within the fire country's borders, is enhanced. This is also a way to attract foreign merchants and improve one's own economic standing. However, this scene, in Uchiha Yoru's eyes, was extremely ironic. The starting point was good, but at the same time, it was probably part of a plan to undermine the Uchiha's strength. After all, 7 or 8/10 of the clan's elite were buried within the village, making them all somewhat apprehensive now. Considering the unique situation of the Uchiha clan, I plan to allocate a portion of this area to the Uchiha clan and the police department for joint responsibility. Looking at this politician's artistic use of language, being an Uchiha, and also being involved with the police department, their family and their department, it's clear they want to create an independent and detached society. Uchiha Yoru wasn't the kind of person like Fugaku who suppressed his anger, thinking that taking a step back would open up a world of possibilities for everyone. He simply frowned, snorted coldly, and without giving the Konoha high-ranking officials a chance to look good, interrupted their lengthy speech. Advisor Midokado Homura, what about the Uchiha clan? What about the police department? With a loud, cold shout, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. The Konoha F4's expressions also turned slightly unpleasant. No one had ever been so presumptuous as to interrupt them while they were speaking. Midokado Homura, in particular, couldn't help but show a hint of impatience on her face. They were used to this kind of superior feeling. Facing everyone's gaze, Uchiha Yoru made it clear to everyone that this was the newly appointed Uchiha clan head. Uchiha Yoru slowly stood up, and under everyone's astonished gaze, he walked straight to the front, and in the area where Midokado Homura was gathered. he directly used his hands to make another series of gestures. The Uchiha clan and the police force have limited capabilities. They're fine with this one area, but if there's more, they might not be able to handle it all. Without saying a word, Uchiha Yoru turned his head, a bright red light appearing in his eyes. For the first time, he displayed his Mangekyo Sharingan in front of everyone, unleashing a powerful surge of chakra without reservation. For a moment, everyone stared in awe at this young Uchiha clan leader. They were not only terrified by his courage, but even more so by the immense and overwhelming amount of chakra he possessed. When chakra reaches a certain level, simply unleashing it with full force will create immense pressure, especially for ninjas with stronger senses. At this moment, cold sweat streamed down their faces, and many looked at Uchiha Yoru's youthful face without the contempt they once felt, only apprehension. Even the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes showed a hint of gloom. What a terrifying amount of chakra! This kid's chakra level has surpassed his own during his prime. Although the amount of chakra a ninja possesses cannot determine their overall strength, it is absolutely crucial that they are in sync. Opening his Mangekyo Sharingan and looking at everyone, Uchiha Yoru let out a cold, arrogant laugh, using his eyes to warn everyone. I hope everyone can understand one principle. Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and Senju clans. If anyone opposes the unique characteristics of the Uchiha clan, then first, please take your family and your ancestors' remains and leave Konoha before you talk about the Uchiha's unique characteristics. You, Midokado Homura, standing beside him, immediately turned green with anger. Although this remark was directed at everyone, it was nonetheless a veiled insult directed at him. There's also the police department. This is the time when the second Hokage was still alive, and the two Hokages discussed and decided to establish this department. The Uchiha clan has the autonomy to make decisions, so what's the special nature of it? At this point, Uchiha Yoru let out a cold laugh. Although he didn't say anything, his words spoke louder than any words. Some suggested that we should first ask the first and second generations before saying anything. Returning alone and cold, Uchiha Yoru's heart was filled with anger. The last time, in the Uchiha clan's territory, he hadn't felt the sense of belonging, but here, he could clearly feel the isolation and rejection from everyone. Good? In any case, the Uchiha clan's unique connection to the police force is impossible to abandon. And it's been deeply ingrained for so many years that it's fundamentally impossible to easily change everyone's impression of them. So he might as well just stay put. The old man relies on his ancestors. The ancestors founded the village, so why should you have the right to say this and that? Even the Senju haven't come to cause trouble, so what do you think you are? If you don't like it, get out of Konoha. Although it might seem rude, even a little offensive, everyone was initially stunned by Uchiha Yoru's bluntness, but after careful consideration, they realized it actually made sense. They rely on their ancestors. There's really nothing they can do about it. After all, if you really want to talk about it, this could be considered a blessing from their ancestors. Similarly, after they became ninjas, didn't they also benefit their descendants? Some ninjas even took it for granted, thinking that since their fathers and grandfathers were ninjas, wasn't it precisely because of this connection that they rose through the ranks faster than others? Is it to the point of contempt and resentment? Come on, let's be subtle. Isn't that the same for all of them? It's just that their ancestors were more impressive in founding Konoha, while their ancestors were a bit less impressive. One could say that in this place, either everyone has inherited the greatest fortune from their ancestors, or they've risen from humble beginnings, but similarly, they mostly secretly feel that this is the right way. People admire, envy, and even strive to emulate this kind of person, aiming for the same path they strive for. Now that they've become Jonin, their children and descendants can enjoy everything their hard work has brought them, and you're telling them to give it all up. Nonsense! Everyone aspires to become this kind of person, and once they become one, they desperately try to prevent others from destroying them. The dragon-slaying hero will eventually become an evil dragon. This is not an immutable truth. Well, this one point is definitely under-considered. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Yoru, who had a gentle face and directly came out to fight, making it impossible for anyone to discern his true thoughts. The third Hokage is still the most reasonable person. Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded at this old fox. As for the others' advisors, he had always looked down on them. This is very Uchiha-esque. Everyone exchanged glances, as it was the first time anyone had expressed such resentment towards the high-ranking officials. Upon closer examination, it made sense. Your so-called high-ranking officials only appeared after the third Hokage ascended to the throne, while they were one of the founding clans of Konoha. Looking at Uchiha Yoru at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly. This little brat was nothing like Fugaku. Previously, Fugaku at least showed some willingness to reconcile and mend the relationship. But when it came to this brat, he went straight for a tough approach. You guys want to isolate me, don't you? Fine, I'll show you my pride and won't play this game of manipulation. As a result, the high-ranking Afro members of the Hokage were frustrated. If you don't cooperate, how are they supposed to play? How outrageous! At this moment, Shimura Danzu, with a cold expression on his face, glared at Uchiha Yoru, slamming his hand on the table in anger and saying, Uchiha Yoru, you, as the minister of the police department, the head of the Uchiha clan, and all the ninjas of Konoha's major clans, are all contributing to the village, yet you alone are doing this. Shut up! Without waiting for Shimura Danzu to finish speaking, Uchiha Knight directly displayed his attitude, staring intently at the third Hokage. The founding of Konoha involved the Uchiha and Senju clans, resulting in bloodshed and casualties. The police department paid a heavy price to protect the village's peace. Surely Shimura Danzu can see all of this. Uchiha Yoru clearly harbored resentment towards Shimura Danzu, but his gaze was fixed on the third Hokage. In this suffocating atmosphere, his expression suddenly changed, revealing a smile that caught everyone off guard. However, his next words immediately left everyone stunned. Looking at Shimura Danzu, he's getting old and only has one eye, so naturally he can only see half of things. With a single sarcastic remark, all the ninjas' expressions changed in an instant. It came so suddenly that, caught off guard, some ninjas almost burst out laughing. This conference, especially one presided over by the Hokage, has always been filled with solemnity. There's no way anyone would mock someone like this. One eye and a sarcastic remark about his advanced age. Wasn't it a jab at Danzo? However, some noticed that all of Uchiha Yoru's responses were directed at the third Hokage and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Haha, the younger generation in the Firewheel Inheritance Village is still immature. That's why they need us old geezers. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen also came out to practice Tai Chi, but his words were extremely sharp, directly telling everyone that the village's future could only be achieved by ninjas who inherited the will of fire, and not by those with burning ambitions. Uchiha Yoru stared intently, and Sarutobi Hiruzen met his gaze with a smile, but inwardly a fire of anger was burning within him. This was a provocation to his authority as the third Hokage. From beginning to end, Uchiha Yoru showed contempt for all the high-ranking advisors, all of whom stared at him, displaying the inherent arrogance of the Uchiha. But how could this not be the attitude of the other party? Facing the third Hokage's vicious counterattack, Uchiha Nightheart secretly cursed the old fox, who was completely flawless, but others might not be so sure. Ha ha! Uchiha Yoru merely chuckled mockingly, glancing around at everyone, and coldly taunted, as for the so-called maintenance by the elderly minister Shimura Danzu, are you all willingly accepting it? I believe that all the ninja villages deeply love Konoha, and that everyone there would risk their lives for the village. Their performances on the battlefield during the 3 wars are proof of all this. However, some individuals, driven by personal desires and even ruthless and evil, are involved in certain factions. We can allow our descendants to sacrifice themselves to protect the village, because it is their responsibility, and it is also our glory. But to use such cruel methods, even when facing enemy ninjas, they haven't been this ruthless. To want to harm our own family, I believe no one would be so cruel. Uchiha Yoru, with a righteous and resolute tone, spoke directly to everyone present. It's all a desperate situation, so don't act so superior. As for the so-called inheritance of the will of fire, wouldn't sacrificing oneself on the battlefield prove everything? Do you still need the will of fire that you, the third, mentioned? At the same time, it's also a message to everyone. The price the Uchiha paid in the 3 battles who dare say they haven't inherited the will of fire. No one is a fool. At this moment, everyone can see that the higher-ups are using this situation as a pretext to target the Uchiha clan. Of course, there was also a group of pure ninjas, also brainwashed by the will of fire, who glared at the Uchiha, believing that such provocation was going too far in upholding the Hokage's authority. The Hokage is in the meeting room. Who gave you the audacity? What do you, Uchiha Yoru, think you are? Shimura Danzu glared at Uchiha Yoru with an extremely displeased expression, but he wasn't stupid. By directly addressing Uchiha Yoru, he wouldn't implicate the police department or the Uchiha clan this time. It's just a personal attack. Facing Shimura Danzu's provocation, Uchiha Yoru merely scoffed contemptuously, his aura steadily rising as he spoke each word with a cold, commanding tone. You ask me what the police department is. Well, let me tell you now. What Root can't handle is handled by my Uchiha police department. Furthermore, listen carefully. Root wouldn't dare meddle in what I meddle in. In other words, if Root meddles in something I want to, I'll interfere. If Root can't, I'll meddle even more. They have autonomy, special privileges for the second Hokage, and the approval of the first Hokage. This is the Uchiha clan's police department? Uchiha Yoru coldly and directly stated his working style to everyone, and at the same time officially declared to everyone in the village to abandon any past ulterior motives. Shimura Danzu's face turned even paler with anger. Uchiha Yoru was essentially declaring to everyone that he represented the entire police department. Now it's no longer the Uchiha Fugaku who once embraced the vastness of the world and took a step back to take control, but him, Uchiha Yoru. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his eye sockets rotated downwards, and at the same time, the immense chakra pressure within his body, comparable to that of a Biju, caused all the Jonin in the meeting room to break out in cold sweat, staring at Uchiha Yoru in fear. The Biju's chakra level is sufficient to form a powerful shockwave. Naturally, the biggest difference between a ninja and a Biju is that the Biju's regenerated power is dozens of times greater than that of an ordinary ninja. But even so, a ninja possessing this level of chakra is absolutely a precious existence. With such immense chakra and the addition of the Mangekyo Sharingan, a sense of dread arose in everyone's hearts. The opponent now possessed the strength to stand against the third Hokage without fear. Uchiha Yoru, it seems you don't even consider the Hokage worthy of your attention. With such resentment, Shimura Danzu's face darkened menacingly, and he glared intensely at his opponent. Uchiha Yoru knew that if he retreated, it would be the same situation Fugaku faced. The opponent would gradually close the gap, progressively shrinking his living space. And the consequences would be even more severe after revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan. He only had one path, to fight to the bitter end. Only then would the other side be wary of his Mangekyo Sharingan and the Uchiha clan's police force. Even the slightest chance of internal conflict would make the other side wary. Hokage! Looking at Shimura Danzu, Uchiha Yoru sneered contemptuously, then turned to the third Hokage and shouted directly, "Third Hokage-sama, you established Root for the peace of the village back then. But after all these years, we haven't seen Root help stabilize the village. On the contrary, Root's existence has led to much chaos. The threats and coercion from the powerful clans demand elite ninja." At this point, Uchiha Yoru glanced at the remaining ninja clans, a hint of mockery involuntarily appearing on his face. The Uchiha and Senju clans founded Konoha, initially establishing rules together with the first Hokage. Clans could not do anything that harmed the village's safety and stability. And similarly, the village could not arbitrarily interfere in the internal affairs of the major clans. Right now, Uchiha Yoru roared in righteous indignation. Root is now brazenly defying the rules initially approved by the second Hokage and established by the first Hokage, interfering in the internal affairs of the Shinobi clan without reason. I want to ask the Root chief about this, but all the clans are doing things that violate the peace of the village. Pangolin! Many were secretly astonished, while others were secretly delighted. Finally, some spoke up to resent this old man who relied on the third Hokage's support. But Uchiha Yoru, at the slightest provocation, brought up the rules that the first and second Hokage had initially established, and in the end, he even kidnapped everyone. How dare the high-ranking Hokage of the first system say that all of their ninja clans have done things that harm the village? Each of the major shinobi clans has always been dissatisfied with Root's methods. Previously, they had no other choice, as no one wanted to be the first to act. Now that the Uchiha clan has taken the lead, bringing the matter to the forefront, these clans have all put on a cold face. Without a leader, they would be scattered into factions, but with someone taking the lead, things would be different. Danzo. The third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, showed no expression whatsoever, but gestured with his hand. Immediately, Danzo's face turned pale and unpleasant as he coldly snorted and sat down. I think the Uchiha clan head has misunderstood the situation. Saratobi Hiruzen's hair was still graying, but his methods showed no sign of degeneration. On the contrary, he calmly and unhurriedly addressed this sharp question, glancing at everyone present before speaking. Root's deployment order is a response to the turbulent changes in the shinobi world that have just occurred. After all, the military expansion of the Hidden Stone and Hidden Clad villages is now blatant, and moreover, at this point, the third Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen let out an even more hearty laugh. The Uchiha clan may have misunderstood something. Root's deployments have never been about taking lives, but rather about stabilizing Konoha. Therefore, there was no coercion from the very beginning. To the point of meddling in every major shinobi clan affair, where does that even come from? Saratobi Hiruzen's gentle remark, accompanied by a smile, instantly diffused the tense atmosphere. The more they kept mentioning the Uchiha clan head, the more it seemed as if they were intentionally or unintentionally saying, "You Uchiha don't represent everyone." Today, Uchiha Yuru questioned Root, or to put it bluntly, questioned the third Hokage, because Root was established during his reign to consolidate the newly formed government. However, the third Hokage's counterattack was also very sharp, directly thwarting the kidnapping attempt against all the clans, and even more surprisingly, it was as effortless as a subtle gesture. Not bad, the third Hokage's words make sense. Lord Hokage is right. We are truly powerless against Root, but our clan can provide 5 million in funding. The so-called major ninja clans were now directly splitting and disintegrating, with Uchiha Yuru as the leader, and after that, no one else wanted to offend him. Each of them, filled with gratitude, shook their heads in shame. First, they struck while the iron was hot, revealing their family's predicament, and then provided financial support. They avoided offending either the third or Root. Conversely, only Uchiha Yuru would offend someone like that. In their imagination, there was no gasp of anger. Instead, they saw Uchiha Yuru descending with a nonchalant smile, causing some of the clan members who were still observing and hesitating to secretly breathe a sigh of relief, as they didn't want to offend the Uchiha. Thus, Saratobi Hiruzen looked at this little brat Uchiha Yuru. His expression relaxed, but inwardly he became even more wary. Haha, maybe I misunderstood. In response to the third Hokage's subtle tactics, Uchiha Yuru also spoke calmly and slowly, without the slightest hint of remorse on his face. Instead, he displayed a look of amusement, as if watching a play. However, it can also be made clear that Root was merely a temporary organization established at the beginning of the Great Ninja War to stabilize the village's administrative structure. The result was obvious. It was unpopular and a failed product. The third Hokage was incredibly powerful, skillfully manipulating people's hearts and directly resolving the situation where he kidnapped all the ninja clans. However, he also harbored deep resentment towards Root, which had been suppressed within the ninja village for a very long time. Uchiha Yuru's words were subtle, but the underlying meaning was clearly a sarcastic jab at the third Hokage's failed reign. Otherwise, why would he have taken responsibility for abdicating? In the original story, after the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the organization in Konoha was disbanded amidst widespread opposition. From this point, it's clear that Root, despite its fearsome reputation among the great nations of the shinobi world, is equally hated and feared internally, even within the village itself. Ha ha! Faced with such sarcasm, Saratobi Hiruzen not only didn't get angry, but instead burst into hearty laughter, as if he didn't care at all. I, Saratobi, am merely an ordinary person. How could I possibly compare myself to the first and second Hokage? Every time something happens, you bring up the first and second Hokage. I'll just admit I'm inferior. What else can you do? Saratobi Hiruzen's easy laughter instantly dispelled the tense atmosphere in the conference, and everyone began to smile. This time, it was a case of the Clem and the Crane fighting while the fishermen benefited. The third Hokage's high-ranking Afro members and the Uchiha clan officially clashed for the first time in front of everyone. They were evenly matched, neither side gaining the upper hand. However, the ones who benefited were them. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they had a strange feeling. It seems the Uchiha aren't as disgusting as they thought. Having such a strong-willed character who dares to speak their minds is very beneficial to them. It was obvious that everyone, the Shinobi clan, was secretly preparing to use the Uchiha clan as a pawn. The subtle changes within each of the great ninja clans were invisible and intangible, but Sarutobi Hiruzen saw through the wary glint in the depths of his eyes. This time, things turned out this way, and the previously submissive attitudes of each of the major ninja clans quietly began to shift. This incident gave them a new mindset. As long as someone takes the lead, the so-called high-ranking Hokage cannot be too forceful in their coercion. That's just human nature. Having done it before, everyone was afraid and no one wanted to be in charge. But when someone else did it later, they secretly rejoiced. The pressure they had previously inflicted on Root, which brooked no refusal, had now changed. Root isn't as tough as imagined, and moreover, Root's orders don't seem to be strictly enforced. This little brat is very difficult to deal with. The third Hokage pondered silently. This time, it seemed like an even match, but he had relaxed his control over the village's power considerably. Having once been afraid to resist, they now realized that resistance is pointless. This is the shift in mindset among the major ninja clans. All members of the Uchiha clan were completely open and transparent in front of everyone, revealing their true ambitions. Directly confronting the third Hokage's authority clearly shows defiance and the ambition to become the next Hokage. Under such circumstances, the neutral major clans would secretly maintain vigilance and absolutely avoid getting involved. At this moment, apart from their previous allies, it was almost impossible for anyone in the Uchiha clan to approach them. After all, your ambitions are so straightforward. My alliance with you clearly shows my opposition to the third Hokage's government and my intention to rebel. This was also the third Hokage's blind self-confidence. He had never believed his political ideals were wrong, even stubbornly insisting that only his rule would bring stability to the village. And he was uneasy about the rest of the people. Now that the third Hokage has just passed his peak, the ninja hero's prestige still remains, and he still holds the people's hearts in his hands. It's not like that ninja hero who almost caused internal strife during the Chunin exam. In the original story, Orochimaru's ability to lead so many ninjas into the land of fire was already suspicious in many ways. His silent battle with the third Hokage within the barrier was particularly strange. Only a few Anbo members of Konoha dared to risk their lives to save him, while everyone else was preoccupied with their own affairs. Instead of searching for Orochimaru, Jiraiya went to clear out the enemy's ranks. After the third Hokage died in battle, and during the short Sannin Street fight, no one mentioned the feud between master and disciple. Even Jiraiya dismissed it. There are too many questions. Perhaps all of this is related to the third Hokage discovering internal strife and making such a choice to end things. But it's also undeniable that people's thinking tends to change as they get older. Even the so-called wise and enlightened rulers, in their old age, cannot avoid becoming senile, let alone a third Hokage. Moreover, these people all share a common ailment. The older their bodies get, the more stubborn and obstinate their thinking becomes. Now, the biggest difference between the third Hokage and his younger self is his stubborn, even pathological, obsession with the will of fire within himself. His ideology became increasingly authoritarian, not allowing anyone to raise even the slightest dissenting opinion because, from his stubborn belief, only his ideas were what stabilized the village most. Others would only bring turmoil. Given the current turbulent situation in the shinobi world, I believe the village's top priority is economic recovery. Do any of you have any objections? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, laughed heartily, displaying the demeanor of a benevolent old man, but no one present dared to underestimate him. Uchiha Yoru also gently nodded his head and said, "The Uchiha and the police department have no objections. We only hope that in the future there will be no more instances of anyone using the police departments or the Uchiha clan's banner to do anything." After all, back then, when the first Hokage was in office, neither the Senju nor the Uchiha, as the founding clans of the villages, could afford to be challenged. With a sarcastic chuckle, Uchiha Yoru revealed a knowing smile, and everyone could clearly see that the faces of the Afro members, who had always been high and mighty in the village, were somewhat displeased, especially Shimura Danzu. Uchiha Yoru's meaning was very clear. No one has the right to interfere in matters between the Uchiha clan and the police department. What are you, Root, planning? Uchiha Yoru's words, never straying from the glory of the past, were undoubtedly a reminder to everyone that he had now awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and that power was the true source of a ninja's status. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seemed unfazed by the provocation and with a relaxed laugh said, "It seems this misunderstanding has angered the young Uchiha clan head somewhat. Today, I will act as a peacemaker. I will warn Root later." What do you think, Uchiha clan head? At this moment, Uchiha Yori seemed to be in a state of youthful exuberance, but before he could say anything, Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled and said, "The village is constantly developing. And coincidentally, the Anbu, am short of manpower, while the Uchiha clan is overflowing with geniuses. I heard that Fugaku, Itachi's eldest son, has quite remarkable talent. He awakened the Sharingan at a young age. That's quite something." The third Hokage laughed heartily at this, and then he badmouthed him right in front of everyone. Before the clan chief's son, once he grows up, wouldn't he be a threat to the current clan chief? It's like a kindergarten teacher, once grown up, becoming a threat to the Lion King. Uchiha Yoru's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, and at the same time, the surrounding Jonin's expressions changed. This kind of thing could happen even among the great clans. However, Uchiha Yasin inwardly let out a cold laugh, his face showing no emotion whatsoever. Instead, he said indifferently, "Uchiha Itachi, at the age of 9, although a genin, has evolved his Sharingan to 3 Tamo after the assassination of the previous clan head. However, joining the Anbu is ultimately up to Itachi to decide." Uchiha Yori spoke calmly, but the expressions of the Jonin sitting there changed drastically. Impressive. Although they had heard about it before, hearing this information firsthand today made everyone secretly fearful. The Uchiha clan truly lived up to their reputation as geniuses. What does it mean to have a 9-year-old with a 3-Tamo Sharingan? As long as this child doesn't get lost halfway through, they'll be a true Jonin in the future. Genius. Everyone looked towards Uchiha Yoru, the youngest clan head. If what he just said was true, then the eldest son of the previous clan head was showing signs of being a threat. But the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his usually gentle and smiling face, was at this moment a source of immense apprehension for everyone present. While it might seem to outsiders that Uchiha Itachi's recruitment into the Anbu was a protective measure, a testament to the third Hokage's kindness, things changed later. A genius, once matured and awakened, can become a sharp blade. Furthermore, given Uchiha Itachi's identity, once he matures, he will become a threat to Uchiha Yoru's existence. Izu no Kuni is a town. With each large ninja village maintaining its power in the shadows, this chaotic town, intertwined with various forces, has strangely become the territory of the Hidden Mist Village's rebel ninja army. Of course, the rebels are the name the Hidden Mist Village ninjas use, outwardly calling themselves the Revolutionary Ninja Army, and strangely enough, no one in the shinobi world has ever challenged this name. Because the Hidden Cloud Village, Hidden Stone Village, Konoha, and Hidden Sand Village ninjas 4 out of the 5 great ninja villages had acknowledged this. Anyone with common sense could see that this was simply a case of fearing the internal conflict among the Hidden Mist Village ninjas wasn't intense enough. All that could be seen on the streets were ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village patrolling back and forth. The biggest difference between these Hidden Mist Village ninjas and those from the Hidden Water Village was that they all wore red sleeves. As the Revolutionary Army descended, this place became a gathering point for countless ninja from the Hidden Mist Village who were resisting the enemy forces, especially those with bloodline abilities, particularly those who were homeless and forced into exile. Even now, the revolutionary leader Mei Terumi has openly announced a recall because, due to the bloody policy of forced betrayal and flight of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, the ninja world is suddenly in turmoil. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the Hidden Mist Village has the highest number of rogue ninjas. This is understandable. They are either forced into this situation by the village, or simply cannot tolerate the village's policies. Inside the tallest building, Mei Terumi rubbed her eyebrows, looking at the current intelligence ninja corps, and couldn't help but show a satisfied expression on her face. Gentlemen, the situation is favorable now. There are occasional disturbances in the ninja villages of the water country, especially among those forced to seek out bloodline ninjas, who are increasingly coming to investigate. In the room stood Hoshigaki Kisame, Momochi Zabuza, Biwa Jaizu, and Ringo Amayuri, the 4 great ninjas who were now also her trusted assistants. Hoshigaki Kisame, with his shark-like face, revealed a ferocious grin. "When can I meet Mr. Knight?" Hoshigaki Kisame was seen holding a red book in his hand. It was clearly just an ordinary book, but he treated it like a treasure, often mentioning it with the phrase, "Mr. Yi's books reveal the ultimate truth of life." It was Mr. Yi's books that rescued me from the void of suffering. I want to fulfill Mr. Yi's ideal world goal. Kisame's face showed a look of fervent adoration, while Biwa Jaizu beside him snorted coldly. "Kisame, the ideals of Mr. Knight in this book are beyond your comprehension. Every time I read this book, I gain new insights. Do you understand what an ideal world is?" In an instant, Hoshigaki Kisame and Biwa Jaizu were locked in a fierce confrontation, neither willing to back down, glaring intensely at the other. As for Momochi Zabuza, he inwardly scoffed disdainfully, thinking that the only thing that could change the blood mist was power. A mere book was nothing to him. Of the four, only Ringo Amayuri had a slightly pale face and a cough. Seeing this, Mei Terumi let out a cold snort, and the argument in the office instantly stopped. Suikazen Fuguki is now rebelling in the Hidden Mist Village. Although he hasn't succeeded, the Hidden Mist Village is experiencing an unprecedented upheaval. If things go wrong, the Hidden Mist Village will fall from its pedestal as one of the 5 great ninja villages of the shinobi world. Since Mei Terumi declared her intention to overthrow the 4th Mizukage in a bloody massacre, she has gained considerable support, especially from Momochi Zabuza, who was already extremely dissatisfied with the village. Later, in the shinobi world, the rogue ninja Biwa Jaizu, upon hearing the news, fell silent for a while before turning and heading towards the village he hadn't seen for a long time. Hoshigaki Kisame's purpose in life was purely due to being sold off by Suikazen Fuguki, and further enticed by Mei Terumi. After seeing my struggle history while recovering from his injuries, he once again found his purpose. Ringo Amayuri joined Mei Terumi's team purely because of the Origin Master's influence, but her expression clearly seemed a little off. The ninja world, among countless others, is watching the Hidden Mist Village ninjas closely. Although we rely on their strength, others want to see the Hidden Mist Village ninjas decline, but we have never thought that way. Instead, we want to save and change the sweeping nation. Mei Terumi looked at the 4 people, speaking in a serious tone, while a copy of the history of my struggle was laid out on her table. At this moment, Mei Terumi felt a surge of admiration for this book. Uchiha Yura truly was a genius, and perhaps he would become the leading genius of this era. Our struggle for history establishes an ideal world. The entire book is filled with supreme ninja bloodline. A hierarchical and fanatical ninja system. It's safe to say this book instilled fear in Mei Terumi, because she saw Uchiha Yura's ambition. Yet today she couldn't put this book down again and again. Because she resisted the Hidden Mist Village ninjas during the bloody conflict, she lacked a crucial element, spirit. This book, however, addresses this spirit, directly guiding her towards becoming a ninja. Because she based her future goals for the Hidden Mist Village on this book, many ninjas in the village secretly betrayed and defected to join her, or had already secretly enlisted long ago. The ninja class system completely elevated ninjas to the status of world rulers. Frenzied, Mei Terumi looked at herself under the enthusiastic gaze of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, and at the same time, she was secretly frightened, finding herself quickly becoming infatuated. Ringo Amayuri, this time your illness can't be prolonged. Shaking her head and discarding all the chaotic thoughts, Mei Terumi secretly sighed, realizing that she herself was one of the beneficiaries in this book. She was a pure bloodline ninja, and also possessed dual bloodlines. Mei Terumi couldn't help but look up at Ringo Amayuri, her expression serious as she gave her instructions. Upon hearing this, Ringo Amayuri couldn't help but jokingly say, "This illness of mine, even the same medical ninja couldn't cure it." HMPH. Seeing Ringo Amayuri's defiant attitude, Mei Terumi, unwilling to lose a key member this time, coldly said, "This time is different. I spent a considerable amount of money and went through a lot of trouble to invite you here. Konoha-san and Tsunade Hime, if even a medical ninja can't do anything about your condition, then you truly are beyond saving." Upon hearing that the ninja treating her this time was none other than Konoha-san and Tsunade Hime, Ringo Amayuri, who had initially paid no attention, immediately widened her eyes. Who would want to die if they could survive? Where? The Fire Country's border. I grant you temporary permission to leave. Ringo Aimeyuri was a rare elite jounin, and Mei Terumi understood the importance of talent. Fortunately, she had a long-standing friendship with Tsunade. Otherwise, she really wouldn't have been able to persuade her. Upon hearing these words, Ringo Aimeyuri's eyes lit up with excitement. Everyone wants to be healthy and alive, and she was no exception. Haha, I'll be setting off now. Finally, Mei Terumi fixed her gaze on Momochi Zabuze and said in a low voice, "Go down and get a book. Read it carefully and understand it well. This book contains the future direction of the Hidden Mist Village ninjas." Mei Terumi couldn't help but admit that this book was brimming with leadership spirit, and it was exactly what she, as a revolutionary soldier lacking faith, needed most. Despite his cold demeanor, Momochi Zabuza felt a surge of curiosity when he saw the man holding a book. Hoshigaki Kisame and Biwa Jaizu. These two books are handwritten and signed by the authors themselves, and also contain some of their personal reflections. He casually tossed a slightly old book to each of them, but the usually cold Hoshigaki Kisame and Biwa Jaizu carefully received the books, protecting them like precious jewels, placing them directly against their chests instead of wrapping them in their sleeves. As everyone retreated, Mei Terumi, looking weary, stood by the window, gazing at the bustling streets filled with the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. The fear that the villagers once felt upon seeing ninjas had vanished. Even the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village, who needed to hide in the east, didn't dare reveal their own bloodline as successor ninjas, and their lives, like that of field mice, also disappeared. In this place, the Hidden Mist Village ninja, after being eliminated, became the guardian deity protecting the peace of this place. The strict regime, far from causing resentment, actually revealed a scene she had always longed for. Departure. A venomous snake hissed loudly, followed by a rustling sound, and a figure slowly emerged. Along with Mei Terumi, the two stood simultaneously at the windowsill, gazing at the brightly illuminated town. Although it's just a shadow clone, I have to say this jutsu is truly disgusting. Mei Terumi looked at the peaceful atmosphere in the town and couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, directly teasing the figure who appeared beside her. Uchiha Yuri shrugged after hearing this, and said with a laugh, "Did you ever think that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas would turn out like this?" With a similar expression to her own, Mei Terumi glanced at the town and let out a cold laugh. "You've been in quite a bit of trouble lately. Those who suffer the same fate should help each other. You want to change your village, and I also want to overthrow the corruption." The two looked at each other, then immediately began to address the shared issue. "The Uchiha have supplies they can give you to handle, but the distribution of benefits will still follow the old rules. At the same time, we also need the supplies and resources that your Hidden Mist Village ninjas have. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. For some of the unsold supplies, we could team up with the Cloud Village ninjas and the Stone Village ninjas to handle them. They would surely be happy to deal with these supplies." Uchiha Yoru and Mei Terumi began a conversation about mutual interests. Now, although everyone wants to change each village, the ninjas of the Cloud Village, the Stone Village, the Sand Village, and even every ninja village in the shinobi world, big and small, will not stand idly by and watch us easily overthrow our village. Right now we are at a disadvantage, so they will naturally support us from behind. But once we gain the upper hand, these people will turn against us as well. The ninja villages and their neighbors have always only cared about self-interest. There's basically no room for any sense of camaraderie. In just half a year, Mei Terumi has rapidly matured, becoming a qualified and powerful individual capable of becoming Mizukage. Looking at Mei Terumi, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but narrow his eyes and chuckle, saying, "Therefore, what we need now is to continue to exert our strength." Outwardly displaying a facade of aggression while appearing weak, waiting for the opportune moment, and then using a lightning-fast strike to quell the unrest and bring an end to the commotion. The two looked at each other, each revealing their unwavering determination. "Therefore, your ambition, as described in the Mangekyo legend, is powerful, but your own power is also your weakness." As for the Mangekyo Sharingan, only this point was clear to Mei Terumi, causing her to narrow her eyes. She couldn't believe that the person who wrote this book, the Uchiha Night Party, was someone whose ambitions were limited to merely remaining as the Hokage of Konoha. Facing Mei Terumi, Uchiha Yoru didn't reveal his true intentions, instead smiling as he said, "Izuno Kuni unearthed various types of refined metals that can be used to weaponize ninjas. but I'd like to trade some chakra metals. Naturally, it's a fair exchange. The Uchiha clan provides a large quantity of explosive tags in exchange for the precious chakra metal you possess. Upon hearing this request, Emi Terumi immediately shook her head and chuckled. You've already mentioned the word precious, and chakra metal is equally invaluable to the ninjas of the Hidden Mist village. Not the same. Looking at Emi Terumi, Uchiha Yoru knew that he couldn't just think about getting an advantage, but rather that it was a sincere transaction between the two sides. Right now, the situation in Konoha and the shinobi world is such that everyone wants to see the Uchiha and the Third Hokage expose each other. Therefore, if we were to buy up large quantities of chakra metal at this time, it would only lead to conflict. That's why I need you to step forward. When Emi Terumi revealed her true purpose, she showed not the slightest surprise. Instead, she narrowed her eyes and chuckled, saying, a large number of explosive tags. It seems you Uchiha clan still have some pretty good sealing ninjas. The explosive charms are a ninja's sealing technique, so anyone who can mass-produce and sell them absolutely possesses such a force. However, Uchiha Yoru just smiled without saying anything. Although he had ninja sealing jutsu, he didn't have many, and he wouldn't reveal that he had so many explosive tags, as they were all purchased from the Akatsuki organization. Conan's bloodline curse, one could say, is a perfect, overkill bloodline curse, a typical money printing machine. Each of the 5 great nations has its own internal affairs, so not only is there no shortage of explosive tags, but on the contrary, the explosive tag business that circulates throughout the shinobi world is still dominated by these 5 great nations. Although Akatsuki's Conan organization possessed a large quantity of explosive tags, they couldn't possibly get involved in this transaction because, once exposed, it would alarm the 5 great ninja villages, and by the time the source was investigated, Akatsuki's organization would have been exposed. Therefore, Uchiha Yoru has extremely cheap explosive tags in his possession. Even now, he's buying them in large quantities from the Akatsuki organization and reselling them while the profit is quite substantial. But these explosive tags, despite their origins, were a hot potato for Uchiha yesterday. Don't be fooled by his toughness in Konoha. He was still threatened. If they really started preparing large quantities of explosive tags as war materials, it would only provoke a reaction from the Third Hokage. Therefore, since he had a supply of these explosive tags in his possession, he needed a way out, and Emi Terumi was the best choice. Using explosive tags to exchange for supplies, the remaining large ninja villages, although they saw the explosive tag market being impacted, would certainly endure it. After all, losing a little money in exchange for shaking up the Hidden Mist village was worthwhile. But what's the origin of the explosive charm? Emi Terumi, as a rebel, having a bunch of sealed ninja in her possession makes perfect sense. We bear the risk, and we split it in half. That's impossible. The explosives are manufactured, the raw materials are all strategic supplies, and you'll get 2/3 of the maximum profit. That's unlikely, at least 40%. 3%, a maximum of 3%, and even then, it's conditional. The two sides debated for a while, finally settling on a deal to settle this transaction. Following this, they proceeded to trade various supplies, item by item. Izu no Kuni, after all, is a chaotic place in the shinobi world, with a rich supply market. Some supplies that are rarely seen elsewhere can be traded or even sourced from here. Sharing the same internal workings as the Uchiha clan, and providing supplies as Emi Terumi requested, the two reached a secret deal in the office, plotting a future deal that could not be revealed to anyone. Konoha, Uchiha. Itachi, you must trust Brother Ya. If Brother Ya wanted to deal with you, he would have acted long ago. Today, within the Hidden Leaf village, there's an old-fashioned rumor circulating. Uchiha Itachi, being the son of the clan head and possessing extraordinary talent, is feared by the current clan head, Uchiha Yoru, who is secretly plotting to assassinate him. With such a realistic and tangible appearance, it seemed almost entirely true to life. Most people believed this. After all, the power struggles within powerful clans have always been extremely ruthless, and Uchiha Yoru, at such a young age, becoming the clan head, would hardly tolerate such threats to his existence. In the room, watching Shisui explain, the nearly 9-year-old Uchiha Itachi, rarely showing a hint of relief, nodded with a smile. I naturally know about Sensei's breasts. but I want to help Senseiya. At this point, a look of fervent determination appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui shook his head and stopped speaking. Itachi, how old are you? Just wait until later. Before Shisui could finish speaking, Uchiha Itachi slowly raised his hand to the red cover of the book, revealing a relieved smile as he said, after so many years, the Uchiha clan has finally produced a son destined for Master Yagami. I cannot let down my father's hopes. I want to help Master Yagami. Furthermore, I also need to personally investigate the mystery surrounding my father's death. Uchiha Itachi kept mentioning revenge for his father, and Shisui opened his mouth to speak but then stopped. Since things had come to this point, what else could he do? Itachi, the Anbu can't compare to the police force, especially you alone. Seeing Shisui's worried expression, Uchiha Itachi broke into a smile, bowing 90 degrees respectfully and saying, Brother Shisui, while I'm away, please take care of Sasuke for me. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's unwavering resolve, Shisui wanted to say something but held back, finally letting out a deep sigh. In the courtyard and corridors, amidst the ancient fragrance, Uchiha Night God calmly enjoyed his tea, watching the gentle breeze stir. At this moment, his unwavering and resolute character, which had never yielded an inch to Konoha, seemed somewhat incongruous. Suddenly sensing something, the stable natural energy within his body began to slowly dissipate, and the red glow in Uchiha Yoru's eyes gradually faded away. Yes, Master. A dark shadow flashed past, revealing the young Uchiha Itachi, dressed in a black ninja outfit, kneeling on one knee with his head bowed before him. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Yoruichi frowned and shook her head, saying, Itachi, you're still young. Being too hasty and impulsive might not be a good thing. Master, will the village give the family even more time? Facing his teacher, Uchiha Itachi, without hesitation, asked the question that was bothering him. If the village dared to attack the Uchiha clan head, would they really give them more time? Moreover, he genuinely wanted to uncover the truth about his father's son. Uchiha Itachi was a precocious and calm ninja, completely different from Shisui. He possessed his own political thinking, but was naturally inclined to attribute his achievements to his subordinates' servants. Therefore, his political thinking was different from Kakashi's. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's resolute expression, Knight remained silent for a long time before finally nodding and saying, the third Hokage's purpose is very clear. One is to use this opportunity to stir up internal conflict within the Uchiha clan, and the other is to make you a spy within the Uchiha clan. Teacher, rest assured, I will not betray my clan. Just as Uchiha Itachi was saying this with conviction, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and interrupted him. No, since the third Hokage wants to cultivate geniuses for the Uchiha clan, I'm naturally grateful. As for intelligence, at this point, Uchiha Yoru's lips slowly curved into a smile, a hint of arrogant amusement appearing on his face. When has my ambition, Uchiha Yoru, ever needed to be concealed? Therefore, Itachi, your responsibility is to relay everything I have done to the Konoha high-ranking officials, to all the Konoha ninjas, without missing a single word. I, Uchiha Yoru, am the future of Konoha. Now that he possesses ambition, power, and strength, why would he want to hide such burning ambition? Moreover, he has gradually revealed his future plans for governing the Uchiha clan territory, so there's even less reason to conceal them. He wanted to publicly declare to all of Konoha that he, Uchiha Yoru, was dissatisfied with the third Hokage's rule and with the Konoha high-ranking officials. It wasn't just ambition, he also had his own ideals. Yes, Master. Seeing his teacher displaying such undisguised ambition and domineering aura, a fervent look also welled up in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Only ambitious people bring disaster, but this ambition, built upon a grand ideal, brings about change. Consider this jutsu scroll a gift from me, your irresponsible teacher. A jutsu scroll was thrown over, and under Uchiha Itachi's questioning gaze, Uchiha Night God said with a serious expression, this is the training method of Senpo, the fire release jutsu. You don't need to overthink it. The matter concerning the fire temple probably has other issues. And this jutsu scroll was obtained by me through an exchange with a mysterious mercenary group in the shinobi world. The events surrounding the fire village are inherently suspicious, and with Uchiha Itachi's intelligence, he would sooner or later realize that this wasn't the village's doing. At most, he couldn't escape being implicated. Uchiha Yoru has always preferred to use straightforward and honest strategies, so he had already made this matter clear before this. The Senpo Temple of Fire is different from the other three great sacred places. Senpo Temple teaches that one must have a massive amount of chakra as a foundation before training. But the Senpo Temple of Fire uses a method of meditative contemplation, and a chakra level of Jonin or higher is sufficient. Of course, although the fire release Senpo requires relatively low chakra, it demands extremely high mental strength. Therefore, there is no clear winner or loser between the two. It's all about mental strength. At this point, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but smile. What could compare to our Uchiha clan? Each evolution of the Sharingan is a further development of our spirit, and with your talent, Itachi, I believe you can definitely achieve it. Thank you, Master Yi. Uchiha Itachi gratefully took the scroll and tucked it into his bosom. He knew how precious Sage Mode was. Even his own Uchiha clan didn't possess such a thing, yet his teacher had so generously bestowed it upon him. Don't worry about that little brat Sasuke. I'll personally teach him later. At the very least, he'll be able to happily support the two pillars of the group without any problem. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed drastically. Uchiha Yoru burst into an open laugh, and Uchiha Itachi also smiled upon hearing this. That's right, Sasuke could live happily ever after hearing this. Meanwhile, Uchiha Nightheart muttered to himself, I must nurture these two pillars well. They are my ultimate trump card and my most capable assistants in the future. Our Struggle in History is a book that began as a quiet, anonymous work, but later revealed itself to be the work of Uchiha Yoru, the youngest clan leader of the Fire Country's Uchiha clan, whose name became known throughout the entire shinobi world. Taking the lead was Konoha, the Land of Fire, especially the ninja police force. Whether it was to curry favor with their superiors or out of sheer curiosity, almost everyone had a copy of it. This book can't be said to possess immense charm. It merely portrays the once clearly existing class system as something empty and meaningless, propagated by those in power. Furthermore, this book directly exposes Uchiha Yoru's political ideology. Some people disliked it, while others were happy about it. Those who liked it naturally took control of the ninja force, especially those who joined the police force, where they clearly began to enjoy treatment that was incompatible with their village. But the people they hated, the vast majority of commoners, after so many years of governing under the Third Hokage's ideology. Uchiha Yoru's ideology completely shattered the truth they refused to acknowledge. Similarly, this book also reflects the Uchiha clan's burgeoning ambition and aspirations. But strangely enough, it sold well in the 4 great ninja villages of the shinobi world. Although one thought it was to create a situation for Uchiha Yoru, since Konoha was in chaos, they were naturally very welcome. After all, it was just a few tattered books. They could easily expose the flaws themselves, buy them, and hoard them at home to wipe their backsides. Rock Village. The third Sechikage, Noki, frowned as he carefully flipped through this book, which he had already looked at no less than 10 times a red book of historical records. Each time he looked at it, his eyebrows grew more and more serious. Old man, every time I come here you're always looking at this tattered book, hey. Looking up at his granddaughter, who was covered in black dust, Noki couldn't help but sigh. Konoha truly lives up to its reputation as a cradle of geniuses. In the 3 wars, we had the White Fang, the Sennin, and the Yellow Flash. I thought Konoha would gradually decline, but I never imagined it would produce another genius. Never mind. Saying this, Noki revealed a sly smile, slowly closing his book, and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Haha, luckily this time the genius is from the Uchiha clan, and he's even awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Time and again, during this period, that old man Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have anyone capable of using it. At this moment, Noki was completely gloating over someone else's misfortune, while the man beside him, Black Earth, pouted and said, "Old man, why do I feel like you have a sore neck?" That one sentence struck a nerve, instantly freezing the smile on Noki's face, causing even the extremely proud man to let out a sigh of relief. That old Sarutobi fellow doesn't just lack manpower, he doesn't dare use it. Otherwise, he could just summon a Sannin, no matter what kind of Mangekyo Uchiha he is, HMPH. As soon as he mentioned this place, Noki couldn't help but feel jealous, and he couldn't help but slam his hand on the table, shake his head, and sigh, That old Sarutobi really doesn't appreciate his good fortune. If it were me, I'd gladly give him even one. Even if his political ideals are completely at odds with mine, I will not hesitate to speak my mind. Noki felt a pang of sadness, and in his heart, he only had one thought. Having a choice and not having a choice are two different kinds of feelings. Sarutobi Hiruzen had too many choices, and time and again he found them displeasing, believing that none could inherit his ideals and would only bring turmoil to the village. What he wanted was a stable and peaceful relationship. But Noki simply had no other choice. If there were a choice, he would accept it regardless of the danger. At his age, he didn't have time to wait around training new people. Come on, Uchiha Yoru. Is the Mangekyo Sharingan really that powerful? I see you, old man. Always bring it up with such seriousness. Even the Black Earth, lacking knowledge of the true terrifying power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, naturally wouldn't know of its existence. Noki, however, was full of insight. Yet at this moment he revealed a cunning smile, proudly raising the book in his hand. With this book, plus a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, Konoha is bound to fall into chaos sooner or later. At this moment, he could be as smug as he wanted to be. Seeing the gloomy expression on the Black Earth's face, Noki, in a rare moment of good spirits, displayed a relaxed and cheerful smile. This book exposes Uchiha Yoru's true ambition, not the kind of aimless ambition, but a substantial and grand ambition with a clear ideal. Therefore, regardless of how many people like this book or not, I don't care. One thing is certain. Stone Village isn't so poor that they can't even afford a few tattered books. Buy a large quantity for me, and at the same time, create momentum to elevate this book to the status of a jonin in the world. Noki wore a smug, schadenfreude-filled grin on his face. He only needed to pay the price for the books. These toys weren't as expensive as kunai or shuriken. Then he could vigorously promote them. He could imagine that the other ninja villages weren't fools either. Even if they didn't like the book, they absolutely wouldn't let go of this excellent opportunity. By then, facing the entire shinobi world's power, this book will be elevated to the status of a divine artifact. TSK. Then Konoha will have a great time to celebrate. The more famous this book became, the higher Uchiha Yoru's prestige grew in Konoha. When it reached a certain level, becoming a kind of belief or a symbol, it began to change. Especially now that the third Hokage of Konoha has taken power, the conflicting political ideologies between the two sides leave no room for compromise. Internal conflict is inevitable. It's just a matter of time. Issue the order. From now on, when trading supplies with the Land of Fire, any Uchiha clan under the Uchiha clan's banner will be prioritized. The Daimyo's Mansion and the Aino Shikacho clans will all be sidelined. Yes. At the same time, I will spread the word to the shinobi world that the Uchiha clan's materials are perfectly manufactured, all rare and exquisite products, and that the Stone Village Jonin are preparing to prioritize cooperating with the Uchiha clan in production. To be. The cunning Noki, with just a few insignificant orders, remained largely unaffected himself, yet Konoha began to experience problems. Lightning Country, Cloud Village ninjas. The usually hot-tempered fourth Raikage, upon seeing the intelligence report, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, Noki is indeed cunning enough. Although dragging me into this is a bit uncomfortable, as long as it can make Konoha uncomfortable, we'll do it. Passing down orders to coordinate actions with the third Sechukage Noki isn't that creating a favorable situation, HMPH. At this moment, the fourth Raikage's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. He seemed to be somewhat anticipating the outbreak of civil war in Konoha. Land of Wind, Sand Village Ninja. The fourth Kazakage, Ressa, coldly examined the intelligence report and said directly in a frigid voice, Baki, the Sand Village Ninjas and Konoha are allies. I do not want to see any documents that disrupt the alliance between the Sand Village Ninjas and Konoha. However, the secrets of how the elite ninjas of the Sand Village operate are beyond my control, and even as the Kazakage, I have no right to interfere. After all, these matters cannot constitute a violation of the rules. The profound meaning of that statement instantly enlightened Baki, the fourth Kazakage's trusted confidant. He immediately bowed respectfully and said in a low voice, "Rest assured, Kazakage-sama, I will handle these matters well." And the ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water completely banned this book. Similarly, this book adheres to the doctrine of ninja bloodline supremacy, which the Water Country repeatedly upholds by abhorring bloodlines, naturally leading to it being banned. But precisely because of that, it suddenly caught fire, without him. Black powder is still powder, after all. Thus, a dark book, potentially labeled as a banned book by one of the 5 great nations, the Water Kingdom, naturally aroused considerable curiosity. No one ever thought that other villages, despite their strength, wouldn't be able to achieve such good results, and yet the Water Country managed to do it so effectively, directly sparking a firestorm. Konoha, a luxurious, high-class tavern, even in broad daylight, was completely full, yet inside the tavern were numerous ninjas with serious expressions, and even ninjas from other countries or merchants. But without exception, everyone here is either rich or noble. Even the lowest-ranking Konoha ninja here is a chunin. The tavern's wide-open front door seemed completely unafraid of any information leaking out. In a lavish tavern, Uchiha Yoruichi, resplendent in her attire, held a red-covered copy of the History of My Struggle in her hand and delivered a powerful speech. What kind of world do we live in? There are ninja forces, but there are also impoverished ninjas. Elderly ninjas endure all kinds of poverty and hardship. They don't understand reproduction, but they do it to protect their villages, to protect their families. They choose to become ninjas, these tools. Among you are ninjas from other countries who have come here on missions, and merchants as well. But without exception, why is it that the shinobi world is plagued by repeated wars and conflicts? Yet these prohibitions are not only preventing ordinary citizens from living in peace and prosperity, but also preventing merchants from worrying about being ambushed and killed on the road. Uchiha Yori delivered his speech with great conviction, and many ninjas from other countries, eager to learn from his fame, blushed with excitement and took notes, as if they wanted to memorize everything he said and then return home to learn it all without missing a single word. Even the merchants themselves were excitedly showing signs of frenzied enthusiasm. In this chaotic era, which merchant wasn't constantly worried and anxious, their heads practically glued to their belts? Many of them hadn't even graduated from ninja school, and some were disabled, retired ninjas. Merchants, while engaging in trade, were actually passing on more information than anything else, which is why their position was quite awkward. As their primary mission, they were responsible for reaching every major ninja village they favored, and because they passed on, or even potentially gathered, intelligence about their own villages, they became targets of jealousy. Needless to say, this was particularly damaging during wartime. Furthermore, these merchants were all subordinate to the noble states, even the daimyo's mansion, so their so-called immense wealth was merely symbolic. The true possessors of wealth were always those in positions of power. As escorts, ninjas would respect merchants, but if they were to ambush and kill a merchant, they would prioritize assassinating the merchant himself. Unless the goods contained something extremely important, they wouldn't resort to robbery. In a private booth on the second floor of the bar, a white-haired man with an increasingly serious expression watched the young man giving a speech below, and couldn't help but say in a low voice, "This brat's ideas are terrifying. He will only bring disaster." Tsunade. This person was Jiraiya, but he had disguised himself and blended into the tavern without anyone recognizing him. Meanwhile, Tsunade, sitting upright at the table and exuding an aristocratic aura, didn't even bat an eyelid, calmly raising her glass of wine. Lady Tsunade. As Shizune respectfully poured the sake, this scene made Jiraiya's pupils contract, and he couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation in his scalp, leading to a headache. Tsunade had only been gone for a few years, yet she had changed so much. What was she like before? Despite her title as Princess of the Fire Kingdom, she was more of a boisterous and outgoing person, perhaps with a quick temper. The current Tsunade, from head to toe, is truly like two different people. The somewhat old-fashioned green robe she once wore has been replaced by a large, exquisite kimono. The white kimono above swayed with a hexagonal plum blossom pattern. The wide sleeves had a red accent on one side, also featuring a hexagonal plum blossom design, and a snow-white, fluffy cloak draped proudly over her shoulders. With her long, flowing blonde hair and bright golden eyes, if the Tsunade of the past had been one of imposing presence, now she exuded an aura of nobility that was almost breathtaking. Like a high and mighty aristocratic queen, exuding an aura of power, especially with that inherent arrogance and aristocratic air she possessed from birth. And at her feet, the once old-fashioned black high-heeled shoes were gone, replaced by a pair of glass-rimmed high heels that exuded an air of elegance and nobility. The glass laces wrapped around her calves added to their refined appearance. Calmly tapping Tsunade's cheek, her expression unchanged, she calmly said, "Jiraiya, calmness is the hallmark of a true ninja. Besides, what about the calamities you brought upon yourself for so many years? What's the problem?" At this point, Tsunade, on the contrary, scoffed coldly, looking at Jiraiya mockingly and saying, "It seems you were saying that those idiots who inherited the will of fire have always been causing trouble, weren't you?" Jiraiya was speechless at Tsunade's resentful remark, unable to respond. He scratched his head in embarrassment, thinking Tsunade was using the situation to mock the village. Cough cough, Tsunade, this time the old man is probably really unsure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have summoned the two of us. Jiraiya directly revealed the reason for his return, and Tsunade, upon hearing it, scoffed disdainfully. He created a mess he couldn't clean up himself, and then he calls for help. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble? Having Orochimaru, the old man's most valued disciple, discipline his own student is the simplest thing to do. Cough cough. Although Tsunade had changed a lot, her personality remained unchanged. Jiraiya, who hadn't even finished his sake, choked and coughed repeatedly, a wry smile appearing on his face. Tsunade remains unchanged in one respect. Mentioning Orochimaru at this point is simply asking for trouble. Tsunade, I don't object to this little brat's ambition. After all, every Konoha ninja wants to become Hokage, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you may not have read this book, but you've at least heard of it, right? And this little brat's speech right now. If this brat were to become Hokage, it would likely bring disaster to the entire shinobi world, and Konoha would be no exception. Speaking of which, Jiraiya restrained his inappropriate emotions, directly revealing a serious expression as he stared intently at Tsunade. Tsunade, however, maintained her dignified and imposing demeanor, calmly sipping her sake and elegantly enjoying her meal, showing no sign of the anger she displayed at the slightest disagreement. This left Jiraiya feeling somewhat helpless. Tsunade, this is intelligence gathered after this brat became the Uchiha clan head a few years ago. Just this kind of speech alone shows that this brat has not only given speeches in Konoha, but also in several important towns in the Land of Fire, and even when visiting other countries. Do you know how obsessed other ninja countries are with this crazy kid's ideology, besides Konoha? At this point, Jiraiya's expression became even more serious, and he spoke in a low, somber voice. In the ninja world, the number of mercenaries who are madly infatuated with this kind of insane ideology is more than half. Tsunade, you should know what kind of terrifying statistics this is. Furthermore, in the Land of Heaven, the Land of Bears, the Land of Stars, Kawa no Kyuri, and other such small kingdoms, there are even more fanatical fanatics, completely resembling cultists. Even the four great nations are still relatively stable, but given the current situation in the shinobi world, this little brat's terrifying ambition, and the fact that the leaders of the shinobi nations are essentially waiting for a civil war in Konoha, all of this could even become the trigger for the Fourth Ninja War. Did Jiraiya say anything sensational? No. Otherwise, how would Tsunade have returned? Jiraiya's words caused a ripple of emotion to appear on Tsunade's usually calm face. Her bright brown eyes, piercing through the gaps in the room, gazed at the handsome man below, radiating powerful personal charm, who was now eloquently delivering a speech. This scene caused a complex expression to appear in her eyes. Finally, she turned to look at Jiraiya with a serious expression and couldn't help but reveal a self-deprecating smile. Jiraiya, just as you said, this brat is already a big shot, impossible to shake. Looking at how popular this kid is, I doubt anyone in Konoha can stand up to him. Furthermore, this brat has the entire Uchiha clan under his command, as well as members of the Hyuga split, Aburame, and Orochimaru's organization from back then. The situation has become clear. The fourth Hokage is dead, and the third Hokage has once again emerged from seclusion, taking over the position of Hokage temporarily. And yet, so many years have passed. At this point, Tsunade shook her head sarcastically and said with a cold laugh, "The third Hokage's personality is becoming more and more stubborn as he gets older. But his methods and decisiveness are also getting worse and worse. Yet he stubbornly believes that only he can save Konoha. And what's the result now? He can't even handle a little brat. Jiraiya naturally understood what Tsunade meant, and he couldn't help but lower his head in silence. In his youth, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly aspired to be a ninja hero, but as he aged, his conservatism and stubbornness led to such a large and complicated situation. In the village, the majority of Jonin were somewhat dissatisfied with the third Hokage's administration, or rather, the majority of Jonin within the village were dissatisfied with the Hokage's high-ranking clan's administration. Good positions, good tasks, all priority is given to Sarutobi, Yamanaka, Nara, and the Hokage system of ninjas. And then talent comes their turn, like a stagnant pond. At first, there was nothing, but as time passed and prejudices began to fester in people's hearts, the third Hokage's administration started to experience some internal strife. If it weren't for the high-ranking Hokage of one faction holding the upper hand in terms of power, they would have long since fallen from power. This point was known even to Jiraiya and Tsunade, who spent years outside the barrier, and they both harbored resentment. Otherwise, in the original story, when the third Hokage was inside the barrier during the Chunin exam, no one came to his rescue except for the Ando themselves. Guy, full of enthusiasm, wanted to leave, but Kakashi, trusting the third Hokage's words, stopped him in his tracks. Could it be that guy didn't understand what it meant to be a Jonin? Not to mention opening Hakumen, he certainly had the ability to open 6 or 7 gates and shatter the barrier. Root didn't show up, not even the 2 advisors showed up. All of this is very strange. Even Jiraiya was strangely splashing water around the village, as if at this moment everyone had abandoned the third Hokage, or rather, everyone had chosen to give the title of the longest-reigning third Hokage a dignified end. Tsunade, that old man really is getting old. Thinking this, Jiraiya couldn't help but shake his head and give a wry smile, silently taking a sip of the sake in his cup, but he still stated his reason. The old and new forces are bound to clash. This little brat has extreme ambition, and the third Hokage is stubborn. It's clear neither side will back down. And the entire shinobi world is watching Konoha closely. Everyone is afraid Konoha can't win, and if they have the chance, they wish for an internal conflict in Konoha. So, Tsunade's words this time aren't just sensationalism. At this moment, Jiraiya, with unparalleled solemnity, said in a deep voice, "Once a civil war breaks out in Konoha, do you think the ninjas of the Stone Village and Cloud Village, who have been continuously expanding their military strength for the past few years, will let this opportunity slip away? And the ninjas of the Sand Village will probably not miss this chance either." So, faced with Jiraiya's serious expression as he brought up this topic, Tsunade merely scoffed disdainfully, her delicate hand stroking her wine glass, helping the third Hokage and those old geezers. Then suppressing this brat, starting an internal conflict early. Or are you planning to drag me along, using the Sannin title to team up with those old geezers, to overwhelm them with your power, and then use Ganzo's dirty tricks to dismantle this brat's forces? It's the same tactic we used to deal with White Fang and Orochimaru, those 2 idiots. With such blatant and crude exposure of ugly politics, Tsunade's face showed a contemptuous smile. She detested such methods, which is why she had always preferred to solve problems with her fists. Perhaps her status didn't allow her to do so, so she could only rely on violent means to vent her inner frustration and anger. Cough, cough. After Tsunade openly expressed her resentment, Jiraiya's usually expressionless face flushed with embarrassment. "Tsunade, let's just talk about this privately, but please don't say it in front of the old man. What's going on? A bunch of old geezers should have been buried long ago, but now they're occupying these lazy, dead-skinned positions, refusing to step down, and still constantly talking about doing it for Konoha. Perhaps it was because of Konoha before, but now." Tsunade scoffed coldly at this point, a look of disgust flashing in her eyes. Next to Shizune, who was directly intimidated by the 2 people at the center of the conversation and meekly bowed her head while spilling the wine. The younger sister didn't dare to continue the questioning. Given Tsunade and Jiraiya's status, saying these words wasn't a problem. They could even tolerate Tsunade scolding them harshly, but she couldn't. Lady Tsunade. Seeing that the glass was only half full, Tsunade immediately turned her head, revealing a look of dissatisfaction. Shizune, seeing this, couldn't help but show her habitually embarrassed smile, as if she had ulterior motives. In truth, even Shizun didn't know that, ever since Lady Tsunade Izu no Cutie went through something unknown several years ago, her personality had drastically changed. And even her previously habitual drinking had become more regular. HMPH, the amount isn't enough today, is it? How stingy! Tsunade let out a disgruntled snort, muttering curses under her breath, but to Jiraiya's astonishment, she didn't ask for more sake. Instead, she gently placed the half-cup to her lips and took a small sip, as if it were her last drink of the day. This scene startled Jiraiya so much that he exclaimed in shock, "Tsunade, what kind of madness is this?" Before he could even speak, he was met with Tsunade's cold gaze. Jiraiya instantly thought of that iron fist. His expression froze, and he swallowed the rest of his words. "Haha, very good, Tsunade." Jiraiya chuckled softly, raised his glass, and the two men lightly clinked glasses for a brief moment, the atmosphere becoming somewhat tense. Tsunade! As a ninja with keen observational skills, Jiraiya quickly sensed something was amiss. Today's combination of events made him want to ask for clarification, but before he could finish speaking, Tsunade, as if knowing what he wanted to ask, calmly replied, "Find a young kid who's rich and a little disobedient." Tsunade impatiently waved her hand, saying that after all these years, how could she not know Jiraiya's feelings? Therefore, she directly wanted to dismiss the idea. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's tiny body trembled almost imperceptibly. His eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and after a long moment, he finally managed to stammer out in utter shock, "Tsunade, you old bull preying on young grass." Jiraiya. Tsunade's angry voice rang out, and the Sennin's relationship reverted to its previous state, with only a single, sorrowful, lonely white-haired soul remaining. Shizun, upon hearing this, muttered to herself, "Indeed, no wonder Lady Tsunade has changed so much in these past few years." Konoha. The biggest change Uchiha Yoru has undergone since leaving the tavern compared to 3 years ago is undoubtedly his demeanor. His once gentle and smiling demeanor, though still present, now carried a greater air of nobility, and even more so, an undeniable aura of dominance. Perhaps this was a gift from his strength. Tall and imposing in the dense forest, Jiraiya's shadow flickered, and he couldn't help but frown, saying, "It seems this brat's strength has changed a lot in these past few years. He deliberately led us here." Neither quickly nor slowly, Tsunade casually teased, "Jiraiya, this little brat's strength is immense, but he'll likely lose his life." After saying that, Tsunade subtly signaled to Shizun to observe the situation, clearly having no intention of getting involved. When Jiraiya saw this scene, his eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Tsunade, do you have any information about this little brat?" Tsunade didn't seem to mind at all, but Jiraiya was secretly terrified. The fact that Tsunade herself said that carelessness could cost him his life showed just how powerful this little brat was. Even Jiraiya pondered silently to himself. Could it be that the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan was hiding a secret? After all, Tsunade's ancestors were from the Senju clan, a far more detailed source of information than they could possibly gather. In the gloomy depths of the forest, a white figure slowly came to a stop, and at the same time, the forest fell into an eerie silence. Uchiha Yoru was seen standing casually on a sturdy tree trunk, his dark eyes scanning the surroundings with a smile on his face. "Haha, I could smell the stench of frogs in the pub. I've been here for so long, let's go." In the quiet jungle, the sound of Uchiha Yoru's laughter echoed, gradually giving way to the crisp sound of wooden clogs, and then a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. "Haha, these little devils aren't cute at all these days." Seeing Uchiha Yoru's immense transformation slowly emerge, Jiraiya, though somewhat shocked internally, showed no sign of it on his face. Instead, he laughed loudly and said, "I am the great sage Jiraiya." The sage. Looking at Jiraiya, Uchiha Yoru scoffed mockingly. 3 years ago, I remember having Kakashi deliver a letter to the sage. But Lord Jiraiya said he didn't want to get involved in the village affairs. Now he's appeared in Konoha. It seems the third Hokage was a little impatient. 3 years ago. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya clapped his hands, struck a funny pose, and laughed loudly, saying, "Haha, little brat, it seems you've made great progress in these 3 years. Today, let the toad sage Jiraiya teach you, this little brat, how to respect your elders." Boom! No sooner had the words fallen than Jiraiya's pupils contracted. Instinctively, he rolled and slid dozens of meters along the ground, only to find that a scabbarded Gross-World sword was embedded in the cracked earth where he had been standing. Uchiha Yoru was still standing opposite, and upon witnessing this scene, a drop of cold sweat trickled down Jiraiya's temple. His heart pounded with fear as he exclaimed, "Damn it, this kid hasn't even awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan yet. How has he trained for 3 years? He's reached this level just with his wrist strength. This kid's taijutsu. I'm afraid so." At this moment, facing Uchiha Yoru, a smile appeared on his face as he stretched his muscles and said, "Since Lord Jiraiya wants to test my strength in place of the third Hokage, and to avoid anyone saying I'm bullying Lord Jiraiya, I won't need my Gross-World sword this time. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Fire release, great flame bullet." In an instant, the two of them, without prior arrangement, prepared to launch a preemptive strike, resulting in both simultaneously using fire release ninjutsu, and both at B rank. The point of disagreement was that when Jiraiya saw the opponent's jutsu, his eyes widened immediately, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly, "This kid's chakra is truly monstrous. I can't afford to waste it." Two massive streams of fire collided in the jungle, and in an instant, the great flame projectile was devoured. Kuchioshi no Jutsu. A raging fire burned through the forest, when suddenly a barrier opened up. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoru smiled. "It seems Lord Jiraiya doesn't want anyone to disturb this duel, or perhaps you don't want to create an opportunity for me." Uchiha Yoru couldn't possibly misunderstand Jiraiya's intentions. 3 years ago, he had given Kakashi an opportunity to invite either Sannin Jiraiya or Tsunade back, and in return, he would lead the Uchiha clan to nominate them to become the 5th Hokage. As a result, Kakashi remained steadfastly on his side, which shows the answer he received at that time. But Jiraiya's decision to return to the village was obvious. Over the past 3 years, his conflict with the 3rd Hokage's high-ranking officials had become apparent. Returning at this time clearly indicated that the 3rd Hokage had called in reinforcements. "I gave you a chance to resolve the conflict, but you didn't seize it. And now you're here?" As the massive barrier descended, Uchiha Yoru's 3-Tamo Sharingan appeared in his eye sockets as he carefully stared at the surrounding sky. Sure enough, through his Sharingan, he saw the existence of the mysterious ceiling barrier. "Little brat, let this great lord witness firsthand the strongest force from the Uchiha clan." The crisp sound of wooden clods echoed downwards as Jiraiya slowly emerged from the sea of flames, his face now filled with solemnity. His barrier couldn't last for too long, so he needed to finish the job quickly. "This little brat is very cunning. The last time Orochimaru was driven away, it was this brat who used him to establish his authority. Now, he doesn't want to be used by the other party for nothing again." Lion's Rebellion Sun's technique. The white-haired man slowly dodged, revealing Jiraiya's body, a sight that even Uchiha Yoru, far away, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in her eyes. "I didn't think they'd even summon those 2 old frogs from Mount Myoboku. It seems Lord Jiraiya is serious this time." Originally, after Jiraiya's white hair dispersed, 2 old frogs were revealed on his shoulders. These were Mount Myoboku Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima. Old frog? The 2 sages, who had just been summoned, instantly widened their eyes upon hearing such a mocking remark. Shima Sage, in particular, glared angrily and said, "Little brat, you're so impolite. You even have that foul snake-like smell on you. Are you perhaps Orochimaru's disciple?" "Little Jiraiya, did you encounter Orochimaru?" Meanwhile, the usually calm Sage Fukasaku was now on high alert. Only Jiraiya, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and awkwardly chuckled, saying, "Well, it's this little brat." "Little Jiraiya, you're asking us to use Sage Mode to deal with this brat?" At this moment, both Sage Frogs widened their eyes, as if saying, "Are you kidding? You said that if you were dealing with a Sennin like Orochimaru, they could understand. But you're dealing with Orochimaru's disciple. A mere brat, judging by the situation, the battle has only just begun, and he hasn't fallen into any kind of predicament yet. The 2 sages shouldn't underestimate him. This little brat has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and is even more dangerous than Orochimaru." At this point, Jiraiya's face showed a serious expression, and the 2 sages, seeing this, were also deeply moved. Being treated this way by Jiraiya was rare. Seeing Jiraiya clasping his hands in front of his chest, performing Sage Mode, Uchiha Yura didn't interrupt, but instead, the three Tamo and his pupils rotated in the opponent's 3 pairs of eyes, transforming into Mangekyo Sharingan. Dangerous, the 37th rule of the Ninja Academy states that anyone can pose a danger to themselves, whether they are a civilian, a child, or even the elderly and disabled. Isn't Lord Jiraiya a dangerous character? Facing Jiraiya, Uchiha Yura showed no mercy or resentment, and the mockery on his face was even more intense. Little devil! Uchiha Yura silently waited for him to activate Sage Mode, an attitude that angered Jiraiya somewhat, but even more so, terrified him. This little brat's personality was incredibly cautious, but when it came to the level of danger, the look in his eyes became even more serious. Little brat, you openly revealed your ambitions in the book, and your actions over the past 3 years show that your ambition is too great and will bring disaster to the village and the shinobi world. Jiraiya's rambling this time was so intense that Uchiha Yura's expression immediately turned sour. The fact that his faction had gradually grown stronger over the past 3 years was one reason. But another was that the friction between him and the Third Hokage's high-ranking officials had reached a critical point. At this point, no one wants to back down. Whoever backs down will lose even more benefits. With Uchiha Yura's current strength and background, he no longer concealed his ambition and attitude, his gaze gradually turning cold. Jiraiya, I can understand the disaster you brought to the shinobi world. After all, you placed your hopes on what you called fate, but to bring disaster to the village is something else entirely. At this point, Uchiha Yura's eyebrows furrowed, and in an instant, his chakra erupted. He roared with unspoken authority in all of Konoha, from top to bottom, except for the Senju clan, who has the right to say that the Uchiha will bring disaster to the village. What do you think you are? Konoha was founded jointly by the Uchiha and Senju clans. Jiraiya, are you really going to rely on your status as the Third Hokage's disciple? Or are you just going to use your so-called Sannin title? With each loud shout, Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment, and he inwardly cursed the old man for his recklessness, saying that the Uchiha clan now were not the same as before. The Uchiha clan used to treat you with utmost respect, but you turned the tables, relentlessly pushing them closer, and now you're cornering them. Now, whenever someone mentions the Uchiha clan, they immediately think of him as the founder of Konoha, the village chief. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya maintained his posture with his hands clasped in front of his chest, and facing the shouting opponent, he said in a low voice, "Little brat, let's not talk about your ambitions for now, but do you know that the Hidden Stone Village and the Cloud Village ninjas have already made preparations for war? Now, in the shinobi world, countless villages are listening to Konoha, hoping to see a civil war break out between your Uchiha clan and your village, and then, taking advantage of the mutual destruction, they will launch a war. The Uchiha clan is fighting amongst themselves within the village, and this could even become the trigger for the Fourth Great Ninja War. Am I wrong to say you will bring disaster to the village and the ninja world?" Facing Jiraiya in such a way, right to the heart of the matter, Uchiha Nightheart naturally understood that the key issue was the sheer power of his faction, which could easily lead to civil war if he wasn't careful. But Uchiha Yura sneered coldly, "Then why don't you mention the disaster the Third Hokage brought to the village, and even the entire shinobi world? Don't forget, after 3 failed battles as commander, the Third Hokage had already taken responsibility and abdicated. Yet now he's jumping back to occupy the position, refusing to budge. 3 years ago, you, Jiraiya, had the opportunity to resolve all of this, but you yourself gave it up." Faced with these words, Jiraiya's face turned crimson with resentment. He felt utterly humiliated. Who could have imagined that in less than 3 years, this little brat would have built such a formidable reputation through his endless speeches, practically overshadowing the authority of the Sannin? That year, he was more relaxed because, during peacetime, without any military achievements, how could you establish prestige? Moreover, being confined to the village meant that if any problems arose, he could always return to provide assistance. But it was clear that Jiraiya had misjudged his opponent. This brat, in just 3 years, had built up enough prestige through his glib tongue and cunning tactics to shake up the competition for the Hokage position, and could even compete on the same stage as their Sannin. Stop talking nonsense, Jiraiya. You have your perseverance, and I have my ideals too. You have 10 seconds left. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru directly interrupted Jiraiya's nonsense, a look of excited delight appearing on his face. Jiraiya's Sage Mode was absolutely cage-level powerhouses, and this was the perfect opportunity to achieve his goal. One reason was to test his own current strength, and the other was to use Jiraiya to threaten the Konoha high-ranking officials. Immortal form. In an instant, Uchiha Yoru's Mangekyo Sharingan stopped moving, and the cursed seal on his neck directly released its power. The patterns instantly covered his entire body, and Jiraiya's appearance also drastically changed. His red, patterned eyes, large nose, and chin were all covered in white stubble. The difference was his dramatically increased aura. And even the feeling his chakra gave off had undergone a drastic transformation. Hidden in the shadows, a pair of eyes watched this scene with a look of shock. Tsunade was terrified as she watched everything unfold. Jiraiya had actually reached this point. Immortal form. And this little devil too. If it's the Uchiha clan, his father, used fire release. It was clear that Sage Shimo was still angry about what Uchiha Yoru had just said. The Uchiha clan were most skilled in using fire release, yet time and again they still wanted to use fire release against them. Senpo, 5 guards at the gate. In an instant, as Jiraiya vomited oil, 2 frogs, one spitting wind, the other spitting fire appeared. A combination of fire release Sage Mode techniques. The overwhelming, tsunami-like surge of oil directly attacked. Even though he had known about it, seeing this jutsu in action firsthand still left Uchiha Yoru in awe. Senpo Earth Release, Nuclear Earthquake. Then, in an instant, Uchiha Yoru suddenly struck the ground with both hands, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to tremble violently. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's lips slowly curved into a smile as he looked at Jiraiya opposite him. The two looked down at each other, and Jiraiya couldn't help but frown and exclaim, "This little brat has grown up to this extent." Between the two of them lay a blazing river, or rather, Uchiha Yoru's nuclear earthquake jutsu had directly caused the ground to collapse, creating a deep crater. As a result, an overwhelming amount of kerosene was poured in, turning the area between the two of them into a sea of fire. With the kerosene blessing the flames, a great fire blazed fiercely. Seeing this, Sage Fukosaku's voice became even more serious. "Jiraiya, be careful. This brat has a very quick grasp of timing and reflexes when using ninjutsu." At this moment, having entered Sage Mode, Jiraiya couldn't help but smirk, and even more heartily said, "Haha, I've been underestimated by that little brat again." If Orochimaru knew this, he'd laugh himself to death. But how much has that little brat changed in these past few years? For a brief moment, Jiraiya's voice still echoed, but his figure had already vanished. Roaring. A forest of broken trees sent dust flying, revealing the Sage Mode. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock, and he trembled as he rubbed his shoulders and stood up, the pain throughout his body causing him to gasp for air. This little devil's speed and strength are truly demonic. At this moment, Jiraiya's face was bruised and battered. Blood was flowing from his nostrils as he inhaled, and the 2 old frogs on his shoulders were equally battered. "Be careful, Jiraiya." Without needing a reminder from Sage Fukosaku, a flash of lightning descended, and Jiraiya immediately roared, instantly spewing a large stream of fire from his mouth. Fire release, great flame bullet. A deafening explosion resounded, the flash of lightning relentlessly tearing through the massive ball of fire. But Jiraiya's figure was nowhere to be seen. They've caught them. Suddenly, a dark shadow shot out from beneath his feet. It was Shima the Sage Frog, its tongue wrapped tightly around his calf. Following that, it launched a powerful attack, slamming him violently to the ground. With a deafening roar, a calm, smiling expression appeared on Uchiha Yoru's face beneath his lightning-infused armor. "Lord Jiraiya, it seems we should stop here." But at that very moment, far away Jiraiya, perched on the shoulder of the frog-like Fukosaku, suddenly gathered his water guns and launched a rapid attack. Facing this attack, he dared not be careless and quickly dodged. The lightning god armor is powerful, but he's not so reckless as to risk everything he uses with just any ninjutsu. It's not a matter of fear, but rather a waste of chakra. Senpo Lightning Release Chidori, Senpo Super Odama Rasengan. As the concentrated chakra collided, the surrounding land was crushed inch by inch, finally erupting with a deafening roar. And 2 figures were sent flying in disarray. Rumble, the 2 combatants clashed in the dense forest, leaving only fleeting afterimages. Wherever they passed, tree stumps were severed, and deep craters constantly appeared in the ground. With the taijutsu clashing, Jiraiya was getting a terrible headache. This little brat, with the lightning god armor on, was practically like a black turtle shell. Normal punches and kicks and ninjutsu attacks were completely ineffective. Little Jiraiya, this brat's taijutsu isn't giving us any advantage. Let's change tactics. Even the frog on his shoulder couldn't help but hastily interject, and Jiraiya was also feeling awkward at this moment. He actually wanted to switch places, but this little brat simply wouldn't give him the chance. Rumble! High up in the treetops of the dense forest, Shizune watched in horror as a scene unfolded in the distance, her eyes wide with disbelief as she muttered, "Lady Tsunade. Is that really my classmate Uchiha Yoru?" At first, they were at least classmates in the same semester, but the current disparity is so great that he can hardly believe it. "Oh, come on, you little brat." Tsunade couldn't help but let out a cold snort, then directly turned her head and said to Shizune, "I'm leaving, Shizune." After calling Shizune down, Tsunade immediately stepped out of the barrier, and Shizune followed closely behind. However, as soon as they came out, they saw several dark dots flickering in the distance in the forest. "Lady Tsunade!" Shizune gasped in surprise upon witnessing the scene, while Tsunade scoffed. This little brat really doesn't suffer a single loss. When Tsunade first discovered someone was coming over, she understood one thing clearly. This little brat had a plan from the very beginning. The barrier only provided soundproofing, and with Jiraiya's sage mode heightened, he naturally detected someone pursuing him, his expression immediately changing. "You little devil!" Uchiha Yoru panted, a smile appearing on his face. Don't be fooled by his seemingly unharmed condition. In sage mode, Jiraiya's taijutsu and ninjutsu were far beyond the level of an ordinary cage-level ninja. More importantly, he was relying solely on the Thunder God armor for defense. "Lord Jiraiya, you said you didn't want me to use you to establish my authority. Considering the Senin's reputation, I haven't reported this to anyone else." Uchiha Yoru spoke casually, the two of them covered in wounds from their battle in the jungle. Their exchange was more of a probing battle. Jiraiya wanted to gauge the opponent's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, while Uchiha Yoru wanted to test how powerful Jiraiya was in his sage mode. Although neither side exerted their full strength, they both roughly grasped the bottom line. Uchiha Yoru was secretly terrified. Jiraiya's sage mode was indeed powerful enough. In the original story, he could fight Pain Rakuto to that extent, and that was without any prior intelligence. He certainly possessed two swords. Jiraiya was inwardly shaken beyond measure. This little brat hadn't revealed even a hint of his Mangekyo Sharingan ability, yet his current strength made him feel like he was a formidable opponent. If they were enemies in a life-or-death battle, the odds of winning would be 50-50. If the opponent revealed their Mangekyo Sharingan, the outcome would be uncertain. Little Jiraiya, this evil Uchiha brat is very strong. Even the sage Fukasaku couldn't help but show a serious expression on his face. Fighting this little brat, they were already in mortal danger. Jiraiya, observing the little brat from afar, reluctantly clapped his hands, and the two frogs on his shoulders disappeared. At the same time, the surrounding barrier began to slowly dissipate. Uchiha Yoru similarly smiled and retracted his surging lightning god armor. "After all, I am now the minister of the police department. The Fugaku incident from back then has always been taken seriously. I haven't been gone long, and my subordinates are already worried sick. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. It's just my subordinates looking worried." This scene makes Jiraiya feel both resentful and helpless. "Little brat, I have no objection to your desire to run for Hawkage, but Konoha truly cannot endure war any longer." After investigating further, and realizing that Uchiha Yoru's strength was sufficient to shake the village's influence, Jiraiya finally sighed and chose to persuade him. Facing Jiraiya, Uchiha Yoru scoffed disdainfully, mockingly saying, "Lord Jiraiya, you're mistaken. It's always been the Uchiha who take a step back, creating a vast and boundless space. Yet, some people keep pressing closer and closer. Now you're saying I'll bring war to the village. Then why didn't you mention that some people have already prepared for war in the village?" After hearing that last remark, Jiraiya's expression changed instantly. He wasn't stupid. He naturally understood the implied meaning. The village said there had been political upheaval within the Uchiha clan, but now the Uchiha are saying the village is preparing to strike first. Yoru, Minister's Knight. Yes, boss. At that moment, distant cries of pain echoed, and Uchiha Yoru slowly sheathed his Grossworld sword at his side, while Jiraiya's figure had already vanished without a trace. Seeing the group approaching, Uchiha Yoru smiled and casually waved his hand, saying, "Erase the traces of the jutsu." Although no one said anything, the seriousness in their eyes was impossible to hide. Besides the huge commotion, there were also the familiar traces of this ninjutsu. The fire release jutsu, or the oil frog technique, was absolutely nothing new to them, especially for Jonin. After all, it had only been a few years since the three great ninja wars ended. Sannin, one of Jiraiya's names, this name weighed heavily on their hearts, and Uchiha Yoru naturally understood this. In other words, from the very beginning, Jiraiya deliberately used this criterion for ninjutsu to let everyone know that he, Jiraiya, had returned, and at the same time to threaten the Uchiha clan, warning them not to act rashly. Hokage's office. Old man, is this what you guys did? Upon returning to the village, Jiraiya naturally conducted his own investigation. Angrily, he threw his investigation scroll onto the table and glared menacingly at his teacher, the third Hokage. Jiraiya. The former third Hokage, now with his hair completely white and even his face clearly showing age spots, his frail, hunched body made Jiraiya shake his head in disappointment. Jiraiya, you, as a member of Konoha Ninja, are now an evil Uchiha. Danzo was still viciously saying something, but Jiraiya interrupted him without hesitation. HMPH, the Uchiha are evil, then where is Root? Jiraiya glared at Shimura Danzu, his eyes filled with rage. Root hadn't appeared during the Ninetales Rebellion, and his good friend Orochimaru had been driven away, all of which was inextricably linked to Root. His heart was already overflowing with anger, facing Jiraiya's imposing demeanor, and realizing now was the time to use his men. Shimura Danzu let out a rare cold snort, remaining silent. If you can't mess with me, why can't you just escape? Now, the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the angry Jiraiya, let out a deep sigh, and said with a somewhat dejected expression, Jiraiya, you've seen how the police force has developed, especially with Uchiha Yoru having gained considerable support from many ninja villages. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes showed an even greater sense of apprehension, while Shimura Danzu beside him angrily exclaimed, "This is betrayal." Uchiha Yoru actually accepted weapons supplied by the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages. It would have been better not to mention this. Bringing it up immediately enraged Jiraiya, who slammed his hand on the table. He didn't want to resent the third Hokage, but couldn't he resent you, this one-eyed dragon? Danzo, stop talking nonsense. If it weren't for your excessive pressure, would the Uchiha clan have needed to act like this? And you talk about accepting enemy support. So far, I haven't seen the Uchiha do anything detrimental to the village. Jiraiya wasn't a fool either. The village elder's summons clearly indicated he wanted help, but he didn't want to become a tool in a power struggle, so he warned both sides. Whoever thinks of declaring war, I will fight against them. Jiraiya directly revealed his attitude, the scene that made Danzo dissatisfied, causing him to snort coldly. If it weren't for the fact that he needed to use him at the moment, his temper would have flared up with resentment long ago. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed at his disciple with a complex expression. He knew this was his disciple's disappointment in him, but he remained steadfast in his heart. His will of fire would absolutely not compromise. Jiraiya, you should spend the next few days investigating in the village, going around and taking a look. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen eased his burden considerably. No matter what, having brought his disciple back, the pressure on his shoulders was lifted a great deal. Where is Tsunade? Come on, who knows, old man, after all, you know Tsunade's temperament, don't you? If it were Tsunade, Danzo probably wouldn't even be able to see with his other eye. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya directly mocked Shimura Danzu for a moment, causing Danzo's eyes to widen in anger. After a cold snort, he slammed the door and left. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out an even more hoarse laugh. Tsunade's temperament was such that she could probably really tear down the main gate of the Hokage's office. On the other side, in the pub, Shizune stared at Lady Tsunade in awe, as if seeing her for the first time, her face filled with shock. Although Lady Tsunade still maintained her arrogant demeanor, this time she clearly showed a different side, actually accepting Uchiha Yoru's offer of sake. It's worth noting that for the past 3 years, she had been extremely disciplined in her daily drinking, never once letting loose. Lady Tsunade, this is the finest wine. Uchiha Yoru smiled brightly and gently poured a glass of sake. Seeing this, Tsunade coldly raised her glass, first placing it under her nose to gently sniff, then immediately scoffed disdainfully. Little devil, what's the best wine? Clearly, it's fruit wine. Uchiha Yoru showed not the slightest embarrassment at Tsunade's reprimand. Instead, he laughed heartily and nodded, saying, "That's right, it's the best fruit wine. It's good for your complexion and doesn't harm your body." With a slight pout, Tsunade narrowed her eyes. As a princess of the Senju clan, she had tasted all kinds of fine wines, so naturally, she wasn't savoring the fragrant Huiwei wine, but rather staring intently at the little brat before her. Deep in thought, the wine is fine, and this person is excellent. Tsunade narrowed her eyes teasingly, but before she could finish, Uchiha Yoru smiled and hooked the glass, gently gripping the hand that was holding it and pouring more wine. Naturally beautiful people are also the most beautiful. Seeing the sake being refilled again, Tsunade immediately cursed the shameless little brat in her heart. He clearly didn't want to continue the conversation she was having. Little brat, you've caused quite a stir these past 3 years. Now your name is being talked about throughout the entire shinobi world. And you, giving a speech, your ideas are too dangerous. Tsunade continued her incessant criticism, while Uchiha Yoru sat beside her, maintaining a constant smile on her face, showing no sign of anger, and even occasionally pouring her drinks. After half a day had passed, Tsunade said her mouth was dry and her tongue parched, and she couldn't help but let out a cold snort. "Hey, little brat, I've been saying this for ages, but you haven't listened to a single word or taken it seriously." Tsunade seemed to be deliberately trying to provoke Uchiha Yoru, but Uchiha Yoru merely shrugged and chuckled, saying, "I hear that, but I won't do that. So what should I do? What should be done?" Tsunade was stunned by the question, her mind racing as she recalled various pieces of information. Finally, she lowered her voice and said, "Then how did you accept the aid from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages?" Aid? Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Yoru's face immediately showed an expression of understanding. He smiled at Tsunade, as if to say, "No wonder you came." "Lady Tsunade, is it illegal to accept aid from the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone villages?" Uchiha Yoru easily glanced over with a cheerful smile, causing Tsunade's beautiful eyes to narrow, before immediately bursting into laughter. "Little devil, you're truly shameless." Tsunade instantly understood Uchiha Yoru's meaning. "I haven't broken any laws, and if someone wants to help me, why shouldn't I?" The two of them were laughing and chatting inside the room, while Shizune, who was experiencing this for the first time, was so embarrassed he didn't know what to do and could only obediently bow her head and act like a mascot. It seems that Lady Tsunade and Uchiha Yoru knew each other a long time ago, and they appear to be quite familiar with each other, as if there's a subtle, almost overly mature aura about them. Shizune was secretly terrified by her own speculation and shook her head inwardly, thinking how she could be imagining things. How could Tsunade possibly have any connection with her classmate, Uchiha Yoru? Uchiha clan territory. "Yes, teacher. I came first again this time." Young Sasuke excitedly grabbed a part of the exam paper, his face flushed as if he were saying, "Come on, praise me." Upon returning to Uchiha Yoru and seeing Sasuke's excitement, a smile immediately appeared on his face. After carefully reviewing the exam paper in his hand, he nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, Sasuke, but your only mistake is this one question. This is one you shouldn't have made." Uchiha Yoru laughed, and Uchiha Sasuke showed a hint of embarrassment. His only mistake was his carelessness. "Yes, teacher, I will definitely not make the same mistake next time." "Sasuke." Just then, a cold voice rang out, and in an instant, Sasuke's expression changed, becoming stiff and rigid. He saw that his brother, Uchiha Itachi, had returned without him noticing. Over these 3 years, even Sasuke could sense the atmosphere within the clan, especially after his older brother Itachi chose to join the Anbu. Rumors spread throughout the clan grounds. Some say Uchiha Itachi was a traitor, betraying the Uchiha faith, while others say it acted in self-preservation Each theory is causing a stir. Uchiha Yoro looked at Itachi, who had just returned from a mission with the Anbu, and couldn't help but smile. Itachi, are you familiar with Anbu missions? Why don't you come back to the police department? Every time they met, it was the same. Uchiha Itachi would remain silent, and he would always invite the other person to join the police force. Looking at the silent Itachi, Uchiha Yoruichi finally smiled, returned the exam paper to Sasuke, and at the same time reached out her large hand to stroke Sasuke's hair. Little Sasuke, you should go back with Itachi first. Although he didn't like being patted on the head, Sasuke, finding himself in such an awkward situation, still showed his gratitude and quickly turned to run towards his older brother, Sasuke. After watching Sasuke and Itachi leave, Uchiha Yoro turned around, opened the door, and entered her own residence. Creak! Just as the main door slammed shut in an instant, a pair of eyes appeared in the shadows behind the crack, and upon lifting their heads, revealed Uchiha Itachi's cold gaze. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Yoro rubbed his eyebrows, feeling a bit of a headache. Itachi, your cold, expressionless face every day is very unpleasant, and besides, you always hide in the shadows, which easily scares people. Uchiha Yoro casually teased, while Itachi remained silent before saying, Teacher, there have been numerous Anbu deployments in the village recently, and even Root is preparing. Even elite Sarutobi ninjas are quietly returning to the village. Upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's report, Uchiha Yoro couldn't help but chuckle. Itachi, you'd better take good care of yourself. Without a solid foundation, the third Hokage wouldn't have the guts to start a war. Yes, master. Facing Uchiha Yoro's confident demeanor, Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly, his voice low and impatient. Intelligence confirms that the Hidden Mist Village's ninja war has reached a critical point. Once it ends, the entire shinobi world's attention will be focused on Konoha. Therefore, the third Hokage intends to strike before then. Upon hearing this intelligence, Uchiha Yoro slowly narrowed his eyes. No wonder the third Hokage was so anxious, even summoning Jiraiya and Tsunade. It turns out it's because the Hidden Mist Village's civil war is about to end. Among the 5 great ninja villages of the ninja world, the Hidden Mist Village is facing the most tense situation. A civil war has been raging for years, and other nations are secretly supporting the rebel forces. But once the Hidden Mist Village ninja war ends, Konoha will become the next target, because right now, Konoha is the only place in the ninja world most likely to experience civil war. For a Hidden Mist Village ninja to survive for so many years without being completely destroyed is considered good fortune. Regardless, the Hidden Mist Village ninjas have already suffered a great loss of strength. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, it's at the bottom of the hierarchy and lacks the power to wage war for the next 10 years. Itachi, be careful of yourself. Uchiha Yoro's voice echoed downwards, and the shadowy figure in the corner had transformed into a wisp of white smoke. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoro narrowed his eyes, watching as the third Hokage prepared to strike. Although he didn't know what kind of technique it would be, he knew that, given the old man's cautious attitude, when he did strike, it would be like a lightning bolt. Entering the inner room and seeing the Uchiha clan's territory, which was even more prosperous than 3 years ago, Uchiha Yoro's face showed a satisfied smile. Yes, big brother. On the rooftop outside, Shisui's figure appeared respectfully. Uchiha Yoro hadn't even turned his head, instead calmly looking down at the entire clan territory. Shisui, with a serious expression, reported in a low voice, Yes, boss. The village's high-ranking officials have made a move this time, but the specifics are unclear. It seems the third Hokage is preparing to take something. Upon hearing these words, Uchiha Yoro's expression remained calm, without the slightest ripple of emotion. Third Hokage, since you've summoned both Tsunade and Jiraiya this time, you must have a plan. At this point, Uchiha Yoro turned his head, looking at Shisui with a smile, perhaps having summoned the Senin Jiraiya, Tsunade, and given their strength, thought that the Uchiha's pair of Mangekyo Sharingan posed too great a threat. Upon hearing this, Shisui immediately broke into a smile, nodded, and said, I understand, Brother Yi. Raising his head for a moment, Uchiha Shisui's eyes also revealed the enchanting Mangekyo Sharingan, and the two looked at each other, both breaking into smiles. If one pair of Mangekyo Sharingan isn't enough, then how about 2 pairs? We already have a second pair. Could there possibly be a third? Izu no Kuni. Under the moonlight, a venomous snake slowly crawled out of the room, followed closely by a viper that opened its mouth, and a figure slowly fell out. Tick-tock! The crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the room. Emi Terumi, the leader of the Hidden Mist Village's rebel ninja army, had just emerged from the bathroom, her face weary as she donned a loose cloak. Looking at the situation in Konoha, it's much worse than I imagined. 3 years later, Emi Terumi had become even more mature, especially in politics. She was no longer the naive newcomer she once was, and her eyes revealed a shrewd intelligence. Seeing this, Uchiha Yura chuckled, let go of his hand, and said perhaps we can talk a little, and perhaps we can cooperate. Now that the Hidden Mist Village ninjas have been fighting amongst themselves for so long, the major powers outside have realized it. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas are now at the end of their rope, and with the depletion of their resources, they might not even be able to hold onto their position as the bottom 5 great ninja villages. Therefore, they must either mediate and close down the internal conflict or end it completely. Listening to Uchiha Yoru's analysis, Emi Terumi couldn't help but reveal a dangerous smile on her face. She extended a finger, chuckling, and said, now that I have gathered all the ninja with bloodline abilities from the Hidden Mist Village under my command, with all our might, taking down the Hidden Mist Village ninjas in this battle might not be impossible. In the Hidden Mist Village, we have the upper hand, unlike you. It seems that since Kana has summoned Jiraiya and Tsunade, your Uchiha clan doesn't have the advantage. In business, becoming Emi Terumi's leader isn't something you can just fall for easily. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Yoru immediately smiled and nodded, saying, therefore, I think the two of us might be able to cooperate. For example, I can help you take down the ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village. Uchiha Yoru, with a sincere and smiling expression, said 10 points for sincerity, and Emi Terumi, upon hearing this, also smiled, slowly stepping forward, playfully touching the man's chin with her finger, teasingly saying, your ambition is too great. Why don't you do the same as me and directly form a rebel army? Then we can join forces. Haha, Konoha was founded by the Uchiha clan. Do you think the Uchiha need to become the so-called rebels? Uchiha Yoru said with a similar, knowing smile. The Hidden Mist Village ninjas have gathered quite a few elites. The 4th Mizukige's counterattack is about to begin, and now it's time for your long battle to come to an end. After all, the other great nations only wanted to weaken the Hidden Mist Village ninjas. They never intended to actually destroy you. Ultimately, with the emergence of a completely collapsed Hidden Mist Village ninja force, it will face a power struggle, potentially even triggering a great ninja war. Therefore, cooling down or ending the internal conflict within the Hidden Mist Village ninjas is a good plan. While Uchiha was deep in thought about the situation in the middle of the night, Emi Terumi silently and stealthily approached him, her nimble fingers tracing across his skin. We're all ninja with bloodline abilities, and your Sharingan is also a bloodline ability. Furthermore, the things you're doing are so dangerous. Wouldn't it be better to keep the baby safe? What if the Uchiha clan disappears from Konoha in the future? Emi Terumi, with one eye fixed intently on him, made Uchiha Yoru shake his head helplessly. You're overthinking it. Right now, we're talking about cooperating. That's right, even a child is just a means of cooperation. Without a foundation, how can I trust you? Looking at Emi Terumi before him, especially as she matured and her audacity grew, Uchiha Yoru shook his head helplessly and said, I suspect you're coveting my bloodline. Faced with this topic, Emi Terumi not only showed no sign of objection, but instead calmly nodded and said with a smile, not bad. Your bloodline and mine, no matter who inherits it, they are both the most outstanding. Well then, let's join forces. First we'll take down the Hidden Mist Village ninjas, then Konoha. Together, we'll become the strongest ninja in the world. With a burning ambition in her eyes, Emi Terumi knew the man before her was ambitious, so she naturally had to tie him to her side as soon as possible. Moreover, the most important point was that both of them possessed ninja bloodlines. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru felt like he was carrying a rock and hitting his own foot. He was speechless, while Emi Terumi, with a slight movement, brought up the matter of bloodlines. Min, going down there again is just playing with fire. Sensing something behind Uchiha Yoru, Emi Terumi couldn't help but furrow her brow, while a hint of a humorous smile appeared in her eyes. Okay, since you need my cooperation, let's have a good talk. At this point, Amii Terumi stared directly into Uchiha Yoru's eyes and said bluntly, I'm from the Hidden Mist Village, you're from Konoha, and I'm not Tsunade. If you two turn against each other, who will I turn to? Therefore, what I need is sincerity. You bring your sincerity, and I will likewise bring mine. In this way, the two people in the negotiating room became even closer and more cooperative. Konoha. In the meeting room of the Hokage's office, the Konoha F forgathered. This time, even Yuditane Kaharu couldn't help but frown, and she said in a low voice, Hiruzen, how do you plan to act this time? Knowing that Jiraiya and Tsunade's return has stirred up trouble, Hiruzen, what exactly are your plans? Midokado Homura also showed a serious expression. That's right, Hiruzen, if we expose them at this time, Konoha will be plunged into war, and even a victory would be a Pyrrhic one. Facing two cowardly individuals who feared trouble, Shimura Danzu, on the contrary, was filled with viciousness and cunning. He directly sneered and said, Saratobi, just give the order. And when the barrier is opened, the Anbu and Root will join forces, plus Tsunade and Jiraiya will join forces. And we will wipe out the Uchiha in one battle. Shut up! Everything seemed fine at first, but then Shimura Danzu's words took a turn for the worse, threatening to exterminate the entire clan at the slightest provocation. Saratobi Hiruzen was furious, his eyes widening in anger. Danzo, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could the Uchiha have ended up like this? You threatened to wipe out the clan at the slightest provocation. Come on, Danzo, lead Root and destroy them for me right now. Being treated like that by Saratobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzu also harbored resentment, thinking, damn it, if Root really had this kind of power, he would have replaced me as Hawkage long ago. Thou. Seeing that all three were old friends of his, Saratobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and, in a low voice, said to the person outside the door, come in. With a creaking sound, the Konoha F watched intently as a masked Anbu slowly approached and knelt on one knee. Itachi, tell me about the Uchiha clan's intelligence now, and also the forces the police department has under its control. Originally, the main member of the Anbu was Uchiha Itachi. Right in front of the Konoha F4, he slowly removed his mask, revealing his bright red Three-Tamo Sharingan, and calmly looked at the two men as he began to give a detailed report. Recently, the emotions within the police force have surged, with various factions believing that a new Hokage should be appointed, and many ninjas have begun attacking the third Hokage's orders. Currently, almost all members of the Uchiha clan are loyal to the Uchiha clan's Night Clan, blindly and fanatically worshipping them. Even a single order to wage war wouldn't attract much opposition. Now, the Uchiha clan has Jonin, Chunin, registered Jonin, Chunin. Among them, Aburame and Hyuga have completely joined. And furthermore, according to the latest intelligence I've gathered, the Inuzuka clan, dissatisfied with the root stripping of their numbers, have also sought refuge with the police. After receiving Uchiha Itachi's report, Saratobi Hiruzen glared at Danzo disapprovingly, as if to say, look at the mess you've made. However, Shimura Danzu remained silent, letting out a cold snort. He knew the Inuzuka clan's behavior was indeed tolerable, but the Saratobi clan had also benefited greatly, leaving him to bear the brunt of the blame alone. Uchiha Itachi's life trajectory seems to be intertwined with the double dealing of espionage, and, just like in the original scheme, he became a spy planted within the Uchiha clan by Saratobi Hiruzen. The point of contention is that, this time, they were full of confidence, believing that they had brainwashed Uchiha Itachi using the will of fire, unaware that Uchiha Itachi was also a spy sent by the Uchiha clan. Or rather, Saratobi Hiruzen was overly confident. While the Konoha high-ranking officials were secretly plotting, at this very moment, in a tavern in the village, Saratobi Suma, with his full beard and mustache, had a sullen expression on his face, filled with even more rage. Konoha Tavern. What kind of village are we currently living in? The poverty of ninjas, the poverty of the elderly and infirm, and the problems of supporting them. Why is the marriage rate among young ninjas getting lower and lower? And the birth rate also getting lower and lower. In the tavern, Uchiha Yura stood under the watchful eyes of countless people, facing their intense stares, and questioned everyone with a barrage of questions. But all the listeners, upon hearing such a question, fell silent. These were not issues they had ever considered before, but they were nonetheless matters they needed to confront and address. As seen in the original work, the marriage and birth rates among young people during this period were infuriatingly low. For example, Kakashi and his fellow ninjas were almost all single. It's important to remember that the shinobi world is a society where people are born and have children early. Why is it that no one is willing to let their children be born in Konoha in the present day? Looking at everyone, Uchiha Yoro angrily and forcefully said, "It's because we're falling into an abyss. Yet the rotten people in our village are pretending not to see it." At this point, Uchiha Yoro suppressed the anger in his heart, looked at everyone, and calmly said, "Do you know how much the house prices are in the village center right now?" With 5 fingers slowly extended, in front of everyone, Uchiha Yoro, disgusted and enraged by Zetsu's late-night outburst, declared, "The most luxurious vase in the prime of its kind costs 500,000, a full 500,000. In the shinobi world, a B-rank mission pays 80,000 to 200,000. And a rank mission pays 150,000 to 1 million. But regardless of whether it's a B-rank or a rank mission, it requires a Jonin level leader, disregards the mission's danger level, and only covers mission costs and personnel allocation. Ultimately, the village will still take a portion of the reward. A B-rank or a rank mission, tell me, how many can a Jonin complete in a year during a non-war period? Furthermore, after each mission, the body needs to recuperate, and then all sorts of things need to be bought again. Uchiha Yoro glared at everyone, angrily saying, "A perfectly coordinated team consisting of a special Jonin and 3 Chunin, working tirelessly for a year, still doesn't earn a single million yen in compensation. A medical ninja who has reached the rank of Jonin because in his village, he needs to shoulder a huge mortgage." At this moment, Uchiha Yoro's emotions surged, and he glared at everyone, angrily shouting, "It's all because of the incompetent leaders in the village. They're foolish, greedy. Sitting there, protecting the village with the blood and sweat of our hearts, they shamelessly enjoy everything." You know what? After the 3 great ninja villages, not only were they rushing to restore their economies, but they were also increasing their military capabilities. Now, the military strength of the 2 great ninja villages in the shinobi world, the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village, has surpassed Konoha. And the elderly, dim-witted, and hard-of-hearing 3rd Hokage, greedily occupying the Hokage position, they extracted resources from the village, transforming the once obscure Sarutobi clan into the 2nd most powerful clan in Konoha. Over the course of 3 years, Uchiha Yoro's initial vague warnings have gradually evolved to directly naming corrupt individuals, and his bold and audacious behavior has gradually gained acceptance. In the tavern, countless ninjas, blushing with excitement, even banged on the tables in response. "Sarutobi Isuma, you were first a Konoha ninja, and only then the son of the 3rd Hokage. Now I ask you, is there even a single lie in what I've said?" Suddenly, Uchiha Yoro pointed a finger, and in an instant everyone looked towards the gloomy ninja hiding in the corner, drinking sake. It was Sarutobi Isuma. 3 years ago, upon returning from the Fire Temple, Sarutobi Isuma encountered Uchiha Yoro. The two, who had once been enemies, now share a common goal. Facing everyone, Sarutobi Isuma slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and looked at all the ninja in the village, his heart filled with determination. Not bad. The military strength of the Hidden Cloud Village and Hidden Stone Village in the ninja world is constantly increasing. In contrast, if Konoha is judged by its military strength, it is no longer the #1 ninja in the world. Coil. The fact that the 3rd Hokage's son himself admitted it was stronger and more compelling than any other evidence, causing a great stir. 3 years ago, Sarutobi Isuma was filled with prejudice against the 3rd Hokage, but as a result, while still immature, he encountered a series of events at the daimyo's residence and was hastily summoned back. Upon his return, he encountered Uchiha Yoro, who had become a hotbed of controversy. Regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's tactics, Uchiha Yoro merely sneered, thinking, "If you want to instigate Itachi, then I'll instigate your son. Take what belongs to others and return it to them." Coincidentally, Sarutobi Isuma was in his rebellious phase at this time, and faced with numerous pieces of evidence, he completely erupted, practically standing in opposition to the 3rd Hokage. We cannot deny the 3rd Hokage's contributions, but his miscommissioned commanders in 3 major battles led to Konoha's suffering. The 3rd Hokage took responsibility and abdicated, But after the Ninetales rebellion, the high-ranking officials used the pretext of the third Hokage's temporary reappearance to replace him. This current reassignment is the reason. Not a single word was mentioned about the position of fifth Hokage. Uchiha Yoru looked at everyone and finally, pointing at Sarutobi Asuma, excitedly shouted, "We can't be lost in the dream of being the first ninja village in the shinobi world. The three great ninja wars almost brought us down from our pedestals. It's only been a few years. Have we already forgotten? Right now, what we need is a new Hokage, a young, powerful, far-sighted Hokage, a man with the courage to crush the bones of his enemies to dust. Now he has arrived. He will live in our era. He will lead Konoha to victory once again. We need to unite, we want to unite and once again dominate the shinobi world with Konoha. The ultimate victory will be ours." Following Uchiha Yoru's resounding oath, the emotions in the tavern were instantly stirred, and in a flash, each of the simple ninjas excitedly shouted. Sarutobi Asuma's face flushed bright red as he excitedly shouted, "Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade are back!" Uchiha Yoru, you're not the only option. Seeing Sarutobi Asuma approaching in a fit of rage, Uchiha Yoru angrily shouted and scolded him, as if he were protesting against him. But instead of getting angry, he spread his arms wide and smiled. Of course, Jiraiya and Tsunade are also among them. Konoha needs fresh blood right now. Not relying on young people fighting to the death on the front lines while a bunch of greedy old geezers occupy high positions behind the scenes, constantly talking about the village. I, Uchiha Yoru, propose that the village needs the fifth Hokage. Not the corrupt Hokage and high-ranking officials of the previous generation. Roar, roar, after 3 years under their guidance. Everyone's pent-up emotions finally found an outlet, and they unleashed their outbursts of anger. Their target was the new Hokage, and with Uchiha Yoruichi once again unveiling the mask of the village's decay. And the previous generation occupying high positions, even the best positions in the village being seized by these old clan members, they were filled with anger. They wouldn't dare to have such thoughts of overthrowing them, but back then, the third Hokage's reappearance was merely a temporary slogan. Now, with Uchiha Yoru leading them, they naturally have a new direction. I nominate the fifth Hokage to watch Hokage. Sarutobi Asuma looked at Uchiha Yoru, the most important person in the group, and deep in his eyes, a strong sense of envy and longing appeared. He also deeply resented Zetsu's current decay, but he also did not want to see him become the new Hokage. Therefore, Sarutobi Asuma's goal from the very beginning was very clear. He wanted the fifth Hokage to be chosen from Jiraiya and Tsunade, and he would absolutely not nominate Uchiha Yoru. In the bustling tavern, fueled by Uchiha Yoru's emotionally charged speech, several people in the crowd became agitated. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma inadvertently caught sight of someone, and his pupils immediately contracted. What do you want to do? Taking hold of Ebisu's small black glasses, Sarutobi Asuma suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. Ebisu's face showed a surge of fanaticism, but his eyes remained incomparably calm as he looked at Asuma. Young Master Asuma, I apologize, but it's due to the mission. Although no words came out of his mouth, Ebisu's lip movements filled Asuma with terror. Sure enough, the next moment, under his terrified gaze, the other man slowly formed hand seals and uttered one final lip movement. Violence. Rumble. Suddenly, flames shot out in all directions from the tavern, causing explosions, and in an instant, the agitated crowd descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yoru, watching this scene from the podium, had a hint of a smile in the corner of his eyes. Finally, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you all this long. Fire, have the police maintain order. Someone is deliberately trying to cause chaos. There's no need to panic. Everyone stay calm. Ninjas were inherently the epitome of efficiency. Even in chaotic situations, if someone intentionally tried to cause trouble, they wouldn't deliberately disrupt it. Instead, each ninja calmly maintained order. The brief chaos was quickly brought under control, but upon seeing the arrests, everyone showed expressions of anger. Although Ebisu was captured and somewhat struggling, he glared at Uchiha Yoru and angrily shouted, "You madman! You're a madman! The third Hokage sacrificed so much for the village, and you dare to insult an old man who dedicated his life to the village. You evil Uchiha! You haven't even washed away the stain of the Ninetales night yet. How disgusting!" Along with the two men, Yu Shenyun and Tang Yue, the two men with the iron heart, were arrested. After the three were apprehended, they immediately and angrily cursed the injustice in front of everyone. Take him to jail. The police officer in charge, Yui Kurenai, swiftly led the team down and had the three troublemakers taken away. A chaotic and disruptive incident in the general public's game has come to an end, but Uchiha Yoru now faces off against Asuma. The two looked at each other. Sarutobi Asuma took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Release them. Release them. You're at Jonin village now, so you should know the meaning of the word rules." Uchiha Nightfall's expression turned slightly unpleasant as he directly turned and left, while Sarutobi Asuma felt something was amiss. The resolute look in the eyes of the three had just now given him a bad feeling. Damn it! Sarutobi Asuma yelled loudly, then turned and hurriedly left the tavern. He wanted to go back and ask the old man what exactly needed to be changed. Yoru. Yui Kurenai appeared beside him, a hint of worrying in her eyes, while Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes, raised his hand and said with a laugh, "Don't worry, at least this time we know." It seems the third Hokage is full of determination this time. These three people are probably just a decoy, a bait to expose his conflict with the Hokage's high-ranking officials. Returning to his clan in a fit of rage, he was suddenly confronted by the flung-open main door, revealing the third Hokage, his head full of white hair, practicing calligraphy. He had just finished writing a large character, Endure. "Old man, what exactly do you want Ibisu and the others to do?" Pushing open the door and angrily questioning him, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly lifted his head and picked up the pipe beside him, lighting it weakly. "Asuma, have I really disappointed you like this?" He had never imagined that his busy schedule with official duties would ultimately lead to his own children doubting his intentions. Disappointed. Seeing the third Hokage, now in his old age and looking so frail, Sarutobi Asuma sneered, "I told you before. You were a ninja hero when you were young, but look at what you've done now." The clan occupies the high positions. Which of the so-called high-ranking officials isn't there to benefit their own clan? Leaving all that aside, why do you insist on seizing the Hokage position and refusing to step down? It's been so many years. Do you know what people say when I'm out on missions? All the ninjas are discussing it, saying you're power-hungry, unwilling to relinquish the Hokage position, clinging to the title of temporary replacement, and won't step down until you die. Sarutobi Asuma loudly rebuked his father, saying that even he could see, let alone outsiders, that his father had absolutely no intention of passing on the Hokage authority. Facing his son's admonition, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed weakly, a hint of sorrow appearing in his cloudy eyes, but thinking of his son's persistence, his eyes regained their determination. "Asuma, you still don't understand. Konoha belongs entirely to me, and the Uchiha clan only brings disaster to the village. As a Konoha ninja, you cannot act like an Uchiha and pursue your ambitions. The nine tails in the Sharingan, I cannot hand Konoha over to an Uchiha clan overflowing with ambition." Sarutobi Hiruzen stated with unwavering determination that, in his eyes, he couldn't leave a messy situation for future generations. He wanted to eliminate the Uchiha clan, this potential threat, before that happened, or at least suppress it. So Ibisu, Kamizuki Izuma, and Iron Steel are those three. Sarutobi Asuma stared intently at his father, unable to believe that the three of them could so easily cause chaos and clash with Uchiha Yoru. Facing his son's questioning, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long time, then exhaled a thick cloud of smoke before coldly saying, "Asuma, you are indeed not suited for politics. For those who achieve great things, sacrifice is an inevitable tactic. You." Staring in horror at his old man, Sarutobi Asuma seemed to have guessed something and angrily wanted to shout, but what greeted him was a pair of cold, cloudy eyes. "All of this is for the sake of the village. I cannot hand over a chaotic village to the next generation." At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen became even more stubborn and obstinate, staring intently at his son. He would not allow his political career to be tainted in the slightest. This time, he summoned Jiraiya and Tsunade back to the village, naturally making preparations for the fifth Hokage position. But he couldn't leave the world with a chaotic situation as a lasting memory. He is the third Hokage of the ninja hero. He wants to once again push the evil Uchiha back to a remote corner, this marking a relatively fulfilling chapter in his reign. Police Department. Minister Kamizuki Izumi and his companion attempted suicide at a bar this afternoon. Ibisu, thanks to timely medical intervention, is temporarily out of danger. Upon returning to his office, Uchiha Yoru immediately heard this order, his expression stiffening. At the same time, the news of the 3 people who had attempted suicide had already spread throughout the police department. Does this news need to be suppressed? Before reporting, the ninja revealed a probing expression. This made Uchiha Yoru's mouth twitch slightly. Taking a deep breath, he directly said in a low voice, "No need, just send the message." Today's situation clearly shows that someone specifically set up this scheme for him. Everyone committed suicide, and if he continues to block the information, he will be going right into their hands. Minister, I heard they arrested a prisoner who attempted suicide today. Yoru. Following behind, each squad leader entered the office, their expressions showing concern, while Uchiha Yoru looked at everyone with a cold, indifferent expression. Since you can all see there's a problem, do you think I wouldn't know? Looking at everyone, Uchiha Yoru sneered and said, since someone has made a move, let's retaliate directly. Steel, Cloud God, and Ibisu, 3 Konoha ninjas, caused chaos in a public bar, even detonating explosives using explosive tags. Because they were classified as extremely unstable individuals, the 3 were brought to the police department after exhibiting abnormal behavior and even attempting suicide. Currently, the police suspect that the 3 individuals were recruited by enemy ninja spies, which is why they committed such dangerous acts. Now that they have been apprehended, the police fear exposure and have attempted suicide. Ebisu's suicide attempt was unsuccessful, and the 3rd Hokage's Anbu are now investigating under special orders. Hand Ibisu over to the Anbu and have the police investigate. Uchiha Yoru said coldly. Although he knew he was being manipulated, he immediately ordered these people to plant a pot of excrement in collusion with the enemy, also warning the other ninjas not to easily face the enemy's gunfire lest they be crushed to death. Moreover, who would dare stay in Ibisu? Regardless of your reasons, today's fraudulent behavior in the tavern is unacceptable. Even if the police secretly impose severe punishments on them, so what? Right now, Uchiha Yoru can deliver a fatal blow instantly. Regardless of your reason, one sentence the police department suspects you of colluding with the enemy and betraying the country is enough. At the same time, violent news spread throughout the village that night. 3 ordinary ninja from the Konoha police department were murdered, and one of them was truly beyond saving. Following that, the police department immediately posted a notice, directly bringing the 3 individuals to justice. The police department then led officers to seal off the homes of all 3, arresting them all on suspicion of colluding with the enemy and committing treason. The police force's domineering style of operation certainly sparked heated debate, but in the face of such overwhelming power, many remained indifferent and apathetic. But this time, things were a bit different, causing a relatively big commotion. Even after the police were deployed, things didn't calm down. Instead, there was a feeling that the situation was getting increasingly serious. On the 2nd day, the situation escalated further, with rumors circulating in the village that the police force was acting in an overbearing manner, completely transforming into a dictatorial, individualistic law enforcement agency. Police Department. Yoru, you've appeared in the village, strolling around the streets. Hada Kakashi, with a serious expression, reported on the situation that had occurred in the village, while Uchiha Yoru, sitting upright at his desk, listened with a cold, indifferent expression, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. Kamizuki Izuma and Iron Man, along with their families, wept and pleaded at the Hokage's office, claiming that the police department had arbitrarily killed their fellow village ninja. Uchiha Yoru remained calm and composed, observing the tense situation, and finally, Hada Kakashi silently withdrew. Day 3. The situation is getting worse and worse. This tide is growing bigger and bigger, and many dissatisfied ninja law enforcement officers and their families have started taking to the streets to protest. Wednesday. After Uchiha Yoru personally issued an official order, all the commotion in Konoha subsided, and the so-called street parade completely disappeared. Iron Steel, Kamizuki Izumo's family, within the scope of Konoha regulations, are expelled from Konoha. Any innocent person who resisted the police while strolling through the streets is considered to have violated the regulations established by Konoha, and may all apply to leave Konoha and change their nationality. The tyrannical police ordered the entire patrol ninja to be deployed. In short, they said, "Are you dissatisfied? Why not?" The entire Konoha was founded by the Uchiha clan. What are you? Uchiha Yoru directly clarified the situation, and at the same time told everyone that Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans, and the rules were established back then. Those who disagreed could leave. Iron Steel and Kamizuki Izuma, two ordinary ninja clans, became the victims in this event. Police Department. Yes, boss, Ibisu is accusing the police department of abuse of power, claiming that because of his accusations, they forced Iron Man and Cloud God to their deaths. Today, Ibisu is kneeling in front of the Hokage's office building, seeking out the Hokage-sama. The third Hokage was furious upon hearing this and is now preparing to convene a Jonin conference. One day, Uchiha Shisui rushed in with a hurried expression to report something. Uchiha Yoru, who was busy tending to bonsai trees in his office, was initially startled, but then a smile appeared on his face. I was wondering how those three useless guys could cause such a commotion. It turns out they were preparing something here. It seems like this time our third Hokage is serious about it. They don't act unless they're absolutely certain to strike with lightning speed. Yes, boss. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's completely calm demeanor, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but show his worrying. Uchiha Yoru, however, let out a relieved laugh and waved his hand, saying, "The first rule of ninja is calmness. No matter where you are or what happens, calmness is the most important thing." Gently placing the bonsai aside, Uchiha Yoru gazed at the distant silhouette of Hokage Rock, the smile on his face gradually stiffening. Finally, after waiting so long, the opportunity has arrived. If the third old man doesn't make a move, I don't know how I should act, after all. It was so difficult to gather so many people this time. Yes, boss, the Anbu are here. Uchiha Shisui also looked through the window and saw the flashing black dots of the Anbu. Anyone who acts in the manner of a police officer performing their duties will be arrested. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. Facing the third Hokage's attack, Uchiha Yoru was equally prepared and whispered to Shisui, "Change requires sacrifice, and right now we need to minimize that sacrifice." Upon hearing the instructions, Uchiha Shisui nodded resolutely. "Yes, big brother, I understand, but is Itachi really all right?" At the last moment, Uchiha Shisui showed hesitation. "Brother, if you entrust the most crucial matter to Itachi, I'm afraid." Before he could finish speaking, Uchiha Yoru gently shook his head, his eyes revealing an unprecedented determination. "I firmly believe no one wants to see the village continue to decay. I firmly believe my will is correct." The office door slowly opened, and outside stood a group of serious-looking ninja police officers, all staring intently, as if a single command from him would trigger a war. Minister's Night. Lord Yoru. As the voices of the crowd subsided, Uchiha Yoru calmly adjusted his robes and hat, then looked at everyone and loudly declared, we will win. Victory is certain. Victory is certain." The police department's collapse sent a deafening roar through the air, yet Uchiha Yoru calmly and directly delivered each official order. The police department is conducting normal transportation, and all Jonin are attending the village's high-level conference. Yes. At midday, the beautiful sunlight shone down, and the twinkling black dots on the rooftops of the village all pointed towards the Hokage's office building. The Jonin conference is a meeting that is only convened when a major event or decision is made in the village. The last Jonin conference was held after the Nine Tails. One after another, the Jonin hurriedly arrived, and many sensed an unusual atmosphere, especially after news spread that both Sen Jirai and Tsunade would be attending this Jonin conference, immediately drawing the attention of countless people. In the meeting room of the Hokage's office, seated upright were the same Konoha F4, the third Hokage, Midokado Homura, Shimura Danzo, and Yutatane Kaharu. But in the huge meeting room, packed with people from the Jonin village, each one standing firm, not a single whisper or murmur could be heard. The Jonin were at the front, especially all the Jonin were at the back. Yet countless eyes were fixed on the two figures at the very front, the handsome, white-haired hero Jiraiya and the graceful, snow-white-clad Tsunade Hime. Why haven't the Uchiha arrived yet? At this critical moment, a Jonin affiliated with the Sarutobi clan, despite the difficulties, directly bowed his head and complained. He acted that way naturally to please them, otherwise, why would they recruit him? As soon as someone spoke, others naturally began to discuss, and the momentary silence in the meeting room was broken by a clamor of discussion. This scene, however, caused the 4 members of the Konoha F4, sitting upright at the head of the table, to remain completely unfazed, as if they hadn't seen anything at all. But at that moment, a cold snort suddenly rang out, and the meeting room instantly fell silent. All eyes turned to see the dignified Tsunade Hime looking down at everyone with disdain, as if she were addressing them all as a bunch of clowns. Tsunade! Seeing this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help but rub his forehead and shake his head. Tsunade's temper was even more unrestrained than before. He really didn't know what would happen to the village afterward. Tsunade's impulsive behavior was noticed by the Konoha F4, and Uchiha Kaharu and Midokado Homura couldn't help but show their displeasure. But Tsunade seemed oblivious. Her eyes filled only with contempt. Shizune, go move a chair over here. In the Hokage's meeting room, except for the Konoha F4 high-ranking officials, the rest of the people didn't have chairs to sit on. But with Tsunade's words, Shizune, feeling embarrassed, finally bowed her head and went forward to bring a chair over. At this point, someone wanted to say something, but didn't dare, and even Jiraiya seemed oblivious, appearing to see nothing at all. This scene caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to frown slightly, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Given Tsunade Hime's status, these things don't seem unusual to her. Just then, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the door, drawing everyone's attention as they all rushed towards the main entrance. Creak! Suddenly, the main door was pushed open, and the figure that pushed open the large door was Genma, a member of the squad, followed closely by a dense crowd of neatly arranged figures. When this scene appeared in an instant, countless people were terrified, and many even felt a tingling sensation on their scalp. All that could be seen was a dense crowd of pure Jonin, these Jonin being divided into Uchiha, Aburame, and Hyuga clans, along with countless civilian ninjas. As the stars and moon descended, Uchiha Yoru led the way, his footsteps pounding like drums on everyone's hearts as the group, like members of a fish museum, slowly made their way into the Jonin meeting room. This scene was so visually striking that even Jiraiya was stunned, then couldn't help but shake his head helplessly and say, This really is an Uchiha. That's a perfect 10 points for the arrogant Uchiha clan to take the field. When everyone swarmed into the Jonin meeting room, a bizarre scene unfolded in an instant. The crowd immediately formed a group, many exchanging bewildered glances, while even more remained in a state of observation. In just 3 years, this little brat has reached this level, even stronger than Orochimaru. Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh inwardly, whispering to Tsunade beside him, but Tsunade scoffed disdainfully. A noble family naturally had its share of etiquette, but this little brat was truly formidable. No wonder even the old man found him so difficult to deal with. In just 3 years, they've already swayed so many people. If this continues for another 3 years, I'm afraid more than half of Konoha will fall into their hands. Uchiha Yoru, you are suspected of being involved in causing chaos in the village, and even threatening other village ninjas. The third Hokage has now convened a Jonin council to publicly investigate your actions, all for the sake of restoring peace to Konoha. As Sarutobi clan ninja openly displayed his dissatisfaction, angrily directing his words solely at the Uchiha side. As soon as Uchiha Yoru entered the meeting room, he scoffed disdainfully, slowly spreading his arms as he looked at the third Hokage and said with a laugh, It seems the Sarutobi clan is already dissatisfied with their status as Konoha's second-in-command. The so-called summit caught everyone completely off guard. No one expected the third Hokage to act so quickly. Similarly, Uchiha Yoru, with a radiant smile, directly clarified everything, saying, Let's not beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. That one move caused countless neutral Jonin to glance around in unison. After all, those who could reach this point were not fools, and they naturally understood where the conflict between the two sides lay. Therefore, Uchiha Yoru's straightforward and clear statement of purpose was more easily accepted by others, whereas concealing it and avoiding public view would have made him seem ordinary. The assignment didn't follow the usual format. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the arrogant young man before him, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, but a calm smile appeared on his face as he waved his hand. Now that almost everyone has arrived, let's get down to business. Today, I've convened this Jonin meeting for only two reasons. The first matter concerns the recent development of the police force and its impact on the village. The second matter is that I am getting old, and I have decided to raise the issue of selecting the fifth Hokage. Uchiha Yoru, you're not following the usual pattern in your approach, so I won't beat around the bush either. I'll get straight to the point. Sarutobi Hiruzen's greatest grievance over the years, besides politics, was his inability to hold onto his position. His sudden outburst this time caused a stir among countless people. At the same time, countless feelings of dissatisfaction among the people also dissipated. In everyone's eyes, with the third Hokage's abdication and the appointment of a new Hokage, the village would probably change. A disgruntled person can be extremely harsh at times, but at other times they can be incredibly tolerant and magnanimous. At this moment, as everyone gazed intently at the third generation's head full of white hair and age spots, countless memories of the old man's past contributions to the village immediately resurfaced in their minds. As the two sides exchanged blows, Uchiha Yoru's face remained calm, showing no emotion, but inwardly he was sneering. The old man's tactics were truly cunning. If he hadn't known the original story and the numerous preparations he had made, he would have truly fallen into a disadvantage today. The outcome is still undecided. The game of chess has only just begun. Do you really think that throwing out a clue about the fifth Hokage selection process can shift the tide of political defeat? Ridiculous! Konoha, Hokage's office building, meeting room. At the Jonin conference, following the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's clarification of the following two matters, Shimura Danzu, a member of Konoha's F4, let out a cold laugh. First, let's talk about the first case, which concerns the police department's excessive enforcement of the law in recent years, which has brought immense security risks to the village. So, is this police department still the same one that was established by the second generation? Looking at everyone, Shimura Danzu's sinister gaze finally fell on Uchiha Yoru, and he said coldly, "The second generation of the Uchiha clan established a police force for the peace of the village. But what about today?" The police department's abuse of power was not mentioned earlier, but now it's clear that the following incidents constitute a significant security threat to the village. Firstly, the Ministry of Public Security is abusing its power, secretly and continuously purchasing various military supplies. What is its intention? Secondly, the Ministry of Public Security is secretly communicating with Orochimaru, conducting clandestine transactions. Thirdly, the Ministry of Public Security is secretly receiving supplies from the Hidden Clad Village and the Hidden Stone Village. Shimura Danzu's opening remarks were all direct attacks on vital points. Each of the 3 points struck a sensitive issue, and for a moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Uchiha Yoru. Facing the intense gazes of everyone present, Uchiha Yoru remained calm, instead staring directly at the third Hokage. Uchiha Yoru, do you have any objections to the 3 points above? Facing Shimura Danzu's stern questioning, Uchiha Yoru merely scoffed disdainfully. What do you think you are? Sitting upright in his F4 seat, Uchiha Yoru looked directly at the third Hokage and sneered. 3 arrogant old men. They were merely advisors because the third Hokage lacked prestige and ability at the time. When did having an advisor become an indispensable part of the Hokage's position? One statement, directly clarifying the issue of identity, firstly slanders the third Hokage for lacking both prestige and ability in his ascension to the position, which is why he established a high-ranking advisory body to solidify his own power. This also proves one thing. The so-called advisors were merely a product of the third Hokage's administration, meaning that the next Hokage might not necessarily need them. Uchiha Yoru's direct and clear words instantly caused Yutane Kaharu, Mitokado Homura, and Shimura Danzu to change their expressions drastically, all 3 struggling to suppress their anger. These things, while not bad, have become commonplace over the years, and the 3 of them are also indispensable right-hand men of the third Hokage. Shimura Danzu, in particular, narrowed his eyes even more, his heart seething with murderous intent. The Uchiha were indeed incredibly ambitious, resorting to such a tactic of pulling the rug out from under them. Facing Uchiha Yoru's direct gaze, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, said in a deep voice, "Minister of the Police Department, Uchiha clan head, when I first ascended to the position, my abilities were indeed insufficient, which is why it is thanks to your unity that Konoha is what it is today." Sarutobi Hiruzen, also a member of the Light Sect, directly acknowledged what Uchiha Yoru had said, a scene that made the expressions of all three of them quite grim. Don't just see this as a simple acknowledgement. It also implies that they are all products of the third Hokage's administration. In other words, the future fifth Hokage has the power to disregard them. The old fox muttered a curse under his breath. Uchiha Yoru, however, remained as indifferent as ever, saying, "So, after 3 battles, you voluntarily abdicated as the third Hokage. And now you're using your authority to temporarily replace him to question me. Or are you saying that today's so-called Jonin conference is nothing more than a judgment?" Uchiha Yoru's arrogant gaze swept over everyone. Anyone who met his eyes dared not look him directly in the eye. This alone shows how much his reputation had grown over the past 3 years. Uchiha Yoru, this is the Jonin conference, and also the place where all the Konoha ninjas want to know the answer. At this moment, the esteemed Tsunade Hime turned her head and calmly looked at Uchiha Yoru, finally saying in a deep voice, "This is also the question you need to answer before you become the fifth Hokage." Following Sannin's speech, the morale of the Jonin in the meeting room temporarily stabilized, and countless eyes turned towards them. Uchiha Yoru's lips slowly curved into a smile. "Konoha was founded by your ancestors, naturally. Here, apart from you, Tsunade Hime, no one has the right to speak the word judgment to the Uchiha, not even the acting Hokage." The arrogant and unrestrained Uchiha Yoru directly looked down on everyone, but treated Tsunade with the same respect, which was a blatant declaration to everyone. Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans, and you are nothing compared to them. Firstly, the police department is abusing its power, secretly and continuously purchasing various military supplies and equipment. What is its intention? Glancing around, Uchiha Yoru let out a cold laugh and said, "This question is truly ridiculous. I can tell you right now, whether it's the Uchiha clan or the police department, the procurement of military supplies has never been done secretly, but openly and legitimately. The reason is actually quite simple. It's because the village is leading a corrupt government, and they're doing everything they can to use the Anbu and route to conduct surveillance, while the Uchiha and the police force are doing it for self-protection. Secondly, the police department was secretly in contact with Orochimaru, conducting clandestine transactions." Uchiha Yoru's gaze was fixed intently on Jiraiya. "Lord Jiraiya, what I want to ask is, Sannin Orochimaru was expelled from Konoha. When did Konoha have a rule prohibiting Leaf Ninja from contacting the expelled ninja? Or are you saying the village is preparing to label Sannin Orochimaru as a rogue ninja?" Speaking with such boldness and a loud questioning tone, everyone's expressions changed drastically in an instant, especially Jiraiya, who snorted coldly, his gaze clearly showing his displeasure towards Danzo. At this point, would the high-ranking Hokage dare to say they would label Orochimaru as a rogue ninja? Even if you did dare, you wouldn't have made a mistake before. Looking at everyone, Uchiha Yoru's face became even more sarcastic. The last point is even more ridiculous. The police department secretly received supplies from the Cloud Village and the Stone Village. Are the Cloud Village and the Stone Village both fools? Would they just give us supplies for free? Elder Danzo, you should be saying this is a straightforward deal. However, I remember this was called internal trading. The Ainu Shikacho and Shimura clans always had it, but in the last 3 years, because of the Uchiha clan's perfect supply of police equipment, which was valued by ninjas from other countries, it gradually became the main item purchased through trading. Uchiha Yoru's brief words refuted Shimura Danzu's so-called 3 types, and Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly exhaled a puff of smoke in response to all of this. Uchiha Yoru, for the past 3 years you have incited ninjas to slander and resist the village government, and simultaneously contacted other countries. No matter how grand the reasons you use, you, Uchiha Yoru, are merely a police minister. Even your position as the Uchiha clan head is insufficient. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the more venomous one, directly pointing out the issue of identity, seemingly as a counterattack. Since you keep bringing up identity, then I will do the same. Currently, all sorts of actions point to you as someone who colluded with the enemy and committed treason, causing chaos in the village. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's cold voice echoed through the room, but Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing it, took a deep breath, a confident smile appearing on his face. In the previous third Hokage's administration, Konoha held an unshakable position as the supreme ruler of the shinobi world, and Konoha ninjas enjoyed the wealthiest and most privileged environment. But where is it now? Uchiha Yoru slowly stood up, staring intently at the third Hokage, and calmly said, "If a thief stole your money and you demanded it back, would that be considered theft?" The calm voice echoed downwards, and for a moment, countless ninjas in the meeting room were stunned upon hearing it, followed by a look of sudden understanding. And many even showed signs of excitement. Uchiha Yoru, however, directly glanced at everyone, his gaze fixed on Tsunade. "I want to ask Tsunade Hime something, but do you remember Konoha?" But whenever something happens in Konoha, it's always because of the so-called will of fire, or because the village lacks capable leaders. These people claim that all of this is for Konoha, for the will of fire. They ended the war, but what about Konoha now? The central area is a huge land with exorbitant housing prices. A Jonin now wants to buy a house of his own in the heart of the village, and he'll have to spend his entire life repaying the loan. He can't sacrifice himself, he can't get seriously injured, and he can't even rest. The first and second Hokages, one after the other, spearheaded the charge, leading Konoha to its position as the first supreme ruler of the shinobi world. They were entirely deserving of the title of Hokage. Initially, the Senju and Uchiha alliances that founded Konoha had a plan to prevent children from having to go to war. But where are the three battles? Youngsters, not even 10 years old, are sent to the battlefield, while a bunch of old geezers sit comfortably in the village, enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Claiming all of this is for Konoha. Uchiha Yoru basically gave the third Hokage no respect whatsoever, directly and shamelessly tearing down the veil in front of everyone. And even coldly sneering at the so-called Konoha high-ranking officials, stating the truth. For a moment, many Jonin in the meeting room secretly broke out in a cold sweat. What arrogance! To expose them so blatantly, had the Uchiha clan already made preparations? Faced with Uchiha Yoru's extremely sarcastic remarks, even Jiraiya's expression turned somewhat grim. After all, the fact that he had suffered a crushing defeat in 3 battles was undeniable, and the fact that the third Hokage had voluntarily abdicated was enough to prove everything. "I just want to reclaim everything that was stolen from me." The so-called Sarutobi clan used to be an insignificant little family, but what about now? They are completely worthy of being Konoha's second most powerful family, but I dare say, in just another 10 years, Konoha's #1 most powerful family will be replaced by the Sarutobi clan. At that moment, Shimura Danzu angrily slammed his hand on the table, but the third Hokage beside him calmly and indifferently raised his hand to stop his old friend from acting impulsively. Facing the skeptical expressions of everyone, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, his grip on the pipe tightening involuntarily, but he still managed to suppress his anger. This was practically peeling back the old scars, yet it was also about reopening the government that had ruled for decades. Uchiha Yoru, don't be so arrogant and reckless. The 3 battles were a mistake, and Hiruzen took responsibility and abdicated. All of this was known to every ninja in Konoha back then. At this moment, Midokado Homura, suppressing his anger, brought up the events of that year again, in a low voice. Suddenly, everyone remembered that the third Hokage had abdicated because of this very incident. After the fourth Hokage's sacrifice at the Ninetales Night, the third Hokage reluctantly returned to his seclusion. Facing Midokado Homura's explanation, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, saying, "Not bad." Ever since the third Hokage reappeared, using the excuse of temporarily taking over the reins of power, you old geezers, unwilling to lose your authority, have been reluctant to relinquish it all these years. The fifth Hokage. Uchiha Yoru chuckled mockingly at this point, then looked at everyone and sternly shouted, "If it weren't for me, Uchiha Yoru, who knows when we'd have to wait for the fifth Hokage?" Cough, cough. Just then, the third Hokage coughed, drawing everyone's attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who calmly looked at them and gently took down his pipe. "Gentlemen, I have been in power for many years, and I have never been able to escape responsibility for the losses in the 3 wars. As for the Ninetales' subsequent failure to select a fifth Hokage, it was indeed due to selfish motives." In an instant, a commotion erupted. Countless people looked towards the third Hokage, and many were secretly startled, realizing that today, it seemed both sides were about to expose each other. In contrast, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly looked at Uchiha Yoru and said in a hoarse voice, regarding the various injustices suffered by the Uchiha, "I don't want to find any excuses. Firstly, the culprit behind the Ninetales rebellion is under investigation by the Anbu, and I don't want to leave such a messy situation for future generations. Secondly, it's the police department's influence on the village over the past 3 years. With a meaningful glance downwards, Saratobi Hiruzen seemed to be giving a final warning, as if to say that the Ninetales rebellion alone, the various arrows fired by the Uchiha clan, were enough to prove everything. What impact does the police department have on the village? Facing this issue, Uchiha Yoru let out a cold laugh and arrogantly said the police department wouldn't dare claim credit for protecting the village. All of this is merely the police department's responsibility. But if you want to talk about influence, there is one point. Faced with the plight of families of ninjas who died in battle on the front lines and were disabled, the Uchiha clan established new settlements outside their territory. They didn't have to pay exorbitant rent, and even within the police department's perimeter, they arranged suitable employment for these families. Perhaps lacking prestige, setting up stalls, sculpting, construction work of all kinds, these jobs couldn't possibly provide them with a wealthy lifestyle. But the police department could only allow them to ensure that even basic necessities like food and shelter weren't a problem. For orphan families, the police department actively sponsors orphanages, and at the same time, the police department also provides a series of support measures to help descendants of meritorious ninjas enter the profession. Looking at everyone, Uchiha Yoru directly laughed sarcastically and said, "Who among you dares not speak of unexpected events? No one knows what unexpected events or tomorrow will bring, and as for the police department's actions, I really don't know how much harm they've done to the village. Could it be that the police department's actions have affected the interests of a few people?" He cast a meaningful glance at the third-generation group. Facing Uchiha Yoru's skillful and eloquent arguments, Saratobi Hiruzen, with a cold expression, uttered only one sentence, instantly causing everyone present to change their expressions drastically. "Since the Uchiha clan head has always felt that I am targeting the Uchiha clan, and even the entire police force, then I admit it. But all of this I have done is for the safety of the village. After all, I don't think any Konoha ninja wants to experience the Ninetales night again." Saratobi Hiruzen struck at the heart of the matter, saying that the crime of the Ninetales night could never be cleared, and that Konoha, no matter how many Hokages changed, would always be wary of the Uchiha clan. As expected, after the third Hokage brought up this topic, everyone's expression changed instantly. However, Uchiha Yoru calmly looked at everyone and said, "The Uchiha clan has been secretly investigating the Ninetales incident. I wonder if the third Hokage has found anything. Or, to put it another way, how many spies have been planted in the police department?" After 2 hours of continuous questioning, Uchiha Yoru stared intently at the third Hokage, causing everyone's expressions to become serious. At this point, even Jiraiya noticed that something was amiss and couldn't help but lower his voice and say, "Tsunade, Konoha can't withstand this upheaval right now." The old man's actions were indeed a bit too hasty, but the village cannot afford to have a civil war. Facing Jiraiya, Tsunade scoffed disdainfully, "I know. Our purpose in returning was to prevent a civil war, but for now, let's first see what these old geezers have been up to." "Me." At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Everyone looked intently only to see a figure with purple hair slowly raising their arm, appearing before everyone's eyes. Konoha's special jonin, Hitsugi Yugao, is currently a high-ranking member of the police force, and naturally, there are some not-so-good rumors surrounding her. However, this time, with Hitsugi Yugao standing behind him, the third Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen couldn't help but frown. He took a deep drag on his cigarette, and a look of disappointment appeared in his eyes. Betrayal was indeed inevitable. I, Hitsugi Yugao, graduated and was assigned by former Anbu Minister Saratobi to work as a spy alongside Uchiha Yoru in the police department, investigating all of Uchiha Yoru's rule-breaking behaviors. A commotion erupted, and in an instant, countless people rushed forward to confront Hitsugi Yugao, directly admitting her identity as a spy. It's worth noting that spies usually target outsiders, but this time the target was someone from within the family. Yui Kurenai, acting on the orders of the third Hokage, approached Uchiha Yoru under the guise of a classmate, while also investigating the police department. As each figure stepped forward, everyone noticed that the third generation's demeanor was no longer so simple. After all, monitoring the behavior of fellow villagers was indeed a bit excessive, and the timing of their actions was simply inappropriate. The surveillance began several years ago. In other words, in terms of the timeline, it would be more accurate to say they were initially monitoring Orochimaru. Facing all of this that pointed to something wrong, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag on his thick smoke, raised his head, and looked at Uchiha Yoru with a determined expression. The Uchiha could not be allowed to remain. Today, taking advantage of the Jonin conference, I, as the Uchiha clan head, the minister of the police, and a Konoha Jonin, officially denounced the corrupt and greedy Third Hokage. How outrageous! How audacious! Uchiha Yoru's words suddenly took a different turn, and in that instant, the three Konoha high-ranking officials, Mitokado Homura, Shimura Danzo, and Yutatane Kaharu, all stared at him in astonishment. They sacrificed their entire lives for Konoha, and now someone is accusing them of wrongdoing. Isn't this essentially negating their lives? Faced with this public accusation, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely gave a cold laugh. In his eyes, it was simply because Jiraiya and Tsunade had returned that the other side was acting like a cornered dog. I have naturally dedicated my life to serving the village. Since you wish to accuse me, please present your evidence. At this moment, although Sarutobi Hiruzen was old, facing the accusations, a powerful aura gradually emanated from his entire body. His cloudy eyes revealed a resolute expression, staring intently at Uchiha Yoru as if questioning him. Otherwise, Uchiha Yoru Jonin, you can arbitrarily accuse the Hokage of intending to cause chaos, regardless of your position as the minister of the police or the head of the Uchiha clan. This is not a position you can act with impunity. Facing the Hokage of the first lineage, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a cold smile. Since things have come to this point, you walled geezers are always bringing up the nine tails, aren't you? For many years, our Uchiha clan has been secretly investigating to clear our name of this accusation. At this point, Uchiha Yoru's figure suddenly flashed down, causing Jiraiya, one of the Jonin in the council, to stare in astonishment. How outrageous! The next moment, Jiraiya's expression darkened as a green figure appeared before him. It was Madogai. At this moment, Madogai, clad in a green robe, stood directly in front of him, while Hada Kakashi, with his Sharingan revealed behind him, attacked Jiraiya from both front and back, causing him to be terrified and even more enraged. Lord Jiraiya, please be patient and don't rush. Behind Hada Kakashi, the Sharingan was spinning wildly, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan in front of everyone. Meanwhile, Madogai stood before him with a resolute expression, a determined glint in his eyes. It was clear that with the slightest movement, he would activate Hakumen. Lord Jiraiya, I apologize for the offense. At that moment, Jiraiya was almost driven mad with anger. He had only been gone for a few years, and the village had changed so much already. But the scene at the other end caused the Jonin to turn pale with shock. Whoosh! Fresh blood splattered everywhere, followed by two figures, Uchiha Yoru glancing sideways at everyone. A pair of bright red Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes, and the Gross World Sword was slowly being retracted. But right in front of them was another figure, none other than Uchiha Shisui. What was terrifying was that he had pulled out an eye from two blood-soaked fingers. More importantly, his eyeball was now a bright red the Mangekyo Sharingan. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the room, instantly causing all the Jonin in the meeting hall to change their expressions drastically. Countless Jonin drew their weapons, and an armed coup was about to break out. The sharp-witted ninja observed the scene, and the next moment everyone's expressions changed drastically, especially those of the third Hokage, who looked pale at this sight. Even the usually composed Sarutobi Hiruzen's face instantly turned ashen. All that could be seen was Shimura Danzu sitting upright, letting out a pained cry as one of his arms and one of his eyes were severed and extracted by Uchiha Yoru and Shisui. As he screamed in agony, his body stiffened, unable to move. Sealing technique from the professional binding curse. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Like lightning, Uchiha Shisui extracted Shimura Danzu's eyeballs, glaring at everyone, raising the blood-stained eyeballs in his hand, and roaring hoarsely. At this moment, it seemed as though Uchiha Shisui was venting the injustice and resentment that the Uchiha had suffered for so many years. Clang! The next moment, the bandages wrapped around his arm came undone, the gold metal handcuffs fell off, and as the bandages were removed, his pale white arm was revealed, along with that one fierce, red-eyed creature. The sight was shocking, causing countless Jonin to feel a chill down their spines, and many ninjas even looked in fear at the once high-ranking Konoha F4. Danzo. Having witnessed all of this firsthand, Tsunade couldn't help but let out a furious roar. In her anger, she slammed her fist down, shattering the table in front of her, and glared menacingly at the Konoha high-ranking officials. Tsunade! Shut up, Jiraiya! At this moment, Tsunade's anger flared up as she glared at everyone, and when she saw Uchiha Yoru's arm in her hand, her rage intensified. Old man Sarutobi, I need an explanation right now. Why are his would-release cells in Danzo's body? The Sannin exuded a powerful aura, especially Tsunade, who hadn't lost heart in recent years. Instead, she had trained with discipline, and her surging, powerful chakra instantly manifested. Grabbing the nauseated Uchiha Yoru's arm, he mockingly said, Lord Jiraiya, do you dare say now that all of this is a genjutsu, that it's all fake? Based on the Uchiha clan's years of investigation, the mysterious figure who appeared at the Ninetales Night not only manipulated the Ninetales using the Sharingan, but also possessed would-release cells. The Sharingan has been a cesspool of resentment against the Uchiha clan for so many years. So what about the would-release cells now? Possessing both the Sharingan and would-release simultaneously, and being suspected of controlling the Ninetales rampage, it seems our third Hokage is even more suspicious. Following Uchiha Yoru's powerful and resounding cry, the Uchiha clansmen in the Jonin meeting room angrily activated their Sharingan, shouting furiously, Clan head, give the order. Even if Konoha suffers utter devastation, even if the Uchiha clan perishes, the Uchiha clan will absolutely not give up its pride. Roar for the Uchiha. Stealing bloodlines is inherently a mortal enemy, and moreover, this act occurred at the hands of someone from the same village, and a high-ranking member at that. In an instant, the Uchiha clan's rationality was shattered. Lady Tsunade, as the founder of the Senju clan of Konoha, I officially invite you to be my witness in my capacity as the Uchiha clan head. The third Hokage no longer has the right to lead Konoha. The Konoha high-ranking officials certainly don't have that right either. Following the sound of Uchiha Yoru's hand falling to the ground, the ninjas instantly moved in unison, each revealing a sharp edge. Political upheaval. Seeing this moment, Jiraiya's expression turned to shock. He felt a chill run down his spine, especially at the panicked looks in the eyes of the remaining Jonin. It was clear that morale had been shattered. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down his face. Years of experience as a ninja hero meant that in this desperate situation, his first thought wasn't to question Danzo, but rather to force himself to stay calm. Looking at the pale arm in her hand, Tsunade took a deep breath, then looked directly at everyone and shouted in a low voice, All Konoha ninjas, heed my command, Anbu and Root, remain on standby. Anyone who shows any signs of movement will be executed without question. Simultaneously, send out the signal, Konoha is completely sealed off. All merchants, ninjas, and summoned beasts are allowed in but not allowed out. Political coup. Seizing power. Everyone's thoughts revolved around this one point, but Sarutobi Hiruzen, worthy of being the longest-serving Hokage, made the most accurate and decisive judgment. Danzo, you. Seeing the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's face contorted with rage, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Tsunade, you are now in charge of Root, Jiraiya. You are in charge of the Anbu. Konoha absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. We must thoroughly investigate and find the culprit. Clatter. Shimura Danzu was directly sealed away by Uchiha members, and even Midokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu, the two advisors, were forcibly apprehended by the Jonin Police Department. Faced with a sudden turn of events, Uchiha Yoru coldly retorted, the police department is in charge of village security. I now have ample reason to suspect the village's high-ranking officials of plotting to seize the Shinobi clan's bloodline. This alone is enough to prove that the three advisors are suspected of betraying the village. I even suspect you, the third Hokage. Now, Uchiha Yoru, aren't you already worried enough about the village being shaken? At that moment, Jiraiya hurriedly stepped forward, staring intently at Uchiha Yoru and whispering in a low, deep voice, Do you really only give up hope when the village war breaks out? Facing Jiraiya's threats, Uchiha Yoru merely scoffed contemptuously. If it weren't for the clues I've gathered from years of investigation, what would my fate be today, Lord Jiraiya? Faced with Uchiha Yoru's questioning, Jiraiya's expression stiffened. He couldn't help but look towards Tsunade. but Tsunade's face was now even paler. Lady Tsunade, what's the matter? Facing Uchiha Yoru, Tsunade snorted displeasantly, glancing at everyone, and directly shouted in a deep voice, "The police department is in charge of maintaining order in the village. Root will be stationed here awaiting orders. Anyone who acts rashly will be killed without question. The Anbu are ready. Jiraiya will now take charge." At the same time, the village is activating its highest alert level, and all ninjas in the village are to stay home awaiting orders. Anyone who causes chaos or riots will be killed. As expected of a woman who could become the future 5th Hokage, Tsunade calmly issued each order, handling things just right. Now, the 3 major armed forces departments are under their control. Facing all of this, Uchiha Yoru's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he directly shouted in a cold voice, "The Ninetales Rebellion was clearly a frame-up of the Uchiha clan. After all these years, we not only need to investigate, we need to investigate thoroughly. Anyone who dares to obstruct the police investigation is an enemy. At the same time, I also want to file a complaint against the current 3rd Hokage. You!" At this moment, Jiraiya's eyes widened, as if saying, "This is truly a suspicious matter, isn't it?" However, Uchiha Yoru let out a cold laugh. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen had chosen to take action, he also wanted to strike with lightning speed. Political struggles have no place for mercy or leniency. If you're going to fight, then fight until the opponent is completely cornered. I now even doubt that the so-called plan to make Sarutobi Hiruzen the 3rd Hokage after the return of the Land of Lightning was all a lie. All of this was just the ambition of these people. Uchiha Yoru's voice echoed downwards, and even more jonin were still shocked that so many large watermelons had appeared today, not to mention so many Mangekyo Sharingan appearing one after another. Even Jiraiya felt his hands and feet go cold with fear as he stared at Uchiha Yoru, next to Uchiha Shisu with a Mangekyo Sharingan, and Hada Kakashi also with a Mangekyo Sharingan. Damn it! What's going on? Is this what you meant by you want to dominate the Uchiha? Is this all you're going to do? Is this how you're going to press it down? Shimura Danzu possessed so many Sharingan, and even would release cells, and he displayed them in front of so many people. And he was discovered? Damn it, now the Uchiha are even more powerful than you guys. Who would still dare say that the Uchiha clan has the suspicion of controlling the Nine Tails? In the shinobi world's most prestigious organization, without a word being spoken, a sudden incident occurred. No one ever imagined that Uchiha Yoru would be so audacious as to attack right in the meeting room. The results were directly sealed. Even the so-called Konoha high-ranking officials know all the Konoha ninjas are beginning to doubt whether these are truly their high-ranking officials. Roar! Suddenly, a beast's roar echoed through Konoha, but the immense roar sweeping across the land suddenly encountered an unnamed ripple, and for a moment, the sound was confined to a certain area. In other words, this animal roar basically didn't travel outside. The Konoha Hokage in the meeting room. Now, the atmosphere in the meeting room had completely changed. After Shimura Danzu revealed his would-release cells and Sharingan, the Hokage's high-ranking officials completely lost the trust of the ninjas. Reluctantly stepping down, Sannin Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Uchiha Yoru, the 3 most influential and capable individuals at the moment, began presiding over the meeting. I, Uchiha Yoru, am exposing the 3rd Hokage's so-called high-ranking officials. The events in the Land of Lightning back then were full of suspicious points, and I even suspect that the death of the original 2nd Hokage was questionable. You! At this moment, everyone looked at Uchiha Yoru in shock, and it had to be said that this attack was too vicious. Even Tsunade glared fiercely at Uchiha Yoru, but Uchiha Yoru merely sneered. Since you all insist on bringing the Ninetales Rebellion upon the Uchiha clan, what face do I have left? During the trip to the Land of Lightning, the bodyguard of the 2nd Hokage returned unscathed, while the 2nd Hokage, whom he was supposed to protect, remained in the Land of Lightning. As a ninja, yet you abandoned your mission, choosing to cast aside the 2nd Hokage. I don't know what the reason was, but it led to the 2nd Hokage's space ninjutsu being buried in the Land of Lightning. At this point, Uchiha Yoru rolled his eyes, his gaze finally settling on Hada Kakashi, and he sneered. I remember during the 3 Great Ninja Wars, Konoha's White Fang fell because their comrades abandoned their missions. So I want to ask you all, regardless of the reason, what was the point of abandoning the 2nd Hokage and choosing to flee back to the Land of Fire? Useless. Uchiha Yoru's voice echoed, causing everyone to gasp in shock. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned towards Hada Kakashi. While Hada Kakashi watched the third Hokage remain silent, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and involuntarily looked up at Uchiha Yoru. Uchiha Yoru, your methods are truly vicious. A hoarse voice emanated from the old man's mouth, but Uchiha Yoru merely chuckled, evil, you're not as evil as I am. The third Hokage, simply by obtaining the Nine-Tails Sharingan, caused the entire Konoha clan to isolate. So, my question now is the same. I ask the third Hokage to answer, but absolutely do not say that Root made you, the third Hokage, unaware. First, regarding the Nine-Tails Rebellion, why did Root never appear? And isn't Root, who possesses the Sharingan and would release, even more suspicious? I'd even like to know if the so-called Nine-Tails Rebellion was all orchestrated by you old geezers solely for the sake of your third Hokage's return to power. Secondly, that you're the second generation of the Lightning Country perished. So why did all of you, as guards, flee back, and even each of you ascend to a high position? I now strongly suspect that the second generation Hokage of the Lightning Country was you cowardly individuals who clung to life, or even just for the sake of the Hokage position. Uchiha Yoru's relentless questioning for 2 hours caused everyone's expressions to change drastically. None of the ninjas present were fools. With the Nine-Tails rampage, Root seemed to be even more suspicious, and the ultimate loss was indeed the death of the fourth Hokage, while the benefit was that these old geezers regained power. Even after all these years, they still didn't want to relinquish power. If Uchiha Yoru hadn't relentlessly pressured them, this situation wouldn't have arisen. There's another incident involving the second Hokage. The White Fang incident is right before our eyes. The third Hokage and his companions, who were supposed to be the Hokage's bodyguards, abandoned their protection of the second Hokage and fled back themselves. What kind of behavior is that? If you want to accuse someone, you'll always find a reason. Jiraiya watched Sarutobi Hiruzen approach, shaking his head repeatedly. Old man, did you ever think this day would come? Report, all Anbu and Root elites are missing. None of them are here. Just then, a terrified Konoha Jonin rushed in, hastily reporting that everyone's expressions froze. Root and the elite Anbu were absent. At that moment, Jiraiya felt a cold sweat trickle down his temples. Turning his head, he saw the silent third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, coldly staring at Uchiha Yoru, his eyes seemingly looking at a dead man. Even Tsunade was stunned, then turned her head and looked at the third Hokage with an expression of disbelief. As expected of the third Hokage, his blowing ability was the strongest. At that moment, Uchiha Yoru suddenly clapped his hands, revealing a cheerful expression, but Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly stood up, a cold glint in his eyes as he looked at Uchiha Yoru. Uchiha Yoru, I must admit your cunning. In just 3 years, you've developed to a level that even I need to be wary of. But today, even if it costs me my life, I must eliminate you, this scourge, for the sake of the village. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking towards Uchiha Shisui, who had also awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, couldn't help but say in a hoarse, low voice, I never imagined you would be hiding so deeply, even concealing a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi, I trusted you so much. Why would you betray the village? Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hada Kakashi, his voice filled with questioning, and a look of anguish appeared on his face. Kakashi, I still believe you are a worthy junior to cultivate, and I even considered training you to become the second Minato. Why did you? It must be said that at a moment like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen still wanted to use his usual manipulative tactics, but he was facing the calm and composed Hada Kakashi. Hada Kakashi calmly looked at the third Hokage and said in a low voice, Third Hokage, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I was ordered to approach the Uchiha clan, and all the intelligence I gathered was for the benefit of the village. On the contrary, everything you Hokage have done has been very disappointing. Besides, there's tonight. At this point, Hada Kakashi fell silent, glancing at everyone before speaking in a low voice. This time, most of the Jonin from the Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Nara clans didn't attend the Jonin conference. From the moment I entered the meeting room, I knew the arrow was already on the bowstring. Reform requires bloodshed. Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand suddenly trembled. He took a deep breath, his expression unreadable, and looked towards Jiraiya and Tsunade. The Uchiha clan is plotting a coup. Jiraiya and Tsunade, I now hope you will prioritize the greater good. But at this moment, everyone was startled to see Tsunade's icy gaze fixed on Jiraiya. Jiraiya, Kakashi, that brat, was right. Konoha is rotten, and reform requires bloodshed. Disagreement is the key to minimizing bloodshed. His fingertips tapped, and after witnessing Tsunade's reaction, Jiraiya immediately gave a wry smile and shook his head at the third Hokage. Old man, you saw it too, and this time you guys went too far. The Sharingan and would release. At this point, even Jiraiya fell silent. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned even paler, but Uchiha Yoro waved his hand and laughed, saying, "All right, third Hokage, stop acting. I have to say, your performance today was truly excellent." Uchiha Yoro waved his hand dismissively at the third Hokage, narrowing his eyes as he looked out the meeting room window at the village. Listen, the village is so quiet, yet the Jonin Council has deployed all the elite Uchiha clan members and sealed them off with a barrier. TSK. Uchiha Yoro shook his head, the smile on his face growing colder and colder, but everyone else wasn't stupid. After hearing these words, everyone felt a little uneasy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed drastically, the shock in his cloudy eyes barely concealing his disbelief. How did the other party know? This matter must not have been revealed. Hiruzen. At that moment, Midokado Homura, the elder imprisoned by the elite Uchiha clan, raised his head, revealing a look of resentment. Hiruzen, I'm so sorry. A single sentence instantly reversed the situation, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned even paler. This time, he was truly frightened, and he couldn't help but feel dizzy and faint, almost collapsing. However, facing everyone, Midokado Homura remained silent, saying, Hiruzen, I don't know. I'm doing all this for the village. No, that's impossible. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale as he looked at everyone. He could accept the betrayal of the Uchiha clan, even the betrayal of ordinary ninja, but he found it hard to believe that his old friends would betray him. No, it's the Mangekyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted instantly, staring at Uchiha Yoru in horror. The only way Midokado Homura could betray him was through Genjutsu, and the only Genjutsu capable of such stealth and impunity was the legendary Mangekyo. Break! Just then, the large doors of the meeting room opened, and an Anbo ninja wearing a mask appeared. His face was now covered in blood, and his whole body reeked of fresh blood. By order of the Hokage, Sarutobi, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, Shimura. Clans are rebelling, and Root and Elite Anbu forces are deployed in a combined operation. They are now facing fierce resistance and requesting reinforcements. Roaring. At that very moment, Konoha was suddenly engulfed in a violent explosion, followed by terrifying roars that echoed across the land. Nine-tailed fox. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Even Jiraiya's face stiffened with extreme fear and anger as he exclaimed, Uchiha Yoru. You actually controlled the nine tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in shock, impossible. Naruto has been transported to the summoning beast land. But at that moment, the man wearing the blood-stained Anbo mask slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of bright red eyes to everyone's terrified gaze. Reporting to the third Hokage, it is suspected that Root's experiment with the Ninetales Jinchuriki has caused a disturbance directly appearing in the Sarutobi clan's territory. At this moment, the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen stared in disbelief at the Anbo member before him, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the other man. Under everyone's terrified gaze, this Anbo member slowly removed the mask from his face, revealing a youthful face. He turned and knelt on one knee before Uchiha Yoru, respectfully shouting, Uchiha Itachi pays his respects to Lord Yoru. Uchiha Itachi. At nearly 12 years old, Uchiha Itachi's eye sockets revealed a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. This sight terrified everyone, sending chills down their spines, and many stared in horror at the scene before them. Uchiha Shisui had a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, and Hada Kakashi had one. Now, another pair of Mangekyo Sharingan has appeared, and with the addition of Uchiha Yoru, the Uchiha clan now possesses 3.5 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. How is that possible? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale, filled with disbelief. He had thought about many things, even about Uchiha Itachi's betrayal, but he had never imagined that Uchiha Itachi, at nearly 12 years old, could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. No one can escape the gaze of these eyes. In front of everyone, Uchiha Yoru clearly revealed the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eye sockets, as if explaining something. Damn it! At that moment, Jiraiya cursed under his breath, directly bursting open the window and fleeing towards the distant barrier, along with the third Hokage and a group of ninjas. At that moment, Uchiha Yoru decisively and promptly shouted, "Uchiha Itachi, Hata Kakashi!" Lord Yoru. Only then did Hata Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi each step forward and kneel on one knee. Their eyes were filled with fervent excitement. After waiting so long and plotting for so long, they were finally about to welcome a change. I now order you to take over the Anbu. With a single command, Hata Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi instantly obeyed. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru openly revealed his ambition to seize power, and in front of everyone. Judging by his background, Hata Kakashi originally came from the Anbu, so he naturally has this qualification and ability, not to mention that there is also Uchiha Itachi present. Uchiha Shisui, I now order you to lead the elite police force to take over Route. Anyone in Route who resists will be killed without mercy. Yui Kurenai, Itsuki Yugao, and Mato Gai, you three will lead the 7th squad of the police department to take over the intelligence branch. Genma, Namiyashi Rado, Tatami Iwashi, and Hyuga Hizashi will respectively lead the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 8th squads of the police department to take over the medical department and the barrier department. Yes, simultaneously, announce the signal. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's Mangekyo Sharingan glowed with a dazzling crimson light in his eye sockets. He glanced at everyone and directly shouted, from now on. For the safety of Konoha, Konoha will be under the jurisdiction of the police department? Yes. Following Uchiha Yoruichi's orders, the Jonin immediately expressed their intention to take control of Konoha in front of everyone. At this moment, the hearts of the people in the temporary resting place in the neutral zone of the Jonin stage were filled with shock as they all turned their eyes towards Tsunade. Seeing this scene, Tsunade simply snorted coldly. Konoha cannot be in chaos. All remaining Jonin, heed my command. From now on, I, Tsunade, will take over the Hokage's office. Tsunade issued an order, and in an instant, she had given these neutral individuals a trusted confidant. After all, the scene unfolding before Konoha could very well cause turmoil, and a single misstep could trigger a civil war. As each command was issued, the entire Konoha trembled in an instant, especially the roar and the aura emanating from it, which triggered terrifying memories from years ago in the minds of countless Konoha residents. It was clear that, although it was only a fleeting moment, the barrier had been shattered in an instant, and countless Jonin's eyes were fixed on the central area of Konoha. In the central part of Konoha, a massive barrier completely enveloped the territory of Sarutobi, Yamanaka, Nara Akimichi, Shimura, and other high-ranking members of the Hokage clan. Damn it, what's going on with this old man? When the barrier opened in an instant, Jiraiya couldn't help but stare in horror at the scene before him. Chaos reigned everywhere, and the elite ninjas of the various clans suffered heavy losses. The barrier completely blocked all the ninjas, which was the cause of the massive casualties. Everywhere was littered with traces of destruction, clearly indicating that this place had just experienced a massacre of ninja of that caliber, followed by the terrifying and destructive actions of Jinchuriki, Lord Third Hokage. Just then, several Anbu and Root ninjas appeared, looking disheveled. Their leader hurriedly said in a low voice, "Third Hokage-sama, we were ordered to eliminate the rebels, but we don't know why the Ninetales Jinchuriki suddenly appeared here." Damn it, you were ordered to suppress the rebels, but whose orders were you following? Upon seeing the mess on his clan's territory, Sarutobi Isuma, who had followed him there, immediately roared in anger. Asuma! At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a roar, the Third Hokage's aura instantly intimidating everyone. At this moment, a cold glint appeared in his cloudy eyes. Is this the Uchiha Mangekyo Genjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a grim expression, and at that moment, the pupils of the Root and Anbu ninjas before him suddenly emitted a bright red glow, revealing the outlines of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Following that, they transformed into numerous black crows that slowly converged into a human figure. Third Hokage-sama, this is my Mangekyo Sharingan Koto Amatsuki Jutsu. Root and several Anbu captains activated upon receiving orders to eliminate the Uchiha, thereby changing their mindset. After the illusory image of the black crow that had appeared before them dissipated, Sarutobi Isuma's eyes blazed with rage as he watched the scene unfold. While Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a hint of shock. Koto Amatsuki. How terrifying! It can even alter a ninja's will, causing them to unknowingly fall under its control. At this moment, having escaped Koto Amatsumi's control, the root captain looked at himself in panic, as if they had given a wrong order. He's defeated. His last resort was a miscalculation. Originally, regardless of the Jonin conference, the Anbu and Root elites would join forces to directly annihilate the Uchiha clan. Then change the subject and unite to suppress all the Uchiha clan members present at the Jonin conference. In the end, it was just a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to avoid any unexpected events, even summoned Jiraiya and Tsunade, precisely to prevent any unforeseen incidents. After all, when that time actually came, the Uchiha clan's annihilation was already a foregone conclusion, and everyone could only hold their noses and accept it. But who would have thought that Uchiha Yoru had such a deep-seated secret, possessing 3 pairs of half-Mangekyo Sharingan that directly shattered all the stalemates? Uchiha Itachi betrayed them, and Uchiha Shisui used the Mangekyo Sharingan's genjutsu to change the will of several Anbu and Root leaders. The original order to pacify the Uchiha clan was turned into this place. Transmit my order. Anbu and Root, open a gap in the barrier. All Chunin and below, withdraw from the battle. Roar! Just then, a beast's roar echoed to the heavens. From a great distance, Jiraiya watched in horror as a blood-red figure lay on its back, letting out a long, piercing scream, its 4 tails thrashing wildly. At the same time, the 9 tails' ominous chakra ore swirled around them, and a huge Bijudama was swallowed into its belly. Impossible! Seeing this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The 9 tails Jinchuriki had gone berserk. Things were getting serious. Old man, what happened to the 9 tails Jinchuriki? Not to mention Jiraiya, even Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned a terrifyingly pale and unpleasant color. At this moment, he pulled off his Hawkage robe, revealing the battle armor underneath. All Jonin will join me in battle. Boom! The terrifying Bijudama exploded with immense power, instantly shattering the barrier. Everyone in Konoha watched in horror as the explosion echoed from the center of the land. The familiar fear surged once again, and in an instant, chaos erupted throughout the streets of Konoha. Countless civilians fled in panic towards the shelters, and all the Konoha ninjas immediately entered a state of full alert. Rumble! The incessant explosions echoed in their ears. After the 9 Tails Rebellion, Konoha once again reorganized its territory. As a result, the Sarutobi, Yamanaka, Nara Akimichi, and Shimura clans, among others, almost all gathered together, leading to them being directly targeted for attack. Yes, Master. Taking advantage of the turmoil in Konoha, Uchiha Yoru directly ordered the police department to take over the entire city. Now, both Root and Anbu strongholds have been wiped out. Uchiha Itachi's bright red eyes were streaked with blood vessels, clearly indicating that he had used the Mangekyo Sharingan earlier. When the Jonin conference was convened, Elder Danzo of Root immediately issued an order. The Anbu, in cooperation with Root, would proceed to the Uchiha clan's territory to eliminate the rebels. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi calmly recounted all of this, and with Tsunade right beside him, Uchiha Yoru showed no intention of stopping him. Upon hearing this mysterious detail, Tsunade couldn't help but frown and let out a cold snort. So you little brat used Mangekyo Sharingan to alter this order. With the Anbu's assistance, Root is just a bunch of obedient killing machines. At this point, Tsunade's face showed an even more mocking smile as she shook her head. That old man probably never imagined his plan would fall apart and end up with a 12-year-old brat. At this moment, Tsunade's gaze involuntarily fell upon Uchiha Yoru, her expression gradually becoming serious. Little brat, if it weren't for this little brat this time, I want to know what you had planned afterward. What would you have done? Facing Tsunade's questioning gaze, Uchiha Yoru looked at the thick smoke rising from the Sarutobi clan's territory in the distance and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. I don't want to lie, Konoha is now rotten to the core. If Konoha can't tolerate the Uchiha, then the Uchiha, having been able to revive Konoha once, can naturally overthrow it again and revive it a second time. At this point, Uchiha Yoru's face lit up with a confident smile. I, Shisui Itachi, plus Kakashi, 3.5 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan and Mado Gai, who can now open the 7 gates. What can Konoha use to stop my determination to rebuild Konoha? There's also a Ninetales. Tsunade stared intently at Uchiha Yoru. Faced with this question, Uchiha Yoru shrugged, revealing a knowing smile. But when faced with this problem, Uchiha Itachi, standing beside him, responded in a low voice. Lady Tsunade, the Ninetales Jinchuriki has been under the constant watchful eye of the third Hokage's Anbu, so we have absolutely no chance of intervening. So tell me now, what is it about the Ninetales Jinchuriki that's currently being treated with such disregard in the village? Facing Tsunade's questioning, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, saying, "It was the daimyo who secretly trained the 12 ninjas back then. It was me who did it." At this moment, Uchiha Itachi directly stepped forward and took responsibility for the matter. "Master, you've arranged this in the shadows. This fake Jinchuriki is merely our trump card, only to be unleashed in a life-or-death situation for the Uchiha clan. Moreover, due to the use of secret medicine, this fake Jinchuriki will only die from exhaustion." Upon hearing these explanations, Tsunade couldn't help but curse loudly, "Damn bastard." It was all a bunch of unlucky dogs causing trouble. The old man wanted to pull the rug out from under them, but he didn't realize the Uchiha clan had so many trump cards up their sleeve. "What are you standing there for? Do you really want to just stand there and watch this Ninetales destroy Konoha?" Tsunade muttered a curse under her breath, then frowned at Uchiha Yoru. With a roar, Uchiha Yoru merely chuckled in response to Tsunade's fury. Swish swish! On the rooftops of Konoha, countless black dots jumped up, distinguishing directions as they fled towards the distant, swirling mist. Ground Dragon Bullet, Fire Release, Frog Oil Flame Bullet. On the battlefield, Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen were both terrified, and the four-headed Jinchuriki were even more extraordinarily formidable. The ninjas chasing from afar were utterly terrified. Just the four-headed Jinchuriki alone were terrifying. Foot pain. Suddenly, a figure flashed before the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Seeing this, Jiraiya hastily exclaimed in panic, "Tsunade, stop." However, Tsunade didn't hold back. With a powerful kick, she sent the Ninetales Jinchuriki flying, creating a large crater with a resounding crash. However, at this moment, Tsunade's face showed a serious expression. Her feet were trembling slightly, as the Ninetales Jinchuriki had been too heavy. Or, to put it another way, the chakra has condensed excessively. Its density is too high, which is why it's so heavy, like a person with a strong neck kicking a solid object through the iron sphere. Roar! With a roar, amidst the swirling dust, a black Bijudama instantly materialized. At this moment, Jiraiya, enraged, exclaimed, "Damn it, the Ninetales Jinchuriki's power is increasing rapidly. Tsunade, slow down a little." At this moment, Jiraiya completely mistook the Ninetales Jinchuriki in front of him for Naruto, naturally filled with nervousness. It was precisely because of this that he was constantly apprehensive. However, Tsunade didn't care about any of that. Using the body flicker technique, she instantly appeared in front of the Ninetales Jinchuriki and, with a single punch, sent the Ninetales Jinchuriki flying. With just one punch, the Bijudama, which had just gathered its power, was directly blasted into the air, instantly exploding in the sky above Konoha. The deafening explosion was accompanied by an aura of destruction. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yoru, who had arrived leisurely and late, was now personally leading a dense contingent of elite ninjas in pursuit. Upon witnessing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with resentment. The tide has turned against them. Now the entirety of Konoha is under the control of the police department. Uchiha Yoru. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in armor, appeared. He glared angrily at Uchiha Yoru, then took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and said in a low voice, "The Ninetales Jinchuriki is now rampaging. This is not the time for us to fight. First, seal the Jinchuriki." At this moment, there was a desolate area surrounded by Konoha Jonin, their faces serious and vigilant, staring intently at the Ninetales Jinchuriki, who had unleashed four tails. In the original story, the most spectacular battle for the Four Tails Jinchuriki was undoubtedly the one during the Great War against Orochimaru on Earth. From this battle, it can be seen that the Four Tails Jinchuriki's fighting power skyrocketed to the Sannin level. His chakra reserves and destructive power far surpassed those of the Sannin, giving him overall combat strength at the Sannin level. However, the tyrannical four-tails Jinchuriki before him seemed somewhat unusual. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "You know Mizu is truly powerful. Using such a forbidden potion, the Jinchuriki has completely broken through the barrier and will not stop until they are exhausted." Roar! At that moment, a roar echoed to the heavens. Tsunade had slammed the fake Jinchuriki to the ground with a single punch, and he roared, losing his mind. He directly spat out a black Bijudama from his mouth, screaming wildly, "Get out of the way!" At that very moment, Uchiha Yoru's figure suddenly appeared in the distance, his hands clasped together and biting down hard at the corners of his mouth, then suddenly striking the ground. Kuchioshi no Jetsu, the fourfold life gate net. The ground trembled, one door after another rose from the earth, the metallic clanging echoing around. And countless Konoha ninjas stared blankly at all of this. Four figures, comparable to the metal gates of Konoha's main entrance, slowly rose from the ground, directly blocking the direction from which the Bijudama was coming. The black Bijudama flashed and arrived, followed the next moment by a dazzling white light, and then a terrifying explosion that echoed to the heavens. Boom! 3 consecutive life gate nets were directly destroyed, but the last one remained steadfast, withstanding the residual force of the Bijudama explosion. Prepare, the defense is ready. Countless Konoha Jonin stared blankly at all of this. The ferocious four-tails Jinchuriki far surpassed the normal cage-level ninja, especially with its enormous chakra reserves and immense destructive power. This completely explained to all Konoha ninjas why Jinchuriki could become a weapon that threatened the shinobi world. If Jonin were considered the ultimate transcendent beings of humanity capable of even partially altering the terrain with their full power of ninjutsu, then the four-headed, tailed Jinchuriki before us is a terrifying existence capable of leveling the entire map with a single blow. Boom! In an instant, a flash of lightning appeared all over Uchiha Yoru's body. His figure briefly materialized in front of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, the lightning flashing down as he swung his fist, directly sending the Ninetales flying. But upon holding it for a moment, Uchiha Yoru's expression changed. It was incredibly heavy. The fake Ninetales Jinchuriki was now completely a combined chakra entity. Uchiha Yoru, he is Naruto. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's ruthless attack, Jiraiya was filled with anger and shock. He formed hand seals with intense tension, and cold sweat dripped from his temples. How is that possible? How could the illusion be ineffective? 5 elements sealing. In an instant, Jiraiya charged towards the fake Ninetales Jinchuriki, letting out a furious growl, and in a flash, 5 seals appeared on each of his fingers. But the moment the blow landed on his stomach, Jiraiya's eyes widened, and a look of disbelief appeared in them. Whoosh! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and what greeted him was the Ninetales Jinchuriki howling to the heavens. Jiraiya! From a distance, outsiders were unaware of the situation. They only saw Jiraiya being directly struck and sent flying backward, his chest a deep red. From afar, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing this scene, became even more serious and said in a low voice, "Have the barrier team prepare the sealing jutsu." At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became even more serious as he looked at the battlefield, biting his finger and preparing to unleash Kuchioshi no Jutsu. On the battlefield, transforming into a flash of lightning, Uchiha Yoru directly displayed his terrifying nintaijutsu in front of everyone. With his lightning release armor, Uchiha Yoru directly engaged in a grappling match with the four-tails Jinchuriki, and moreover, he was the kind of person who would overpower and beat them. Lightning release Chidori, a flash of lightning streaked across, and the dark, fresh blood splattered into the air before instantly evaporating. At that moment, the Ninetales Jinchuriki was a truly terrifying, immortal creature. Unable to tirelessly roar and scream, the Ninetales Jinchuriki's wounds healed in an instant. It would be more accurate to say that the Ninetales Jinchuriki was no longer a flesh and blood body, but a pure chakra-infused entity. Far away amidst the rubble, Jiraiya couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. Tsunade, who had caught up to him, frowned and said in a low voice, "Jiraiya, your injuries are very serious right now. 3 of your ribs are broken." But at this moment, Jiraiya was panting heavily, blood gushing from his mouth, staring in disbelief at the Ninetales Jinchuriki in the distance, somewhat dazed, saying, "How is this possible? How did Naruto's 4 tails disappear?" As soon as the Genjutsu began, and the sealing jutsu was still in effect, everything lost its power. Ultimately, one thing was confirmed. The Ninetales Jinchuriki was already dead. What was currently visible was merely the Ninetales chakra materialized, carrying the Jinchuriki's resentment from when he was alive. Once this resentment dissipates, he will completely vanish from the world. What's before us isn't a Jinchuriki at all, but a pure Ninetales chakra-infused entity. The Ninetales Jinchuriki is empty. Once unleashed, their life force is completely depleted. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the distance, showed even more anger. Naruto. Using Kuchioshi no Jutsu, Enma Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious and couldn't help but question, "Enma, how did Naruto end up here with you?" Enma, terrified by what Kuchioshi had brought out, stared at Naruto, whose entire body was overflowing with Ninetales chakra, and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Sarutobi, wasn't it you who told me to bring Naruto back to Kuchioshi?" At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally understood everything. It turned out that the Ninetales Jinchuriki who had appeared in Konoha was not Naruto, and Naruto had been in his hands all along. But when the real Naruto appeared for a moment, he was immediately affected by the violent influence of the Four Tails, and the Ninetales chakra resonance began to leak out. It's a mess. A bright red Sharingan appeared before his eyes, revealing Hada Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi. Their two pairs of half-Mangekyo Sharingan stared intently, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with rage. He was not yet defeated. As long as the Ninetales Jinchuriki was still there, no matter how Konoha fell, with a wave of his arm, he could summon over 10,000 Konoha ninjas to fight for him within the Land of Fire. And the Ninetales Jinchuriki is what he relies on. After a long wait, Uchiha Itachi appeared before the third Hokage, looking at the third Hokage's left eye, which was bloodshot and filled with ferocious rage. And then a tear of blood slowly flowed down his cheek. Tsukuyomi! Tsukuyomi! Tears of blood streamed down Uchiha Itachi's cheeks as he gasped for breath. Facing the third Hokage, he fell to his knees on one knee, his cloudy eyes clouded with exhaustion and bloodshot veins, now filled with rage as he looked ahead. Naruto! Hada Kakashi and Uchiha Shisui currently possess the peak fighting power of Konoha. Together, they, along with Uchiha Itachi, appear before Uzumaki Naruto like lightning. Lord Third Hokage! Countless Hokages of the ninja system cried out in alarm, but faced with the fact that Naruto had been taken away, Sarutobi Hiruzen was directly enraged. If the Ninetales Jinchuriki fell into the hands of the Uchiha, the Ninetales disaster would once again unfold. Enma! With a beastly roar, Enma instantly transformed into the King Kong Ryu staff, which extended in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped the other end, and with a sudden tremor, a staff appeared, forcing Kakashi and Shisui, who were preparing to approach Uzumaki Naruto, to retreat involuntarily. Despite his advanced age, Sarutobi Hiruzen's sudden outburst was incredibly fierce. His King Kong Ryu staff wielded with immense power, and even in his weary state, he forced back three people who were working together. However, in the next instant, holding a kunai to block Hada Kakashi's Ryu Bang, Kakashi's expression changed as he exerted himself, and suddenly his body transformed into a wisp of white smoke. A clone image. Earth release, cracked earth release, Kiba. Suddenly, the ground exploded, and Hada Kakashi's figure directly emerged from the earth. In the instant he grabbed Uzumaki Naruto, his other hand suddenly clenched, and surprisingly, it was a steel wire. Using the steel wire as leverage, Hada Kakashi hugged Uzumaki Naruto and quickly fled into the distance. However, the next moment, a familiar sizzling sound rang out, and Kakashi, holding Naruto, suddenly changed his expression. Lowering his head for a split second, he saw Uzumaki Naruto's collar crackling with explosives, and more importantly, Naruto, dressed in his clothes, no longer resembled a human being. He was clearly just a monkey. Roaring, Kakashi! A tremendous explosion rang out, and in an instant, two distinct groups of forces appeared on the battlefield. One side consisted of a group of elite ninjas who had just taken control of Konoha's 6 police departments, and at this moment, each of them was staring intently at the person opposite them. On the other side was the third Hokage's faction, similarly numerous, even surrounded by many elite Anbu and Root members. The difference was that most of them were injured or had their chakra depleted by more than half, and were all in a somewhat difficult situation. Kakashi, are you alright? After the explosion, the battle for the Ninetales Jinchuriki was declared a failure, or rather, It was a trap set by the third Hokage from the very beginning. At this moment, the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding the King Kong Ryu staff, his cloudy eyes clouded with fatigue and bloodshot veins, stared at the opposing side. In the opposing group of three, Hada Kakashi clutched his stomach, bright red blood gushing out, clearly indicating he had been injured by the trap. There was no difference in the trap. Just like Orochimaru at the beginning, neither of them were prepared for this move. It was just an ordinary explosive trap, but in the hands of the third Hokage, it achieved a truly glorious victory. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen used the explosive jutsu, and in the original story, Orochimaru betrayed him and fled in a single move, suffering serious injuries himself. Furthermore, during the Chunin exam, both the first and second Hokage were hit by this technique. If it weren't for Ito Tensei's immortal body, this single move alone would have been enough to change the course of the battle. Rumble. Far away on the battlefield, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki was still raging and screaming in fury, while at this moment, the situation between the two sides revealed a strange anomaly. Hada Kakashi, clutching his injured waist, broke out in a cold sweat. He was so close. He was just a hair's breadth away from getting stuck in that ordinary explosive tag trap. Third Hokage-sama, you should immediately seal the rampaging Jinchuriki. After all, you don't want a civil war to break out in the village, do you? Despite his injuries, Hada Kakashi is an absolute top-tier figure among the younger generation in terms of popularity, and now he is even representing the police force. Following Hada Kakashi's opening remarks, the ninjas on both sides exchanged bewildered glances, especially the majority of ordinary Konoha ninjas, who were all in a daze that day. Both sides are from the same family, but it's very clear that something is going on. This police department's move is clearly an armed coup, and even a plot to seize control of the Konoha 6 departments. Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen's husky voice echoed, attracting the attention of countless ninjas. After all, a name carries weight, and the third Hokage, having ruled for so many years, always made every word he spoke the center of attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in velvet robes and wielding the Ryu golden cudgel, roared in a deep voice, I, in my capacity as the third Hokage, command you, Kakashi, to immediately lead the police force in a rescue operation. All Konoha ninjas, heed my command. Chunin and below are in charge of rescue operations. Jonin are ready to coordinate combat operations at any time. At this crucial moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen still gritted his teeth and chose the village. After all, the berserk four-tailed nine-tails Jinchuriki was still incredibly terrifying, especially with its seemingly endless supply of Bijudama. If it were to wreak havoc indiscriminately, the entire village would be in danger. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite his advanced age, hasn't mentioned the matter of selecting a Hokage in recent years, and the Hokage's high-ranking officials have somewhat diminished his popularity, it must be said that the Hokage's authority, accumulated over so many years, still remains. Following Sarutobi Hiruzen's resounding command, even the ninja in the police department exchanged bewildered glances. Seeing this, Hada Kakashi couldn't help but frown, but he still simultaneously waved his hand and shouted, police department personnel are responsible for Konoha's safety. All Genin are to be in charge of rescue operations, and Jonin are ready to receive orders at any time. At this crucial moment, Hada Kakashi still didn't lower his guard, maintaining his advantage of concentrated Jonin fighting force. If anything unexpected happened, this Jonin force could instantly suppress it. Captain Kakashi, first, let the medical ninja treat you. After receiving treatment from the medical ninja, Hada Kakashi couldn't help but cautiously survey the surroundings, while quietly warning Shisui and Itachi, be careful, this is the final step. A slight mistake could mean losing everything. Assured. Rumble, on the battlefield, Uchiha Yora's display of nintaijutsu was truly shocking. He completely used taijutsu to wrestle with the nine-tails Jinchuriki, and moreover, he displayed an overwhelming attacking momentum, something that the Mangekyo Sharingan had not revealed in legend. This was also Uchiha Yora's deliberate display of strength. Ultimately, ninjas are judged by their strength. In the original story, the third Raikage, relying on his nintaijutsu, fought the rampaging eight-tails to a draw. And now Uchiha Yoru is only fighting a nine-tails Jinchuriki with 4 heads and tails, and he's still capable. This little devil, he's truly a monster. From afar, Jiraiya, who was undergoing treatment, looked at the distant battlefield and couldn't help but show a look of shock in his eyes. If this kid didn't have the Sharingan, I'd suspect he might be the third Raikage's illegitimate son. Biju grappling technique. Only the third Raikage in the entire shinobi world possessed such ability, but now this scene has revealed a truth to all Konoha ninjas. There truly are humans capable of fighting Biju. It's worth knowing that Uchiha Yoru is most famous for his mysterious Mangekyo Sharingan, whose exact nature remains unknown to this day. Secondly, his ninjutsu and nintaijutsu are particularly renowned. However, the mere revelation of nintaijutsu today has completely changed the worldview of these ninjas. While treating Tsunade, the latter couldn't help but say in a low voice, "Jiraiya, haven't you figured out this brat's purpose yet?" From the very beginning, this kid has been cautiously taking every step, practically in an invincible position. Those old guys did nothing, but they're facing accusations that will damage their reputation. They've done it. Just look at the scene before us. The Uchiha clan's 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, plus Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan, is enough to change the course of the battle. Looking at Tsunade before him, Jiraiya's expression became somewhat somber, and finally he said hoarsely, "Tsunade, this time, which side will you stand on?" Jiraiya wasn't stupid. He could naturally see that Tsunade, while appearing neutral, seemed to have a slight bias. Looking at Jiraiya, Tsunade scoffed disdainfully. "Now that you and I are on that old man's side, believe it or not, Konoha will soon be on the verge of civil war. So you're saying I should take a side?" Facing this question, Tsunade's face showed a mocking smile. "Jiraiya, Konoha was founded by him. Who dares to say which side I'm on?" Looking at the confident Tsunade before him, Jiraiya's face showed a wry smile. He seemed to have the answer in his heart. Is this Ninetales Jinchuriki really Root's experimental subject? Looking at the distant battlefield, Jiraiya couldn't help but mutter to himself. From the close proximity he had observed, he had sensed that this Jinchuriki was very strange, or perhaps not real. Now it's visible to the naked eye that this Jinchuriki's aura is beginning to weaken, and his chakra is also starting to diminish. Logically speaking, a true Ninetales Jinchuriki would continuously break the seal until the Ninetales finally breaks free. Facing the Ninetales Jinchuriki whose chakra was beginning to weaken in the distance, Tsunade glanced down and finally scoffed disdainfully, saying, "Jiraiya, why are you meddling so much? Right now, you should be thinking about how that old man will end up." Rumble, with his fists raised, the four-headed tail Jinchuriki, who had been roaring incessantly, clearly no longer possessed the same ferocity as at the beginning. Underneath the lightning god armor, Uchiha Yoru's face was full of excitement. The feeling of punches and kicks landing squarely on flesh was incredibly satisfying. The Ninetales Jinchuriki before him was a perfect punching bag, and one who didn't know much about using ninjutsu either. As the fierce battle subsided, the Konoha ninjas who had been chasing after them stared blankly at the scene, their faces filled with shock. Biju chakra began to dissipate, and finally, Uchiha Yoru looked at the Ninetales Jinchuriki before him and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. The game should end now. Lightning released Chidori. In an instant, a flash of lightning emanated from his right hand. A streak of light flashed and then disappeared. His right hand, wielding Chidori, plunged directly into his opponent's chest. But at that very moment, Uchiha Yoru suddenly unleashed a powerful burst of lightning from his palm. Roar, roar! As the devastating lightning struck indiscriminately, the Ninetales Jinchuriki let out a pained groan, but today he was at the end of his rope. The powerful, solidified blood-red Ninetales claws that struck Uchiha Yoru's body were shattered by the lightning. Unwilling to accept the slow, fading screams, the surrounding Jonin rushed forward, witnessing a terrifying scene. What on earth is happening here? As the Biju's chakra dissipated, almost no of its true form was revealed, revealing a face that no one had ever seen before. However, judging from its age, it was clearly not much different from Naruto, the Ninetales Jinchuriki. However, as the Ninetales chakra dissipated, the boy's eyes, once filled with a vacant stare, were now completely empty. He had long since lost all signs of life. Lord Yoru. Looking at the surrounding ninjas, Uchiha Yoru, with only 3 tamo of the Sharingan visible in his eye sockets, exerted immense pressure on everyone. Shisui, bring this corpse of the Root Ninetales Jinchuriki, the test subject, back to the police department. No one is allowed to touch it. Yes. With his entire body flashing with lightning, Uchiha Yoru demonstrated his immense power to everyone, especially his terrifying grappling skills against the Jinchuriki. Even his true Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't fully revealed, which was enough to silence countless Jonin. In other words, from the very beginning of this fake Ninetales Jinchuriki's rampage, when Uchiha Yoro arrived, he decided to reveal his true strength to create a threatening effect. Sarutobi Hiruzen was eager to evacuate the personnel in charge of the overall situation, but Jiraiya, unaware of the situation and fearing harm to the Ninetales Jinchuriki, acted impulsively, leading to a serious injury for himself. The immense destructive power of this fake Ninetales Jinchuriki gave the Konoha ninjas a terrifying feeling, a terrifying force that overwhelmed them. The powerful appearance of Uchiha Yoro proves that his current strength is no less than that of long-standing, prestigious Cage-level ninjas, even against Sannin or the Third Hokage. His strength is not inferior. At this moment, Uchiha Yoro looked at everyone, revealing a powerful aura, and directly shouted, "Send word to Konoha that the danger has been averted, but the village must remain calm. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be killed without mercy. To be." At the same time, the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes clouded over, swept his gaze across the battlefield while his voice hoarse and low, issued the order, "All ninjas, heed my command. Treat the wounded." It was clear at this point that Sarutobi Hiruzen knew he didn't know when to start a war, and although the tide had turned against him, he still wanted to preserve this portion of his forces. However, upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Yoro's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. First, second, and fourth squad members of the police department are to immediately arrest all Anbu and Root members who are preparing to commit genocide. Under Uchiha Yoro's command, the Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression immediately changed. Root and Anbu elite ninjas were both high-level combat forces. Their gazes met, Uchiha Yoro's body still flickering with lightning, and the three-tamo Sharingan in his pupils slowly rotating, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Yoro's gaze said it all. His domineering and resolute expression was telling everyone that anyone who disobeyed or resisted would be killed without mercy. With the armed coup, he had reached a point where he had no way back. Facing Uchiha Yoro's naked Kamui gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared deeply at his opponent, then looked at his own side. The Anbu and Root clans, which possessed the most fighting strength, had already depleted a considerable amount of chakra, and the Sarutobi and Inoshikacho clans, who could still form a fighting force, were in disarray. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on all the Anbu members, his expression turning serious. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoro's face lit up with a triumphant smile. He raised his arm and shouted, "Uchiha Shisui Madogai Hata Kakashi. You elite members of the police department are to monitor and investigate this place. There must be Root's human experimentation base here." The fake Ninetales Jinchuriki directly captured Root's body, using this as an excuse to openly order the police department to monitor the Hokage's faction and the major clans. Many ninja present, upon hearing this command, showed a change in expression, but facing the full force of Uchiha Yoro and the combined power of Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Hata Kakashi, three pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, they all appeared pale and powerless. Konoha. Beneath the dark clouds, the once prosperous Konoha now exuded an unprecedentedly oppressive atmosphere, with only patrolling ninjas on the streets. For 3 days, ever since the major upheaval 3 days ago, the entire city of Konoha has been plunged into a suffocating atmosphere. In the village, countless Chunin were forcibly conscripted by the police to join the 5-man security patrol team. And everyday ninjas would push carts of vegetables and food to supply each household. An unprecedented curfew has been imposed within the Hidden Leaf village. All civilians and ninjas are forbidden from leaving the village on their own. Ninjas, in particular, will be punished with treason if discovered. All non-ninja personnel are to remain indoors awaiting orders. Anyone who leaves their room without permission will be executed by rogue ninja, regardless of the crime. The ruthless policies created a suffocating atmosphere throughout Konoha, and many clearly understood that this was the prelude to a storm. At the same time, with the world of ninjas and their bizarre abilities declining, such a major commotion in Konoha naturally spread to the desks of every major ninja village. Stone Village. Upon receiving the urgent intelligence from Konoha, Noki couldn't help but show a look of shock, followed by uncontainable excitement. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't subdue this Uchiha Wolf, haha. Although the specific situation is unclear, Judging from the intelligence available, internal conflict between the two major forces in Konoha is almost inevitable. Reporting to Lord Sachikage, this is a letter from the Uchiha clan head of Konoha, the Land of Fire. At the same time, an urgent message arrived from Konoha. When Noki opened it, his face immediately lit up with joy. Haha, as expected, this Uchiha, once he bears his fans like a hungry wolf, will be bloodthirsty. Uchiha Yoru personally wrote this letter based on intelligence, and immediately, even the old Sachikage Noki couldn't help but blush with excitement, repeatedly banging on the table in his enthusiasm. Wherever you go, relay my order. Withdraw 3/10 of the village's reserves of provisions, kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags. No. At this point, Noki gritted his teeth, revealing a ruthless expression, and shouted, withdraw 5/10 of the reserves and escort them to the Land of Fire as quickly as possible to hand them over to the Uchiha in charge. Lord Sachikage, these are all war reserves of the village. The remaining ninjas in the Sachikage's office were all shocked upon hearing this order, and one of them couldn't help but speak in a panic about the seriousness of the matter. Seeing this scene, Songnoki burst into laughter, waving his hand and saying, what do you know? The Uchiha clan's overall strength is still insufficient, which is why I want to do my utmost to support the Uchiha clan. Konoha has already suffered a civil war. How could I possibly bring it to an end so quickly? It's just a few war reserves. What's there to fear? Without them, we can rebuild. Not a single soldier will be wasted, yet Konoha is fighting like a dog. That would truly be an eye-opener for Rikudo Sennin. At this moment, Noki was already incredibly excited. Having finally seized this opportunity, facing Uchiha Yoru extending his hand for supplies was a tremendous stroke of luck. Uchiha Yoru wants more, proving that this time the Uchiha clan is determined to fight to the death. Send me reinforcements immediately. Anyone who dares to be indifferent to this matter will be severely punished without mercy. Yes. Lightning Country, Cloud Village Ninjas. Inside the Cloud Shadow Tower's office, the fourth Reikage icons exhilarated. Wild laughter echoed. Seeing the fourth Reikage, who was visibly excited, his face flushed red, he clapped his hands excitedly at the intelligence report, unable to contain his hysterical laughter. Haha, Sarutobi, you old villain, you finally met your match. Haha, you've made Konoha proud, but this time, without losing a single soldier. Konoha's position as the overlord will be hard to maintain. Give my order, mobilize 50%, no, 60% of the village's war reserves as quickly as possible, and escort them to the Land of Fire as quickly as possible, to be presented to the Uchiha clan. At the same time, I ordered the village's production unit to urgently manufacture war materials. Whatever the Uchiha clan needs this time, I will give them that much. Even the hot-tempered fourth Reikage was excitedly laughing loudly, and generously gave away countless supplies he had prepared to the Uchiha clan. All for the sake of preventing the Konoha internal conflict from escalating into a dog-brained mess. Uchiha Yoru's request for war materials and letters was not only received by ninjas from the Cloud Village and the Stone Village, but also by powerful ninja villages throughout the shinobi world. And he did so with an arrogant attitude. Many smaller ninja villages were furious, but then, in an instant, ninjas from the Cloud Village and Stone Village joined forces to exert pressure from the outside. And even ninjas from the Sand Village and Mist Village exerted pressure from the shadows. Suddenly, all the war machines in the entire shinobi world were mobilized. Massive quantities of war materials were being sent to the Land of Fire at the fastest possible speed, and they were all being given away for free. At this point, no one was foolish. They only needed to pay a small price in supplies, and they could sit back and watch Konoha's internal conflict escalate into a chaotic mess. Then Konoha would fall from its pedestal, and the fertile lands and immense benefits of the Land of Fire would beckoning to them. In Konoha, the atmosphere was stifling. The Sarutobi, Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, and Shimura clans were all under surveillance, and elite police patrols filled every street and alley. Especially the Hyuga ninjas, who almost always keep their ferocious Byakugan wide open, constantly monitoring and patrolling. If they detect any threatening ninja, even if it's a Chunin-level ninja equipped with ninja tools, elite members of the police force will storm in. Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. For a brief moment, these powerful clans, under the brutal surveillance of the police department, felt utterly helpless. especially 3 days before the Ninetales Jinchuriki's destruction, and with the temporary arrangement of a military encampment. The police only allowed these clans' ninjas to carry self-defense ninja tools. Not a single explosive tag was permitted. The excuse was quite straightforward. The nearby Root research base was conducting tests on human bodies to prevent a repeat of the fake Jinchuriki rampage that occurred a few days ago. The oppressive aura was practically like monitoring the entire Hawkage clan, preventing them from uniting. At the same time, the police force targeted all ninjas within Konoha, allowing them to stay at home and prohibiting them from carrying explosive tags or other ninja tools when entering or leaving, which could be considered an indirect way of bringing the entire Konoha under their control. On the open-air rooftop of the top floor of the Hawkage's office building, the Jonin Council convened once again. This time, the Jonin Council chose to hold the meeting on an open-air rooftop, partly because of the relatively large number of attendees, and partly because it was a public meeting. Konoha had never before convened such a tightly organized Jonin conference. This time, almost every Jonin who showed up had a worried expression on their faces. After all, such a major event had occurred in the village, and none of them were fools. A slight misstep could lead to civil war, so it would be a lie to say they weren't worried. Furthermore, at this Jonin conference, all participating Jonin were disarmed, no ninja tools were allowed. One by one, the Jonin arrived, each standing silently on the open-air balcony. This time, there was almost no conversation. Meanwhile, downstairs in the Hawkage's office, the documents that should rightfully belong to the Hawkage are being processed by 3 different people. Uchiha Yoru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. The 3 of them sat neatly in front of the Hawkage's desk. Lord Jiraiya, I don't know what your thoughts are, but Konoha needs stability. If the atmosphere continues to deteriorate like this, it's very easy for turmoil to erupt. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru smiled brightly at Jiraiya. What he wanted was a complete Konoha, not a village riddled with wounds. Now, it seems like the police department has the entire situation under control in the village, but at the same time, a considerable number of Konoha Jonin are gathered inside the Hawkage's office building. Almost all of these ninjas have chosen Sanin, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. This branch has a very large number of ninjas, with Jonin being the most numerous, but the majority are neutral faction ninjas. Uchiha Yoru. Looking at the little brat who had once been so cautious and inquisitive, now sitting in the same seat as him, Jiraiya couldn't help but let out a wry smile, shake his head, and sigh. As expected, I'm getting old, and you little brat have taken over. Even the whole of Konoha is now in your hands. Facing Jiraiya's teasing, Uchiha Yoru let out a rare, relieved laugh. Lord Jiraiya, what you said isn't quite right. Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and Senju clans. It's simply returned to the true master's control. Before that, it fell into the hands of a few people. As for the coup, Uchiha Yoru would absolutely not acknowledge it, especially not the kind that justifies it. Did he seize power through a coup? No. Did he stage a coup to assassinate the Hawkage? No. Did he stage a coup to seize Konoha? No. He only did it to protect Konoha's stability, fulfilling his responsibilities as a police officer. That's why he took over Konoha during this turbulent time. All of this was for the sake of the village. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's shameless demeanor, Jiraiya fell silent. From the moment the old man prepared to act, the situation in Konoha was at an extremely dangerous point. After all, the Uchiha clan was on the verge of annihilation. At this time, if you dared to prevent Uchiha Yoru from ascending to the throne, the Uchiha clan would not agree, let alone with a group of undercover police officers. Where are the Anbu and Root members? After a long silence, Jiraiya couldn't help but look up and ask, and Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing him, smiled and said, Lord Jiraiya, rest assured. They are all Konoha ninjas. How could I possibly do anything out of the ordinary? However, Root violated the rules. According to the regulations, killing them all wouldn't be enough. Under Jiraiya's worried gaze, Uchiha Knight paused, then shook his head and sighed, saying, It's a pity they were all deceived by rotten people. Based on my compassion for humanity, I've decided to give Root a chance. But from now on, Root will be under my personal command. And then there's the Anbu, who committed such heinous acts that would outrage both gods and men. If it weren't for the sudden outburst of the fake Ninetales Jinchuriki, the Sarutobi clan would have been brutally annihilated. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a smile, but within that smile lurked a dangerous glint. It was clear he had ulterior motives. If they hadn't been prepared, the Uchiha clan would have been in trouble. At this moment, although Jiraiya had a headache, he was also secretly relieved, fortunate that the old man's cruel tactics hadn't succeeded. Otherwise, he would have truly succeeded in attacking the Uchiha clan. Thinking about the terrifying sight of 3.5 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a headache and cold sweat running down his face. Even with the crazy Uchiha clan, although he didn't know what was happening, these Mangekyo Sharingan hadn't been seen in decades, and suddenly they were erupting outwards. Even with Tsunade and him working together, he wouldn't be able to withstand 3.5 pairs. Moreover, with so many Uchiha Jonin, all possessing 3 Tamo Sharingan, if they suddenly hear their hideout has been raided, could a few more pairs appear? At this moment, Jiraiya remembered this ability and couldn't help but tremble with fear. Damn it, he wasn't even confident in dealing with this little brat in front of him, let alone if several more pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. Speaking of the Anbu, Uchiha Yoru's face showed a cold smile. Many of the Anbu were trusted ninjas of the Sarutobi clan, and he wouldn't let them off easily. Anbu ninjas need to thoroughly investigate from top to bottom. Those with problems joining route will be given a chance to reform. Those who don't will. At this point, the cold expression on Uchiha Yoru's face spoke volumes, and even Jiraiya fell silent, unable to refute it. After all, the Anbu had previously been preparing to attack the Uchiha, and now, looking at the ambitious young man before him, Jiraiya couldn't help but frown and sigh. He didn't know whether he should consider himself lucky or what. This little brat is brimming with ambition, and that's precisely why he chose to recruit Root and the Anbu, instead of eradicating them completely as the Uchiha would. I will entrust the Anbu to Kakashi and Itachi later. This time, the Anbu insisted that they wanted to leave things to professionals, as professional matters naturally require professional expertise. Uchiha Yoru slowly stated his decision, then looked at Jiraiya, a smile appearing on his face. Lord Jiraiya, the Uchiha clan and the police department now have no way out. Moreover, this is all because the Third Hokage forced us to this point. Even if I wanted to retreat, they would absolutely not allow it. From the moment the Third Hokage ordered preparations to exterminate the Uchiha clan, he had no way back. Moreover, with the police force currently controlling the situation, he could only move forward. If Uchiha Yoru dared to retreat, the person behind him would dare to directly ignite the flames of war in Konoha, forcing him to ascend to power. The Hokage's fingertips tapped on the desk as Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes at Jiraiya. What he wanted was a complete Konoha, and naturally, it needed to be maintained. Lord Jiraiya, I don't think I need to say much about what kind of days the Ninetales Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto has been through. As the fourth Hokage's teacher, well, TSK. As if with a similar intention in mind, Uchiha Yoru shook his head teasingly at Jiraiya, and finally threw out his own condition. If Jiraiya protects me, I can entrust the Ninetales Jinchuriki to your supervision. Although the Ninetales Jinchuriki was still in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands, the situation was now unfavorable. Uchiha Yoru was confident that once he ascended to the position of Hokage, he could use his overwhelming power to suppress anyone in the Sarutobi clan. Who would dare to keep the Ninetales Jinchuriki for themselves? With Konoha on the verge of civil war, Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not risk this. Jiraiya fell silent when faced with this temptation. The situation in Konoha was already very clear. Let's not even talk about who was the stronger force. During Sarutobi Hiruzen's reign, root leader Shimura Danzu's Sharingan and would release techniques greatly diminished Sarutobi Hiruzen's prestige, making it impossible for him to continue as Hokage. Not to mention, Root and the Anbu are even preparing to exterminate the Uchiha clan. The fifth Hokage considered the Hokage's nomination a given, but the selection of Uchiha Yoru wasn't a given. Hey, little brat, you dare say that right in front of me. Tsunade, sipping her wine, couldn't help but complain. At that moment, Jiraiya let out a wry smile and sighed. Tsunade, all right. If this little brat doesn't step onto the stage, the whole of Konoha will be in chaos. That little brat was right when he said that. Even if he wanted to retreat, the person behind him wouldn't let him. That brat Kakashi wouldn't agree either. If Jiraiya and Tsunade teamed up, the fifth Hokage would still have a very high chance of winning. because the Senin's prestige had accumulated over so many years. And it wasn't something Uchiha Yoro could easily suppress in just a few years. But Jiraiya and Tsunade both clearly knew one thing. Uchiha Yoro hadn't ascended to the throne, and with his supporters having gone this far, who wouldn't fear being held accountable later? Little devil, I want to know how your third branch of the family prepared beforehand. Jiraiya let out a weak sigh. He had made his choice. He was just still curious and asking the question.